Susan with the soft white hands, the boomy deep voice, and the beautiful big breasts. Benjamin was such a bloody fool, such a nice boy, but with no guts, with no push or drive. If only Charles had sired Rafaella instead of Benjamin. Now that was a child to be proud of. But no, he wasn't her father, and it wasn't fair. He should probably call her soon, find out how she was holding up. He shook his head at himself. God, the irony of it, the blissful irony. Charles had never been one to appreciate irony, for the simple reason that he'd always had control in his life, until now. Irony hadn't ever slipped in unnoticed, until now. Now he felt he was in an ocean of irony, floundering about like a helpless fool. But he wouldn't be the one to drown. No, indeed, he wouldn't. All during his drive to New York City, he thought of the irony of Silvia Carlucci hitting his wife. Silvia Carlucci Giovanni hitting his wife. But even as he thought about it, examined it, he found he just couldn't bring himself to accept such a coincidence. Coincidence was just fine in fiction, but in his experience, coincidence just didn't happen in real life, did it? Giovanni's Island, March 2001. Delorio held up the wet panties. "Isn't this interesting? They belong to that little slut," Paula said, and tried to grab the panties from her husband. "They could belong to Coco," he said, raising them out of her reach. "No, they're hers. Where did you get them?" "Where did you get them?" "They were on the bottom of the swimming pool, the deep end." "No, I think I'll return them personally to the lady. I must say that Marcus has excellent taste." He grinned at his wife, then touched the crotch of the panties to his mouth. "Wonderful." "What is? The chlorine?" "You have no imagination, Paula. It didn't take Marcus long, did it? I did wonder when they both showed up wet before dinner. Is she the one who's the exhibitionist? Do you think she went after him on purpose?" "Yes, to show me." Delorio paused. Very slowly, he laid the panties on the dresser top, smoothing them into shape. "Show you what, Paula? That she could take? No, to prove to me that she was better than I. I know," he said, and turned away from her. "It's hard to explain, isn't it? But all your little confusions and conceits, they only make me love you more. I'm going to Miami this afternoon. I have business meetings and arrangements to make. Do you want to come with me?" "Yes, oh yes, Del. Let me pack. How long?" He turned and smiled at her. "Don't you find it interesting that my father evidently didn't mind Marcus screwing Rafaella Holland in the swimming pool? My civilized, well-bred father? No, he didn't say a word. I'd like to see what he'll do. First, Paula, I want you to change into a dress, that pretty blue sundress I bought you just last month. You know the one. It has a very full skirt and narrow straps over the shoulders." She nodded happily and turned to do as he'd bidden her, but he stopped her, his fingers curling around her forearm. He smiled down at her. She would love this. His fingers caressed her arm, and his breath was warm against her temple. "When you have the dress on, I want you to bend over the balcony with your arms balanced on the railing. I'll just lift your skirt a bit and stand behind you. And while I push inside you, I want you to wave to the gardeners and speak to whoever wanders by. If it's Link, I want you to ask him all sorts of questions about his gruesome murderers of the past. Keep him looking at you until I come inside you. But they'll know. You'll be behind me, pushing, and they'll know. Link will know, and but you'll have your dress on. No one will see a thing," but he was thinking, "Yes, I'll just bet hell no." And the bastard would know what Delorio was doing, and that Paula belonged to him, and that he, Delorio, would castrate him. Link didn't come by, but Merkel did, dressed immaculately as always, in his three-piece white linen suit and pale blue Oxford shirt. And when he saw Delorio standing behind his wife, his hands on her waist, he knew what he was doing, and it made him want to puke. But it was also powerfully erotic for all its crudity. And from the brief look he'd gotten at Paula's face, it seemed to him that she was enjoying it as much as she was hating it. He shook his head. He would never understand the two of them. And when Paula called out to him, her voice high and embarrassed and shaking with excitement, he refused to look up at her again, just nodded and kept walking. He was vastly relieved when the two of them flew to Miami that afternoon. He himself had gone earlier to fetch Miss Holland from the resort. She was in her room, changing, Coco with her. And he remembered Marcus's request just before he'd left him that morning at the airport in St. John's. Watch her, Merkel. She's too unthinking, too impulsive, and that can be dangerous. And she has that talent to attract confidences, and that can be even more dangerous. Merkel wondered what he'd let himself in for. At least one worry was down. Delorio. He'd said he'd be gone for a week. God willing, it would be longer. He wondered if Mr. Giovanni had sent Delorio away. If he had, then did he want Rafaella Holland all to himself? Just to work? Or did he want all competition out of his way? Was that why he'd sent Marcus to France? No, he was being crazy. Marcus had to go to Marseille to deal with Bertrand. And, after all, Coco was still here, still the headmistress, and Rafaella was her friend. No, he had to be wrong. When Mr. Giovanni requested his presence after lunch, Merkel was impatient to know what was in his boss's mind. Hopefully, more than writing his biography with Rafaella Holland. Maybe he'd gotten information about the assassination attempt, about Bathsheba. Both Delorio and Marcus are gone, Dominick said. He was sitting in a high-backed wicker chair, sipping a glass of lemonade laced with gin. Now we will get Rafaella Holland settled in, and everything back into, balance. Merkel was smart enough to keep still. He simply stood there, waiting for his boss to get on with it, and silently cursed. She likes Marcus. She knows it, but she just isn't ready to admit it. Merkel looked at the beautiful Picasso over Mr. Giovanni's desk. It was from the artist's pink period, Mr. Giovanni had told him once. He didn't particularly like it. Most of Mr. Giovanni's other paintings were in a private vault, located just off the master suite. He'd gotten the Picasso some 20 years before, he said, at an auction. As for my son, well, I wanted him out of the way so he wouldn't be tempted by her. Also, I wanted him to concentrate on other things. He will take my place in the future. He must learn about the responsibility, the strategy, all the tactics. He must learn the personalities of all the men he'll be dealing with. He must learn humility. He paused, and Merkel tried not to choke. Humility? Sometimes the boy shows so little breeding, so little class. He's just like his mother, that stupid drunken woman, and his grandfather, the rotting old bastard. Merkel wasn't about to tell Mr. Giovanni what Delorio had done to Paula that morning, and how she, all red-faced with embarrassment, had probably had the best orgasm of her short life. He shifted his attention to the Vermeer that was artfully hung exactly 17 inches from the Picasso, with its own lighting, stolen from Sir Walter Wrentham's collection 3 years before. He himself preferred the Egyptian stuff in the living room. You could touch the jewelry, pick it up, and feel how warm it was, press it against your cheek, and know that real people had worn it. And still, it was so old that you couldn't even begin to understand how those people had felt, what those people had been. Not that I don't think Delorio will straighten out. He will. He's my son. He'll have to. As for his wife, well, she is just a girl, young and silly and unthinking. Forgive me, Merkel, parrying on like this and embarrassing you. You're taken with the Vermeer, I like it. Soon, though, I'll exchange it with the Turner that's in the vault. Just look at those colors, so soft, almost blurry, yet so real and stark. It sounds impossible, yet it's true, that wondrous effect Vermeer achieves. If only life could hold such beauty dear and unchanging. But it doesn't, does it? No, it's always changing, mostly for the worse. It isn't really fair, but there you have it. Now, Merkel, I wanted to see you because I will start working with Rafaella this very afternoon. Marcus is seeing to business, the dear boy, and I have nothing else to worry me. Yes, Rafaella will do a fine job. I explained things to her last night, slowly and carefully. She understands her role. She won't try to cross me. I'm certain she won't. She won't play the ruthless reporter out to find dirt. She'll write exactly what I want her to write. She will present me as I should be presented to the world. A man of ingenuity and imagination, a man of great vision, an intuitive man, a philanthropist. She will be my amanuensis, if you will. You, Merkel, you will ensure that peace reigns here. You and Link and Lacey. Poor Link, he's such a shy fellow, so diffident. He doesn't seem to be able to grasp innuendo. Well, he's still a fine marksman, and he does please me with his tales of long-dead murderers. Dominick paused and sipped more of the gin lemonade. Finally, Merkel said, Mr. Giovanni, you sent Marcus to France because you wanted to be alone with Miss Holland? How odd of Merkel to speak his mind so frankly. How unexpected of staid old Merkel. Oh no, I needed him there to handle Bertrand. Don't you think I can trust Marcus? Yes, of course. He saved your life. Didn't give it a second thought, you know. And, that's exactly what worries me. A man who just rushes into something. A man who doesn't weigh his options. A man who doesn't stop and think. I don't think that such a man is all that trustworthy. Merkel just stared at him. He saved your life, he repeated. He took a bullet in the back to save your life. Dominick picked up a gold pen, fiddled with it a minute, then tossed it into the air, deftly catching it. Perhaps you're right. Marcus has been with me over 2 years now. He's bright, seemingly loyal, has made a good deal of money for me and for himself. His voice suddenly turned hard, his eyes cold. Keep everyone away from me and Rafaella. I want her to myself. She is to write the story of my life. There are to be no distractions. Merkel was afraid he did understand. He nodded and left the library. But what about his promise to Marcus? Dominick didn't move for many more minutes. Certainly he trusted Marcus. Hadn't Marcus told him just this morning before he'd left for France that he'd finally gotten the opportunity to search Rafaella's villa? There hadn't been a bloody thing there. That's what Marcus had told him. Marcus hadn't told him that Rafaella was illegitimate. Dominick wondered why. It wasn't important. That was what Marcus had decided. Still. And Marcus had told him about Rafaella's mother, lying in that hospital in a coma. And Marcus had counseled him not to let her come to the compound. He'd said it was too dangerous. Marcus was timid and a coward. He didn't realize that Dominick controlled everything and everyone. Controlling one more woman was child's play. Dominick tossed down the rest of his drink. His book would be a masterpiece. He would be seen by the world as he should be seen. It was about time. 13. Giovanni's Island, March 2001. Rafaella opened the journal. The date, April 5, 1994, was neatly entered at the top left-hand side of the page. She looked at her mother's rather crabbed, very straight handwriting and felt tears sting the backs of her eyes. She closed her eyes a moment, dealing with the pain. It would be endless pain, because even if her mother fully recovered, the other pain would still be there for all of those who loved her. Rafaella's throat felt wet, and she swallowed. She had to succeed. She closed the journal just for a moment and thought about calling from her father's compound every morning to the Pine Hill Hospital on Long Island. Surely Dominick monitors all calls that went out from here. But he already had to know that Rafaella called Long Island every morning. Marcus would have told him, just as he'd told him about her mother being in the hospital, in a coma. She would simply, very matter-of-factly, ask Dominick if she could call the hospital every morning. If he asked her what she was doing here in the Caribbean with her mother so very ill in New York, well, she'll just tell him what she'd told Marcus, more or less. She'd be more convincing with Dominick for the simple reason that she had to be. There was too much to gain. too much to be lost. And he had no more idea who Margaret Rutledge was than who his daughter was.
Even if he remembered a Margaret, it was Margaret Pennington, not Margaret Holland. Rafaella smoothed open the journal again, picturing her mother in her mind, sitting at her small Louis XVI writing table, pen in hand, her eyes staring off, remembering the pain of the past, wondering about the future, obsessed in the present. It's Tuesday today, my dear Rafaella, and you're here on spring break from Columbia. It still makes me grin to think how very appalled Charles was when you told him you didn't want to go to Yale, his alma mater, but rather to Columbia, locked in Spanish Harlem, dangerous to the unwary, but the best school of journalism in the United States, in your estimation. How Charles started at that. Columbia! He nearly yelled at me. For God's sake, Columbia! I cajoled him, flattered him, loved him until he was silly, but I refrained from telling him that it was, in fact, none of his business where you went to school. He's very fond of you, Rafaella. It troubles me because I think he's more proud of you than he is of his own son, Benjamin. Sweet, unpretentious Benji, proof that genes do come through, only not necessarily in the configuration one could wish. Benji's an arty type, as you know, as was his mother, Dora. He really does fine watercolors, but Charles disdains all modern sorts of endeavors. He does, however, approve of those masters who had the good fortune to paint at least 3 centuries ago, e.g. Hals, Rembrandt, Vermeer, Bruegel. Practically all those masters are Dutch. His library is filled with them, some, acquired through less than pristine means, I doubt not. But I digress. I will tell you, Rafaella, even if the great Michelangelo himself had been Charles' son, Charles would have given him hell. Am I mocking my husband? I suppose so, but it's healthy, not malicious. He's human, and that's just fine with me. Oh yes, he's all too human, not at all like Dominick, who cared nothing for anyone except himself and his dynasty, and I never understood his obsession with founding a dynasty unless it was his own overweening need to see himself. Was there anything else? He's had only the one son. His name's Delorio, and he's only 8 months younger than you are, Rafaella. I don't know much about him except that he lives with his father, and has for years. So much for his blessed dynasty. As for his wife, Silvia Carlucci Giovanni, she doesn't live with him, hasn't for more than a decade. She gave him a son, started drinking like a fish because he probably didn't give a damn about her and showed it, and is now living near us, of all the ironic things. She lives in a small hamlet called Hicksville, a very exclusive place, private, and the word is that she has a succession of handsome young men coming and going. Ah, here's your mother, gossiping like an old fool, which I am, no doubt about that. What else can a young fool become, anyway? There was another rumor about Sylvia. After Delorio's birth, she had her tubes tied, to spite Dominick, the word was. Her father, old Carlucci, was peeved with her, but he ended up siding with her when Dominick would have divorced her in a flash. The old man, it was said, threatened to kill Dominick if he ever tried to divorce his daughter. So Dominick has only one son, and won't ever have any more legitimate ones, unless Sylvia dies and he marries again. Irony, Rafaella. Life seems to abound in it. It's quite frightening sometimes. There was a knock on the door, and Rafaella quickly closed the journal. Just a moment. She placed her mother's journal haphazardly in among a pile of books, novels, travel guides, biographies, a couple of reference books on the Caribbean, 2 more of the journals, on top of the fireplace mantel, all in full view of anyone who happened to look, then opened her bedroom door. Oh, hello, Merkel. How are you? It's so quiet. Is Mr. Giovanni ready to begin our work? Merkel didn't like this, not at all. She was young, far too young for Mr. Giovanni, honest and open, and she'd made her preferences clear. It was Marcus all the way. I like that tie you're wearing. The stripe is very classy.
It's the latest style, according to Gentleman's Quarterly. It's made in Britain and can only be ordered from there. Thank you for noticing. Mr. Giovanni would like to begin now." Rafaella gave him a sunny smile. "I'm ready to go. Let me get my tape recorder." "Oh yes, Merkel. As you might know, my mother is in a hospital on Long Island. I like to call her every morning. Do you think it will be a problem?" Merkel just stared at her. Marcus had been wrong. She was exactly what she seemed to be. She wasn't trying to hide anything. She was a reporter who wanted to write Dominick's biography, and she didn't have any secrets. She could be trusted, at least to a point. "Certainly, Miss Holland. I will speak to Mr. Giovanni." Dominick was in the living room, looking at his Egyptian jewelry. He motioned her over to where he stood. Rafaella joined him and peered down into the palely tinted glass case. "Do you recall my telling you these pieces were from the 18th dynasty? Of course you do. You're young, not old and forgetful. Well, many people consider the jewelry from this time to be overly ornate, decadent, but I don't think so. It's lovely, isn't it? Especially this." He lifted a wooden box carved in the shape of a small dog and opened it. Inside was a sweet-smelling scent Rafaella couldn't identify, and a child's bracelet of pounded gold sat atop a swell of blue velvet. It looked so delicate she was afraid to breathe on it. "Very lovely," she said, and to her relief, Dominick closed the lid and gently placed the box back under the glass case. He flicked a switch on, wiped his hands on a pristine white handkerchief, and smiled at her. "Any time you wish to look at any of these things, simply ask me, Rafaella. Just touching the pieces, just knowing that they're here, that they're mine for a brief period of time, brings me peace, serenity. They connect me to the past, make me realize that all of time is fluid and unending, that all of us will continue to exist, in some fashion, into the future, into infinity. But I pretend to be the philosopher when I am but a simple man." "You're anything but simple, sir." "Dominick, please," he said, and looked pained. She wondered what effect father would have. "Very well, Dominick. We're going to become quite close, Rafaella, as long as you understand what it is I expect of you." He paused a moment, and she nodded. Oh yes, she understood his ground rules, his plans for her place as the recorder of his greatness. She would agree to whatever he said in order to remain here on the compound. She was still very curious about him. He was her father, and she now accepted that. She also accepted the fact that she was going to do her best to ruin him. She would write his biography and hold it up to the world. "Good. You won't deviate from what it is I wish. You will produce a masterpiece, you'll see. Oh yes, I also have a fondness for art, as you know. When you would like to see the pieces in the vault, you have just to ask." And he touched his long, cool fingers to her cheek and caressed her. Rafaella didn't move. She was too surprised. She hadn't considered, hadn't even thought, that he would possibly be interested in her as a woman. Even if he didn't recognize her as his daughter, she was young enough to be one. She smiled and managed to step away from him, hopefully not showing her shock and distaste. "Come into my library. It's cooler. I would really prefer being on the veranda that faces the swimming pool. The smell of the bougainvillea and the frangipani is so wonderful. It was also more open there. Is there a plug for the tape recorder?" He nodded, his smile never slipping. "So my papa was a man dedicated to getting all his family out of Italy and over to beautiful San Francisco. By the time he died in 1965, he'd succeeded. His brothers, sisters, cousins, the whole bloody lot of 'em. Most moochers, but it didn't bother him. He had this strange sort of drive to be the dependable one, to be the one everyone could count on. Everyone except his only son, that is." Rafaella dutifully wrote in her own specialized shorthand, adding her own personal notes to his reminiscences on the tape recorder, filling page after page. So he'd felt neglected by his father, had he? Too bad he hadn't choked on it. She could tell that he'd thought about this, thought about the order in which he would present his life to her, and what in his life he would tell her. There was no deep bitterness, no hurt in his voice when he spoke of his father, just a sullen kind of whine she'd heard once from Delorio. It shocked her to hear it from him. Finally, he paused and raised a hand. Jiggs appeared, dressed in his usual waiter white, and received his orders. I asked for a lemonade for both of us, Rafaella. That's fine. He stopped talking then, pressed the off button on the tape recorder, sat back in his chair, and steepled his fingers. Merkel told me you wanted to call your mother from here. That's right. She was in an accident, perhaps Merkel told you, and she's in the hospital, in a coma. There has been improvement, more EEG activity. I pray every day that she will just wake up one morning and smile and want to get on with her life. It must be difficult for you to be so very far away from her. Rafaella looked down at her hands. She was holding her pencil very tightly. I assume you're close to your mother, although I don't know why I should assume anything of the sort. My son isn't at all close to his mother. In fact, he hasn't seen her for a goodly number of years now. Goodness, why ever not? Dominick shrugged, nodded to Jiggs, and watched as he set the glasses and pitcher on the glass table between them. Dominick handed her a glass. "To our future," he said. "Our future," Rafaella said, and clicked her glass to his. She saw that he would begin again, and quietly pressed the play button. "You asked me why Delorio hasn't seen his mother. It's very simple, really. My wife is an alcoholic, has been for more years than I care to count. She didn't want him, not really, except as a means to hurt me. So I simply removed him from her care. He asked me to, begged me, in fact. She lives on Long Island, has all the servants one could wish for, all the money any 10 women could spend in a single lifetime, and she sleeps with very young men." Rafaella felt her heart pounding, but her voice was steady, thoughtful. She shook her head. "I've never been able to understand that. The older women with the very young men, and, of course, the older men with the young women. Just imagine how you'd feel if someone asked you how your son or daughter was doing. Nothing particular in common, no shared experiences or memories. No. You're forgetting sex, my dear, the most powerful and common of all things that bind. That, and, of course, the illusion that even an older man, such as myself, is still attractive, still alluring, can still entice and please a much younger woman, such as you, for example. But it's an illusion. It's not real. Isn't it? Maybe not to the older man who's living it, but it's certainly real enough to all those who look upon it. Don't be naive, Rafaella. Throughout the centuries, wealthy men have used young women to prove their virility, their influence, their power to their adversaries. And that, my dear, is real as it gets. Perhaps, but it's also despicable. It's people using each other for the most base of reasons. You're very young, Rafaella, and the young are more dogmatic than religious fanatics, more passionate in their beliefs, be they absurd or not. Perhaps, she said, then glanced down at her notepad. Your wife, Dominick, you never divorced her. His face seemed to go stiff all over. No, I'm not that kind of man. I made vows to her before God. I keep my word. No matter what she's done, well, it doesn't matter. She's my wife until she dies, and that's the end of it. A pity she gave me only one son. Yes, a pity. And she was unfaithful to me. From the very beginning, she was unfaithful. He sounded sincere, hurt, yet stoic. She'd never before met a person who lied with such earnestness. He was good, just as her mother had said. She looked down at her pad, fiddled with her pencil a moment, then said straightly, "And you weren't ever unfaithful to her?" "Not until she had broken her vows. I wanted sons, Rafaella. I wanted to found a dynasty, to show my father that he wasn't the only one. I digress. But Sylvia wanted revenge on me. She wanted me to suffer." She listened to him enthusiastically ride what she was certain was one of his favorite hobby horses, his voice sounding more and more bitter. And she knew that her mother had been right. He was a man possessed. And he was a liar. He stopped suddenly and smiled. "Are you ready for a break yet?" Rafaella asked quickly. "Ah, Coco, come here, my dear. Of course we're ready. Poor Rafaella has been listening to me carry on for longer than one should have to endure." "It's all been fascinating," Rafaella said, and it was true. "We got twisted about in the chronology. Is this a problem for you, Rafaella?" "Not at all. In fact, if you don't mind, Dominick, I would prefer speaking about things in any order you wish, or in any lack of order. It makes for more spontaneity. If you would excuse me now, I think I'll go listen to what we've got on the tape recorder and transcribe all the marvelous notes I've taken." "Oh, Rafaella, You never did tell me why you're here while your mother is lying in a coma 3,000 miles away." His voice was like silk and honey, but she wasn't stupid. She must go carefully. She turned slowly and gave a very sad smile. It wasn't difficult. Her eyes blurred. I was with her for nearly a week. There was nothing I could do. My stepfather encouraged me to come down here. You see, I'd already made the arrangements. He told me he'd send a jet for me if there was any change. I think it's better. At least you, sir, are helping to keep my mind off it. Your stepfather is Charles Rutledge. Yes, a very nice man, and very good to my mother. And he's not like you. He's loyal and honest and real. It's curious, you know, Dominick said in a faraway voice. A man of your stepfather's stature, his wealth, his obvious power, and yet he chose a woman not that much younger than he. Very curious. Perhaps he is a man who prefers what is real, what is solid, what is honest, over the chimera, the illusion. Excuse me, Dominick. Coco. All the way to her room, Rafaella wanted to kick herself for baiting him. He was far from undiscerning. God help her if she had gone too far. Marseille, France, March 2001. Marcus had always liked the fog, at least in London, but not here in the south of France, in Marseille. It had been raining steadily since he'd arrived 6 hours before. Now the rain had slowed to a light drizzle with a thick blanket of fog over the harbor. Periodically, the horns rang out loud and ghostly. Men huddled together on the ship decks, along the pier, in doorways, talking low, their Gaulois cigarettes glowing red-tipped like spots of fire in the darkness. The long rotted docks were slimy with old rain and smelled of wet, dirty wool and moldy macintoshes. Marcus took another drink of his beer, Italian beer that was god-awful, and was thankful that he was inside and not out there in the bone-chilling damp. The bar, La Poulette Rouge, was noisy, dank, filled with the raucous laughter that resulted from cheap booze. There were a half-dozen prostitutes lounging about, accepting drinks from the sailors and avoiding the foul-breathed dockhands in dirty coveralls. Marcus leaned back against the cracked, dirty vinyl booth. Cigarette smoke had turned the air blue, and there were swirls of blue snaking up around the naked light bulbs hanging from the black ceiling.
What was Rafaella doing? Was she safe? Had she managed to keep her smart mouth shut? What would she have thought of Bertrand, of Marcus daring her? He missed her. It came as something of a shock. He hadn't missed anyone in so very long. Sure, his mother and John, even Uncle Morty, but it wasn't this same kind of bone-deep emptiness. It was unwelcome. It made him sad and even more frustrated at his situation. Savage was probably right. He should get out of this before he got himself killed. The dream came that night, beginning with the seductive, soft colors, romantic stage settings, like in old movies, then speeding up, losing softness, gaining edges, sharp and hard. And there he was with his father, Ryan Chomper O'Sullivan, and his old man was helping him with math, and his mother, Molly, was there, laughing, teasing her husband, who was always too serious, and she nipped his earlobe with her sharp white teeth. Then there were loud noises, louder still, and the scenes tumbled out of sequence, and there was the blood, red and redder still, and it flowed over everything, and his father was there, and the blood was flowing over him, and it was everywhere, so much of it, and Marcus jerked awake on a moan. He was wet with his own sweat. His heart was pounding. He felt the terror very slowly begin to recede as his mind settled into the present again. Would it never end? He didn't want to go back to sleep, but he did. This time it was dreamless. In the dark of the night, he awoke, fully alert, and knew something was very wrong. Someone was opening the door to his room. He'd locked that door. Slowly he turned onto his side, facing the door. He watched the knob turn slowly. Hicksville, Long Island, March 2001. Charles sat quietly behind the wheel of the rented Ford Taurus and watched the two-story Tudor house through the black iron gates. He was stiff and so tired his eyes felt gritty. He reached for the carry-out coffee and pulled the plastic top off the styrofoam cup. The coffee was cold and awful, and he drank it down, all of it.
He continued to wait silently. He had to see the woman, the drunken woman who'd run down Margaret. The coincidence of it, the outrageousness of it, still unnerved him. But B.J. Lewis, his private detective, had been certain. Perhaps it wasn't so impossible. Margaret's car had been in this vicinity when she'd been struck, not more than 2 miles from here. But why? He hadn't wondered before, but now he did. What was she doing around here? To his knowledge, she didn't have any friends in Hicksville. Silvia Carlucci Giovanni, his wife, his familiar. Charles just had to see her. But how could he possibly know if she'd truly hit Margaret just by looking at her? And if she had it really been an accident? Charles shook his head. He was losing his mind. Suddenly, there was activity. He stiffened, hunching forward against the steering wheel to better see the entrance of the house. A man emerged from the front door. He was young, handsome, in a male model sort of way, and built like a sleek young bull. One of her lovers? Evidently so. He turned in the doorway and leaned back, as if he were embracing someone. Then he straightened, smiling, and walked away. He was wearing a white t-shirt and tight faded jeans that clearly outlined the bulge of his cock. He was whistling. Charles watched him flip a set of car keys into the air, then catch them with a jaunty move. He got into a white Porsche, revved the engine like a teenage boy with his father's car, and gunned it, making gravel spew upward. He must have pressed a button inside the car, because the iron gates opened slowly. Charles could practically feel the young man's impatience with those gates, feel his bubbling energy, his pleasure at what he was and who he was and what he had. Charles wondered how long that would last. Then the Porsche roared down the road, headed west. Charles continued to wait. What else could he do? It was silent again. No sign of her, no sign of anyone. He thought of Margaret, lying there, so still in her hospital bed. This morning he'd stayed while her private nurse had massaged her, keeping her muscles as firm and supple as possible. Muscle atrophy and bed sores were the worst enemies. Margaret was massaged 3 times a day. Her body was white, innocent of scars, her breasts still firm and high, and he'd wanted her very much, just as he'd wanted her since he'd met her on the beach at Montauk Point. She'd looked so young lying there, her hair neatly brushed, her gown not hospital regulation, but a pale blue satin Dior confection he'd bought her some months before for her birthday. He held her hand, caressed her long fingers, noting that her nails needed trimming. Still holding her hand, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. And now he was sitting here in front of Silvia Carlucci Giovanni's 2-storied Tudor home, waiting. It would be dark in an hour. Then he would have to leave. He cursed softly. He wanted to see her, had to see her. For a brief moment, he pictured himself shooting her. Then he laughed at himself. First, he had to just see her. Shadows were lengthening over the road. He dozed, then awoke with a start. There she was, coming out the front door. He couldn't make out her features clearly. Then she walked beneath a bright outdoor house light that had just come on, and he felt a stab of recognition. Silvia Carlucci Giovanni had his wife's blonde hair, her graceful walk, her slim figure, and slightness of build. There was no resemblance he could see in their facial features, but the general initial impression was that they looked to be related. Sisters, perhaps. That petite, lovely woman was the drunk who'd struck Margaret? That was Silvia Carlucci Giovanni? 14, Marseille, France, March 2001. The knob kept turning, slowly. Marcus eased up, silently cursing the squealing of the old bed springs as his weight shifted. There was little light in his room, merely a sliver of new moon coming in the narrow window, but it was enough. His eyes never left that door. The door was all the way to the left. He watched the door ease open. He was off the bed then, in a low crouch, his derringer in his right hand. He saw a hand on the doorknob, saw that hand continue to push the door open. Suddenly, he grabbed the wrist and yanked forward. He realized at once that it was a woman's wrist he held, and that she'd cried out in pain. "Monsieur, non, c'est moi, Blanchette." He looked down at the pale-faced girl. Her mouth was working. She was terrified. "What are you doing here?" creeping into my room in the middle of the—" He paused and pulled his French together. "Qu'est-ce que vous faites ici? Vous venez comme une voleuse." He shook her, not hard, but she'd frightened him, and now he was angry. "Answer me. Répondez-moi." She did, her voice a thin wail, a whisper, and he realized she was now as frightened as he'd been. He'd sent her, her lover had. He'd told her to come here and please Devlin. Yes, the man in the bar, Monsieur Bertrand, her lover, the man Devlin had spoken with. "C'est tout, monsieur, je vous assure." He looked down at her pale face, dead white from all the face powder, her eyes still blank and wide from shock. What was he to do now? Even as he weighed his options, sorted through possibilities, he felt something cold that was near, coming ever nearer, and it was like the dream, cold and hard and relentless. He whirled about, saw the glimmer of silver, the shadow of an arm raised, poised, and he hurled the girl to the floor, dropping on top of her, covering her as best he could, and as he plunged down, he felt the hiss of the knife as it went past his ear, felt the air split, and he saw it hit the headboard, embedding itself in the cheap pine. He heard a curse, and saw the shadow of the arm rise again, and the glint of silver in the pale moonlight from the window. And slowly, calmly, Marcus raised the derringer, rolled off the terrified girl, and came to his feet, facing Jack Bertrand.
"You bastard! You should be in bed, screwing the little tart's eyes out." Bertrand brought the knife up in a fluid motion and angled it for Marcus' throat. It came slowly and deliberately, as in the dream, and Marcus saw himself, fast and urgent now, the dream speeding up in crazy spurts, pull up the derringer, distinct and deadly, and fire it once, and it struck the knife blade with a loud ping and ricocheted backward, tearing through Jack Bertrand's throat. Venous blood poured out, so much blood, not spurting, just pouring out like water through a dam. Bertrand stared at Marcus, then at the girl, who was staring up at him from her crouch on the floor. He grabbed at his throat, and the blood poured through his fingers like rivulets as he fell heavily to the floor. Marcus came down to his knees beside him. He lifted him. "Why? Why, damn you?" "You're a fool, Devlin," Bertrand whispered, his voice as liquid as blood. "If you weren't so isolated on that island, you'd know that the king is dead, or very nearly. Olivier will take over. I should have been with him, all the way, and I should have killed you. When they found your body, everyone would believe Bathsheba had done it." Marcus just stared down at him. "I thought I had you. I failed. There was a soft hissing sound, and Jack Bertrand's head fell to the side. His blood-covered fingers slid away from his throat. There was so much blood. Marcus heard Blanchette sobbing from behind him, turned and saw that her hands were covering her face, her long black hair curtaining her profile. "Shush," Marcus said automatically, his brain racing. The bullet hadn't been all that loud, but one never knew. The last thing he wanted to do was to become embroiled with the French police. They'd probably throw him in jail and let him rot there. The neighborhood was on his side, derelicts, petty criminals, but mostly empty warehouses. Marcus quickly pulled Jack's body into his room and closed the door as quietly as possible. He locked the door, but knew it wouldn't keep anyone out who wanted to come in. He could just picture that old harridan climbing up here, demanding to know what was going on in her respectable pension. He came down on his haunches next to Blanchette. He shook her shoulders, gathered his French together, and spoke softly, firmly. He told her to leave quickly by the window and go home vite. He told her to keep her mouth closed, or she would find herself in grave trouble with the police. He would take care of things. She had to trust him. She had to leave now. "Ne parlez pas aux gendarmes," he told her over and over. "Vous comprenez?" She stared at him, mouth open, eyes vacant. Had she lost her wits? "Vous comprenez, Blanchette? Répondez-moi." Finally she nodded, words still beyond her. He helped her to her feet and out the window. She didn't look once at Jack's body, sprawled by the bed, his eyes staring toward her from his bloodless face. Marcus didn't move until she disappeared from his view. He walked quickly to the window, watched her climb down the fire escape, and disappear into the misting, dank fog and the filth of the alley. He turned back to Jack Bertrand.
"I wish you hadn't tried that," he said, and got to work. Giovanni's Island, March 2001. Rafaella didn't trust him. She wasn't afraid, but she knew that if he tried to seduce her, the jig would be up, as her mother used to say. She'd been relieved when the phone call came through. Dominick dismissed her for the afternoon. She heard Lacey say that the call was from Marcus. Was Marcus in trouble? She didn't want to think about him, but she couldn't help it. She didn't want to worry about him, but she couldn't help that either. He was insidious, that man, and in weak moments, she admitted he was there, in her mind, always there, a permanent resident. Could he be in trouble? She didn't want anyone else hurting him, just her, and only when he deserved it, which was, admittedly, quite often. Rafaella dismissed the idea of swimming in the pool. There were too many guards about, and she didn't feel like being stared at. Nor did she like the notion of Dominick seeing her in a bikini. She changed quickly, pulling shorts and a baggy top over her suit. She grabbed several books from the mantel, including one of her mother's journals, and headed for the beach. The day was clear, warm, and saved from misery by the breeze from the Caribbean. Beautiful, beautiful Eden, but she was already growing tired of its perfection. A little Boston rain wouldn't have been horrible. A lot of Boston rain was another matter. She nodded to Merkel, told him where he was going, and kept on her way. She saw Frank Lacey, looking as gaunt as he had the other night, wave to him, and tried to ignore the half-dozen men, all of them armed, who strolled around the grounds. Their movements looked unrehearsed, their direction unplanned, which she knew wasn't true at all. They all appeared to be excellent at their jobs, and Rafaella, for one, even knowing a martial art, never wanted to face any of them. She strolled through the lush jungle that separated the compound from the beach. About 50 yards of thick vegetation, now damp from a 30-minute rainfall, made it almost difficult to breathe. She began to feel closed in, despite the cleanliness of the path. She imagined that the encroaching growth had to be cut back every day of the year. Marcus had to be all right. Why had he phoned? Perhaps the call hadn't even been from Marcus, and if it had, he was just reporting to Dominick that all was going well. She prayed with all her might that that was the case. She gained the beautiful white beach and chose a shaded spot under a palm tree. The air was so clear and clean, it made the suffocating thick jungle seem like a bad dream. She stripped down to her suit and crashed through the gentle waves, swimming strongly out beyond the breakers. Link regarded the woman from the protection of the jungle. He'd been told by Mr. Giovanni to keep her in sight at all times if she left the grounds. So she wanted to swim. Who the hell cared? He watched for 10 minutes or so, until he was bored enough to sit down and light a cigarette. Finally, she came out of the surf, and he watched her walk to her spread-out towel and sit down. Almost immediately, she pulled on a loose-fitting top, leaned back against the palm tree, and pulled an apple out of her bag. At least she wasn't bad to look at, he thought, wishing now that he also had an apple too. Soon she pulled a book out of the bag, settled back, and opened it. At that point, Link decided to nap. What could she possibly do with a damned book? Rafaella turned to a journal entry dated July 1997. He's taken a new mistress. She's an incredibly beautiful French model by the name of Coco Vivrier. From what I could find out, he met her in France, and immediately they became an item, as the Hollywood rags say. I close my eyes and see them together, naked, in bed, his hands all over her beautiful body, his mouth clinging to hers, and I hear the noises she makes when he comes inside her. God, I can't bear it. I had to put my journal away for a few days. I couldn't bear to write, but I know I must accept her in Dominick's life. I have no choice, and after all, he doesn't remember who I am. I might never have existed for him. I've tried to make excuses for him for that day in Madrid in 1989, when he looked right through me. After all, I've told myself countless times over the years, I was very slender when I was 20 years old. I'm fuller now, a woman, and my hair is darker than it was then. Yes, I had pale blonde hair when I was 20, I've told myself, and dark glasses. I'm almost certain I was wearing dark glasses in Madrid, the kind that hide your eyes completely. After all, isn't the sun so very strong and bright in Spain? Doesn't one always wear dark glasses? My own daughter wouldn't have recognized me. That's what I've told myself, Rafaella, over and over, until I hate myself, my weakness.
The word was that his new French mistress is in her early 30s and getting a bit long in the tooth to stay on top much longer in the modeling world. Thus, she accepted Dominick's offer without too much hesitation. He's taken her to that bloody island he recently bought in the Caribbean. I must go there. I must see it. It's stupid and obsessive, and I am aware of it, but there it is. My hatred for him grew by another good-sized bound when he took Coco. He's had so many women over the years, but I'm certain that she will last. The funny thing is that she doesn't seem to be an evil woman, a greedy, kept woman. I'm trying to find out everything I can about her. No, the hell of it is, she appears quite nice. I must stop thinking about him. I did for a while, when you graduated from Columbia, and Charles and I attended, and Charles threw that wonderful party for you at the plaza. You were so gracious, Rafaella, even when Charles wanted to call the newspaper in Wallingford, Delaware. Charles, of course, is furious. He counted on handing you the moon, at the very least. I threatened him with loss of all sex with his wife if he said anything to you, and the dear man managed to swallow his bile. You told me at your party that you were worried about Benji. Well, I am too. Benji is a nice man, but he'd take anything his father offered him in a flash. No, really, it's more Susan who wants things. So many things. And she is really very talented. Charles doesn't at all mind being manipulated by her, or so it seems to me. She's also teaching little Jennifer to be manipulative, conniving. Poor Benji, he'll never be the success Susan expects him to be, or the success Charles expects him to be for that matter. His watercolors continue to improve in their beauty and quality. He loves sailboats and the ocean, and they are mostly his subjects. I always buy several of them for Christmas presents for my friends. What else can I do? I must see the island. I must see where he lives, with her, with that damned French model. Rafaella closed the journal. Her mother had actually seen the island, studied it, willingly engulfed herself in pain. And to think she had never imagined that her mother had been suffering such torment, had spent her life gnawing over painful memories, creating new ones with every stroke of her pen in the journal, with every newspaper and magazine clipping she cut out, and so relentlessly and neatly placed inside the journals. Rafaella wished very much that her mother hadn't come to the island. Until then, she'd kept herself physically away from him. When would it stop? Perhaps with the publication of the biography Rafaella would write about Dominick, the very unromantic, illegal arms merchant, the purveyor of death. Rafaella wished she were with her mother at this moment. She felt awash with guilt, even though intellectually she knew that a vigil at her mother's bedside would have no bearing on anything. It would change nothing. She leaned her head forward and rested it on her knees. She prayed. She hadn't prayed, not really, since she'd been 16, and then it had been a selfish prayer, one that had been answered, one she hadn't deserved. Oh, please, God, let me have a convertible for my birthday, please, God. And there it had been, more than she'd prayed for, a Mercedes 450 SLC, red with white leather interior, jaunty and ready for her, sitting on the gravel drive in front of the house, Charles and her mother holding out the keys to her, smiling, smiling. Stupid, selfish child. But that was years ago, and she had changed and grown up. But her mother hadn't. She'd remained locked into her hatred of Giovanni, her obsession with the man. Link watched Rafaella, wondering what she was thinking. She was obviously upset. He hoped she wouldn't cry. His grandmother, who'd raised him, hadn't cried except when he'd hurt her, and then it was great gulping sobs, and as an adult, he simply couldn't bear a woman's tears. He was vastly relieved when the young woman seemed to shake off her funk, gather her things together, and rise. She was pretty, no doubt about that, and her eyes were particularly fine, that pale blue that darkened with emotion, like now. Those eyes of hers. Link shook his head. He needed to get off this bloody island. He was going stir-crazy.
He quickly shrank back behind a palm tree when Rafaella walked toward him. As he watched her progress through the jungle until she was lost from his sight, he wondered if he were protecting her by shadowing her, or protecting Mr. Giovanni from another assassination attempt. Link began his trek back to the compound, keeping a goodly distance between himself and Rafaella. There hadn't been another assassination attempt. Of course, that first failure had been quite a fiasco, and the island was a fortress in itself, quite a deterrent. And the men, keyed up after the first attempt, shamed to their toes for their failure to guard Mr. Giovanni, were now losing it, boredom getting to them again, making them careless. Not obviously. No, never that. They were professionals, after all. No, it was their judgment, their reflexes if there were a sudden attack. Link decided to speak to Lacey, who probably already recognized the problem. If there were a second attempt, when there was a second attempt, Lacey and the men would be ready. Funny, Link's thinking continued, funny that those Dutchmen had poisoned themselves before Mr. Giovanni could question them. Funny that they should have poisoned themselves at all. Did Bathsheba have such a fanatic hold on its men? Link sighed. None of it made much sense to him. And he'd searched the Dutchmen before locking them in the shed, searched them personally. They must have had the poison glued between their toes. Link was continuing his ruminations when he heard her scream, high, thin, filled with terror and surprise. He sprinted forward, veering right at another cry, this one choking, pain-filled. He came to a horrified halt to see Rafaella Holland just off the path, the one and only boa constrictor on the bloody island, all 10 feet of it, wrapping itself lazily around her body, its dark brown crossbars glistening as they slithered to her waist, tightening, ever tightening. She saw him, and he saw the sudden hope in her eyes. "Shit," he said, and drew his knife as he sprinted forward. Rafaella forced herself to hold very still, even though she wanted to continue her struggles. She wanted to vomit, she wanted to yell, but she didn't move a muscle. The boa's coils were heavy, so very heavy, and she was being bowed to her knees. But there was Link, and she instinctively closed her eyes when he cleanly slashed his knife through the snake, just below its head. There was no sound, only the loud thud as the head hit the ground. Did she expect a scream of pain from the snake? She was shuddering now from shock as the snake's heavy coils began to loosen their hold on her. Her ribs, released from the gripping pain, heaved as she frantically sucked in air. She felt Link pulling the snake off her, knew he was unwinding it, and it was all she could do not to vomit. She opened her eyes and saw the blood everywhere, on her bare arms, all over her baggy top, on Link, and covering the knife blade. And the boa constrictor lay headless at her feet, giving spasms still that made the coils hump upward, and she jerked away quickly, and raced away, only to fall on her knees and vomit. There was little in her stomach, but she couldn't seem to stop the spasms. She dry heaved until she was weak and shaking and ready to fall over. But she didn't. The snake was too near. She felt Link's hand on her shoulder. "It's dead, Miss Holland. Come along now. Let's get back to the compound and get you cleaned up." Rafaella looked up at him and slowly shook her head. "I can't, Link. I just can't." She pulled herself to her feet, avoided a snit, and raced back toward the beach. Link let her go. Quickly, he wrapped the snake's now limp coils about his arm and dragged the rest of it into the jungle, out of sight. The other animals would devour the carcass, and Miss Holland wouldn't have to see the thing again. He waited another moment, then walked toward the beach. He stopped at the edge of the jungle and looked out toward the sea. She was standing knee-deep in the surf, wildly and frantically splashing water on herself. Her hair was matted down, and he could practically feel her skin crawling with revulsion as she scrubbed the snake's blood out of her clothes. "Get hold of yourself," Rafaella said over and over, even as her fingers fretted madly with the pale pink stains on her shorts. Then her fingers stopped and her arms dropped to her sides. The rush of adrenaline was over. She stood there utterly still, weary to the depths of her, the warm water slapping at her thighs. And she knew now that she was safe, quite alive, and the horror was slowly receding. She looked up then, took a deep breath, and saw Link standing patiently at the edge of the white beach, watching her. She waved, and she fancied he smiled as he raised his arm and motioned her back to him. "Thank you, Link," she said when she reached him. "You saved my life, and to me, sir, that is quite a wonderful gift." "It's all right," he said, and he was smiling at her, a sweet smile, a gentle smile, and she was nearly undone. She wanted to cry, but she saw the appalled expression on his face and swallowed convulsively. She even managed to grin. Link understood and awkwardly patted her back. "There aren't any more of those monsters," he said presently. "That one's dead as a bloody doornail, whatever that means. My grandma always used to say that when I was a boy. You keep doing that, Everett, and I'll make you deader than a doornail. And so it is, Miss Holland." Rafaella looked up at him, sniffed, and wiped her nose on her sleeve. "Everett? Your name's Everett? Well, he'd done it to himself. Yes, ma'am. I'd appreciate it if you'd keep it to yourself. Merkel would batter me into the ground if he knew. And old Lacey, well, he just might roll off the island. He'd laugh so hard. You can count on me, Link, but I think it's a lovely name." "So did my ma," he said. "So did my ma." And there was the snake story to tell again and again, until Rafaella began to think it was but a tall tale, nothing more than a snake story that she and Link had embroidered to terrify the listeners. And Coco, mouth agape, cried out several times, "Oh, my poor Rafaella," and folded her against her breasts, patting her back. Dominick said nothing in her hearing. He studied the bedraggled young woman, wondering where the devil that blasted snake had come from. Boas rarely left their own territory, even when free to do so, and that snake had been cozy and happy high in Dominick's private zoo on the Middle Ridge. And yet it had somehow gotten free of its pen, providently come down, and waited just off the path, and given Rafaella the scare of her life. It didn't make sense. He happened to look at Link at that moment and knew that the other man was just as confused. It was near to evening when one of the men found a large wooden cage in the jungle, and then things became clear. Someone had brought the boa here, loosing it on the trail to the beach. But the timing? Who had been the intended victim? It was accident, purely, that Rafaella had been on the path. Unless, he thought, unless that someone waited until Rafaella started back from the beach, waited, and then opened the cage and loosed the boa. He said as much to Coco as they dressed for dinner, but before she could reply, Merkel was at the door, out of breath because he'd run upstairs, and told Dominick that Marcus was on the phone again, and that Jack Bertrand had tried to kill him, but Marcus had got him instead. Dominick merely nodded to Coco and followed Merkel from the room. He allowed Merkel to remain as he sat down at his desk and picked up the phone. "Dominick here. Marcus. Tell me what happened." He listened, saying nothing, for a good 5 minutes. Finally, "I'm glad you survived it. There's nothing to be done about the rest of it at the moment. Come home. We'll decide what's to be done when you get here." Dominick fell silent again, listening intently. "You're right, of course. We'll go into it when you've returned. Oh, by the way, my boy, our Rafaella just had a very close call." Even Merkel could hear Marcus shout, "That brain-defective woman! What did she get herself into this time?" Dominick chuckled, but Merkel, tuned to his boss's every expression, his most subtle body language, saw that the chuckle didn't mean what it was supposed to. "She had a run-in with a boa constrictor, Marcus. Link was with her, of course, not with her knowledge, and he killed the snake. She is rather upset, as you can imagine." He paused, listening. "Yes, I'll keep Link with her. Don't worry. Come home." Dominick gently laid the phone back into his cradle. He said, not looking up, Bertrand never intended to pay up, and there weren't any arms. It was all an elaborate setup, a ruse, to kill Marcus and make me look like an ineffectual fool, a buffoon, a weakling. The king is dead, or very nearly dead. Those were Bertrand's dying words. But at least we have a lead on Bathsheba, this group or organization or man or whatever the hell it is. 15. Over dinner, Dominick calmly told everyone in general terms what had happened in Marseille. When he began speaking, he glanced at Rafaella, and she knew that he was assessing the wisdom of speaking so frankly in front of her. To her relief and chagrin, it appeared he decided she could either be trusted or it didn't matter. It was the latter, she had no doubt, and she imagined he saw her only as a woman who was bright enough to be the recorder of his glorious life, and a woman, any woman, could be controlled. She accepted it. It didn't matter. Only knowing what had happened to Marcus mattered. She forgot the boa constrictor that had nearly caved in her ribs, and clutched her fork so tightly her knuckles showed white. How did this Jack Bertrand try to kill him, Dominick? Marcus isn't stupid. He tried to kill him stupidly. He sent over a girl whose responsibility it was to get Marcus into bed, and when Marcus was otherwise occupied, Jack would creep in and cut his throat for him. I take it then that Marcus refused to do as expected? Marcus isn't indiscriminate in whom he takes to bed, nor is he a pedophile. He told me the girl was 15 years old. Dominick looked as if he would say more, then abruptly stopped. He took a chilled shrimp and forked it into his mouth. He chewed slowly. I would just add, Rafaella, that this arms deal was all about board. There was an end-user certificate. It's just that these arms weren't going to Nigeria, as the French believed. They were going to a group of rebels in East Africa to fight the communist-backed dictator there. And goats sing opera, Rafaella wanted to say, but kept both her mouth and her expression closed. Dominick continued, saying, "We haven't yet spoken of my profession. I admit I'm an arms dealer, but I deal openly, Rafaella, despite what you might have read or what you might have heard. I'm not an outlaw. I'm not a criminal. I'm not a man who supplies terrorists with weapons to kill innocent people. I'm not in the black market. Sometimes I am forced to stray into the gray market, but not often. This time was the first in quite a while that I was prepared to bend the rules. I never send arms to our country's enemies, not to Gaddafi, nor to Saddam, not to North Korea. I have dealt often with the CIA in the past, but unfortunately that can't be included in our book. An arms dealer would never admit working with your government, or he'd be thought a fool or a braggart. He'd be laughed out of the country by his peers. We are out of the country, Coco said. You jest, Dominick said, but he didn't smile. Nor, I might add, would our government be pleased with such an admission. What were you sending to the rebels in East Africa? Rafaella asked. Dominick fanned his hands in front of him. Lord knows they need everything. I'd made a deal for a large shipment of mines, primarily. The mines are very useful to the rebels, given the desert terrain in their country. Rafaella didn't ask which country in East Africa. He'd have to step up his lying, and for some reason she didn't want to admit, she didn't want him to, not so blatantly. She was too worried about Marcus, blast his careless eyes. I'll teach you about the white arms market, Rafaella, Dominick said. So few people know anything about it, except the feds, of course. I'd like that, she said. She'd read a good bit about arms dealing before she'd left the United States. There wasn't much to be found, as Dominick had just said. As to the black market, even less was known. Many of the major players were recognized, of course, but not much else. And of all the major players, least was known about Dominick Giovanni. She wished she could have spoken to someone in the know at the CIA, that or the U.S. Customs Service. She sought out Merkel after dinner, drawing him outside on the veranda. Please tell me more about this Bathsheba thing. What does it mean? Merkel didn't know what to say, so he tried backing off. Look, Rafaella, I can't talk to you about Mr. Giovanni's business. He wouldn't like me talking, and he wouldn't like you asking. You've got to ask him or Marcus. She'd ask Marcus. Oddly enough, very suddenly, she was afraid to ask Dominick. So tell me about this now deceased Jack Bertrand. You are a reporter, aren't you? Again, ask Mr. Giovanni or Marcus. I'll just say that he wasn't a nice man. He was also something of a freelancer until this thing. Merkel shrugged. Ask Marcus, he said again, gave her a small salute, and went back into the house. Rafaella was on her way to bed when Coco stopped her in the second-floor hallway. Are you truly all right, Rafaella? Shaky still, but that's understandable. I'm okay, Coco. Coco paused a moment, then seemed to make up her mind about something. "Come with me out onto the balcony. It's private there." Rafaella dutifully followed her to the balcony through a wide set of glass French doors at the south end of the hull. The iron railing could scarcely be seen through the tangled mass of bright red and purple bougainvillea. The night was calm, the air perfumed with the scents from the hibiscus, roses, and frangipani. Rafaella took a deep breath, turned, and smiled inquiringly at Coco. "Just plow forward, Coco. Get it off your chest, whatever it is. My phenomenal bout with the killer boa? Marcus almost getting his throat cut in Marseille? The book? What? All right, it's gone too far, Rafaella. Much too far. Someone took the boa from its preserve, brought it down from the middle ridge in a cage, and probably waited to release the snake when you were seen coming." Rafaella, still not immune from the experience, felt a tremor of fear race through her. "Yes," she said, "the cage. It does give me pause, I assure you. But it isn't a very reliable method of killing somebody, Coco. Who would be sure the stupid snake would decide to come after me? It could have simply napped while a dozen people strolled along that path. Why me? It's all a very iffy proposition." Coco shrugged, but she looked worried, very worried. "Listen, for whatever reason, the boa went after you. If Link hadn't been close by, you would have been killed, the life literally squeezed out of you. Tell me this, what if the snake hadn't gotten you? What if that huge monster had just been lying on the path in front of you, or dangling from a branch? How would you have felt? Petrified, scared out of my skin. I probably would have screamed my head off and run all the way to Antigua, all the way to the airport. That's what I think you should do. Leave, Rafaella. Tomorrow." Coco paused a moment, drawing her beautifully arched brows together. "We've all assumed that the shot on the beach was intended for Marcus. We've assumed the helicopter crash was intended for Marcus as well, as a warning. Maybe both things were intended for you, Rafaella. Maybe someone doesn't want you here." Coco had a point, and Rafaella wasn't indifferent to it. She listened, then said simply, "Why, Coco? I'm just here to write a book, nothing more, nothing less, nothing remotely threatening to anyone. I repeat, who? Why?" Coco said very slowly, not looking at Rafaella, but staring inland, toward the high middle ridge where the boa had lived. "I'm not an alarmist, not at all. I've thought about this, a lot, in fact, even before the snake incident today, and I think it's Delorio. I think he's jealous of you, and he's afraid that his father will come to value you more than he does his only son. He didn't want to leave before you arrived here, but his father ordered him to Miami. It's the same thing with Marcus, you know. The other times, both of you were together. This time, you happened to be alone. I would have suspected Paula, for obvious reasons. She loathes you and wants nothing more than to see you hurt or off the island for good. But Paula doesn't seem to me to have the smarts for such planning. I could be wrong, who knows? The bottom line, however, is the same. I think you should just put off writing the biography for a little while. There are other things going on, things that could also harm you. Like Bathsheba?" It had grown quite dark, and Rafaella wished she could see Coco's expression more clearly. Coco wasn't surprised, because Dominick had mentioned Bathsheba at dinner, but she stiffened nonetheless. "What do you know about Bathsheba?" "Just the name, that's all," Dominick said at dinner. "Well, just forget it. It's not important to you. Forget Bathsheba and think about all this. I'll see you in the morning, Rafaella." She stopped, turned, and said, a smile on her face, "You're stubborn, but I am very fond of you, and I don't want to see you hurt." When Marcus saw Rafaella the following evening at 9 o'clock, alone on the east lawn, he was so relieved to actually see that she was still in one piece that he bellowed, "Why the hell can't you be more careful? What were you doing? Hiking up in the middle ridge by yourself? Trying to be the matcha of the month? However could you attract a boa? Did you open its cage? You drive me crazy, you know that?" He knew very well, of course, where the boa had been. Rafaella just smiled at him, a very sweet smile that should have put him instantly on red alert. She walked toward him, stopping a half-foot away. "Welcome home, Marcus." Without warning, she grabbed his arm, gained the leverage she needed, and sent him flying onto the grass on his back. He just stared at her, arms and legs sprawled. You know, you're going to do that to me one too many times, and I'll get you, but good. You and who else? She gave him a crazed smile. Just me? Yeah? How? You want specificity, huh? I think I'll tie you down and make love to you until you're silly. That should keep me relatively safe. She didn't say anything to that, just stared down at him, her legs spread, her hands on her hips. She was wearing a wraparound denim skirt and a pale pink blouse. It was her turn now. He was lying there, safe and fit and quite well, and she realized how frightened she'd been, and yelled at him, "Just what did you get yourself into in Marseille? How could that Jack Bertrand possibly have thought that you'd go to bed with a 15-year-old girl? You must have given some indication that it would be just fine with you, you jerk. So then he tried to kill you. Weren't you being at all careful? I told you, several times in fact, to watch yourself and look where." In the next instant, Rafaella was on her back, Marcus straddling her, his knees on either side of her chest. She was winded, but quite unhurt. He quickly grabbed her wrists when he saw the counterattack plan in her eyes, and pinned them over her head. "Are we even now? How'd you do that? It was faster than you usually are. Have you been practicing? Come on, let me up now. And no, we're not even. I guess I'll have to. I see 3 of Dominick's men all staring at us, their guns slack, grinning like fools. I would just as soon kiss your face off and make love to you until both our feet get numb." "Feet get numb? What kind of a pervert are you anyway?" He leaned down and kissed her lightly on the tip of her nose. The kind of pervert who doesn't leave undershorts in the deep end of the swimming pool for just anyone to find. She closed her eyes at that remark. She'd forgotten all about her panties. "Oh dear, no one said anything. Do you think they're still in the pool?" He ducked his head again and nipped her nose. "You want to go check it out tonight, late, after everyone's gone to bed?" It was Rafaella's turn, and she executed her move quickly and efficiently, pulling him to his side, rolling the opposite way and onto her feet, smiling down at him. "How about midnight, Miss Holland? I really have quite a bit more to say to you." She looked down at him, just sprawled there. She hadn't realized how much she'd missed him, his mouth in particular, that easy wit of his that flowed from it. She shouldn't lie to herself. She'd missed all of him like crazy. "Aren't you afraid that I'll think you're too easy? That I won't respect you in the light of dawn?" "I won't be easy. You'll have to pull off your finest tricks to get me going properly. What do you say, Miss Holland? I do have quite a bit more to say to you, too." She regarded him thoughtfully. "You'll probably come to a bad end. But I'll tell you what, Mr. Devlin, or whatever your name is, I really do want to speak to you in private, about Bathsheba." That removed the sexual gleam from his eye in a flash. He said carefully, "What do you know about that?" "Dominick told us at dinner what had happened, and he mentioned it. I want to know, Marcus. I want to know everything, and I won't be put off." He said nothing as he came up to his feet and brushed off his slacks. "Well, your belligerence doesn't move me, Miss Holland. I've got to see Dominick now. I'll meet you at midnight by the pool. Oh yes, I do want to know why you're a 49er fan and not an avid Patriots fan. You do live in Boston, not San Francisco." "I won't tell you," Rafaella said to herself as she watched him stride away from her. She returned to the house and was told by Link that Marcus was indeed closeted with Mr. Giovanni. She nodded and made her way upstairs to her room. She pulled her mother's second journal out of the pile of books on the mantel and lay down on her bed. She'd been rereading the journals out of order, given her mood at any particular time. She opened the journal to March 2000, nearly 1 year ago today, but she read only a bit about the visit her mother had made with Charles to England and the god-awful fight Charles had had with Susan when they returned. Money, Margaret had written, damned lousy stuff. If people don't have it, they'll do anything to get it. If they've got it, they'll do about anything to keep it, or get even more. Rafaella closed the journal and thought instead about her 2-hour interview with her father that afternoon. He'd been, understandably, on edge, withdrawn, somewhat absent. She'd offered to leave him, but he'd insisted that they keep on with it. And so she'd asked him about his years in Chicago. He raised a thin eyebrow. "What do you know about Chicago?" "You forget, Dominick. I think I have every newspaper and magazine clipping ever done on you." I remember this one article that referred to you as a crime boss second only to Carlo Carlucci in Chicago. He's not exactly a household name, but still, as a reporter, I'd heard of him. But that was after you'd married his daughter, I believe. She kept her voice even, emotionless. She couldn't let him sense that she was more than an ardent worshiper at his shrine, couldn't let him feel her contempt for him. That was a very long time ago, Dominick said finally, his voice remote. A very long time ago. Did you know that old man Carlucci is still alive and still living in Chicago? He has this penthouse on the 32nd floor of a building just off Michigan Avenue. He doesn't have much active control anymore, but oddly enough, no one's tried to bump him off. He's evidently beloved for his fairness to his fellow man. This was said with such bewildered derision that Rafaella didn't know how to respond, so she simply waited for him to continue. I met him when I was 28 years old and fresh from San Francisco. He made it sound as if he'd been fresh from college, when actually he was just fresh from San Francisco, the SFPD hot on his trail, she thought, but again she merely waited. I was very young. You were 28. His head whipped up and he stared at her, growing anger darkening his eyes to the same shade of gray hers reached when she was caught in emotion. She stared back at her father and said deliberately, I'm almost 26 and am old enough to accept the consequences of my behavior. His entire body eased in the next moment. You're right, of course. I was a grown man. I knew what I was doing. And if what I did was unwise, well, there it is. I went into legitimate business. My businesses have always been legitimate. I bought a restaurant and immediately ran into trouble. I needed a liquor license, and for some unknown reason, the city wouldn't give me one. Well, things like this are the same all over. So I simply made inquiries as to whose palm had to be greased. It was Carlucci's, only his palm was immense, and the palm could turn into a fist on a whim. I met Sylvia, his daughter, quite by accident. She came into my restaurant one evening with another man, a creep who looked like a bodyguard. What was the name of your restaurant? When he just looked at her, Rafaella added, a book that has specifics is more interesting. It makes it more real, you see, less generic. I changed the name from The Golden Ball to The Golden Bull. Rafaella just arched an eyebrow at him. He grinned. Yeah, I know. I was real macho in those days, and full of myself. Hell, I was young, with my life ahead of me, and I thought I could do anything. He paused a moment, and his eyes faded with memories. Rafaella just waited until he'd shaken them off. I met Sylvia. It was in 1962, in November. The weather in Chicago was already too miserable for humans. He unconsciously rubbed his arms. I hate the cold, always have. She was really quite lovely then. Not at all innocent, of course, but who cared? We married in February. Her old man decided he liked my zeal, my ambition, and things began to go well. The Golden Bull became well known, and my other ventures prospered as well. Such as? Dominick waved his hand vaguely. Just branching out into other areas, like oil and food markets and shoe stores, things like that, legitimate things. Did he honestly believe that she'd take any of this seriously? Tell me about your marriage. Before we married, Sylvia told me she wanted a dozen kids. After we married, she didn't get pregnant. For a very long time. I was patient with her. Lord knows. I liked her father. You were scared to death of her father. Then she finally got pregnant in 1975 with Delorio. I was thrilled. I wanted many children, many sons. Oh no, of course not. I would have loved daughters, lots of them. She stared at him, unable to tell him that he was a liar, but oh, how she wanted to. Boys first, that's all I asked. Boys to follow in my footsteps, and I would have trained them, and they would have been successes, my successes. He paused a moment, staring beyond Rafaella's shoulder. Then he shrugged. After Delorio was born, she began being openly unfaithful to me. It was then that, to get revenge, I suppose, I began to sleep with other women. We spoke of this before, Rafaella.
In any event, I have never divorced her, as you know. Also, I never see her, nor does Delorio. He knows the sort of woman she is. Rafaella was jerked away from those memories by the shouts from her open French doors that gave onto her balcony. Men shouting. An intruder? She jumped from her chair and raced out onto the balcony. It was very dark tonight, but she saw the jerking beams from flashlights. Then she heard Delorio's voice, cold and furious. "Stop it, you idiots! It's me! Put down those guns!" She heard Dominick, his voice sharp, worried. "What are you doing back here? Did something go wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong. I left Paula there to do some shopping and flew back to St. John's. I took a helicopter to the resort and a motor scooter over the ridge home. Why didn't you call me? I would have sent someone for you." Delorio didn't answer, and Rafaella knew the answer at that moment. Delorio hadn't called because he feared his father wouldn't have wanted him to come home. She felt fury at Dominick and a wave of pity for his only son. But then there'd been the worry in Dominick's voice. Delorio mumbled something, then yawned loudly. "I'm tired, sir. I think I'll go upstairs." Then there was silence. Rafaella turned away from the balcony and closed the French doors. She went to bed fully dressed because she planned to go to the swimming pool at midnight to see Marcus. She told herself she just wanted to talk to him, to find out what all the secrecy was about. She needed to know. She didn't sleep. She just stared at the digital clock on the bedside table. When it was 5 minutes to midnight, she left her room and, as quietly as possible, made her way downstairs and outside. She was stopped by one of the men and identified herself. Everyone would know that she was meeting Marcus. It couldn't be helped. He was waiting for her down by the deep end, near the diving board. "Good evening, Miss Holland," he said, giving her a grin. "Yes, I know. You needn't say anything. Every man in the compound knows that we're meeting out here. And no, I don't see your panties. And no, I don't plan to let you seduce me, even though I know that's what you came out here for. Let's just sit over there on the recliners and talk, all right?" "You've said about everything," she said, and with a sigh sat down. "We can hold hands." She slipped her hand into his. He kept both their hands between them. "Now, tell me about the snake." "You've already heard everything. It's already reached tall snake-tail proportions." "The sucker attacked you?" "Yes, it was horrible. What I find interesting about the whole thing is that whoever put that snake there also knew that Link was keeping an eye on you. So, no matter that the snake would try to squeeze the life out of you, Link would save you." "I hadn't thought of that," she said slowly. "You're probably right. Then it was just another warning. Coco was probably on target. About what? The other accidents. Maybe I was the target all along, not you. I've thought of it, and it's possible, so I want you to leave the island tomorrow." "No way." He sighed. "I know you must have been terrified." "I was, but I'm not a coward." "Well, so I am, but I want to know who's behind this, Marcus, and I'm not about to be forced away. The thing is to go ahead and be scared witless, but regardless, you just don't give up, turn tail and run. I won't do it. Now, tell me about Marseille and this 15-year-old girl of yours." He did, omitting nothing. She was silent for a moment. Warming up, he thought, looking at her mobile face. "Bathsheba now, if you please. I would have told you a couple of days ago to forget it, but now it seems that everyone who counts in this business, all over the world, already knows all about it. So who cares if one more nosy reporter knows?" He began talking, telling her about his trip to Boston. "It was so bloody cold there. I was there and didn't even meet you. I've thought the same thing. I could have taken you to a hockey game. In any case, Dominick called me and told me everything had been finalized and to come home." He paused a moment, watching one of the guards light a cigarette. All he could see was the fire-red tip, and he thought of Jack Bertrand and his Gauloise cigarettes. And there were green letters on the cabin of the helicopter. Bathsheba. That was all. The two Dutchmen killed themselves before they could be questioned. I was laid up in bed for nearly a week. And that's it. We don't know who or what this Bathsheba is, but all Dominick's competitors know that he was nearly taken out, and it will destroy him. That woman, Tulps, she really shot you? Yep, right in the back. I didn't want to kill her. Merkel did, with a kick in the nose that, well, she died then. It was weird about the Dutchmen, though, poisoning themselves. There was no reason for them to do it. No reason at all. It made no sense then, and it makes even less now. Rafaella had a sudden, very sharp memory. What day was that? The day of the assassination attempt? March 11. She was silent for a moment, counting back. Suddenly, she whirled to face him, grabbed his arm, and shook it.
You won't believe this. Hell, I'm not sure I do. Marcus, that night, the night of the 11th, I awoke from a violent dream. I heard several gunshots, crystal clear they were, and I felt tremendous pain in my left side, my shoulder, my arm, all my left side, as if I'd been shot. I got up, nearly certain that the shots had to have come from outside my apartment. There wasn't a sign of anything, of course, but the pain didn't go away for a while. He felt the gooseflesh rise on his arms, then laughed. You're talking fate here, Miss Holland? You felt the pain when I was shot, as if we were somehow joined, even then? Even then. Not that I don't like the idea, he continued, amusement in his eyes as he looked at her. Joined spiritually, or psychically, then physically? I guess the deep end of the swimming pool was also inevitable, also fate? Go ahead and poke fun, but it happened, Marcus. It surely did. It occurred to her then that her father had also been shot in the left arm. That made her shiver violently. She much preferred the connection to Marcus. She saw that Marcus was focusing in and quickly said, "But there was just the one assassination attempt?" "Yes, just the one." "Then the 3 attempts on my life, or on yours? Or just warnings?" "Yes, or warnings." "If you turn your face this way, I'll kiss you." She turned to face him. He just touched his mouth to hers. He was warm, and she wanted more. She leaned toward him, but he pulled away. "No, sweetheart, not now, more's the pity. Have I told you everything your reporter's little heart yearns to know?" "Yes. I must think about this, or at least try." She sighed. "You've shorted out my circuits, but you know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Who would want to kill Dominick? Who would want to warn you, or me for that matter? Who would advertise Bathsheba, and what does it mean?" Marcus shrugged. "We now have a lead. Olivier? As in Roddy Olivier?" At his nod, she said, "I read about him. From all accounts, he's not a very nice guy." "No, he's not. Olivier is primarily a gray and black market arms dealer. He and Dominick have hated each other since 3 years ago, when Dominick cut Olivier's legs out from under him in a deal to Iran. It was then, quite suddenly, that it struck Rafaella with renewed force. Marcus was just as much a criminal as Dominick Giovanni." She swallowed. He was a criminal, and she hated it. What about fate? Surely fate wouldn't fashion a criminal for her. In any case, we now have a lead, as I said. Dominick will send someone after this Olivier? Marcus nodded. "Why did you make love to me in the pool that evening, and not tonight? Aren't the same guards hanging about?" He grinned down at her. "No, ma'am. They were having supper. I'd checked. There was no one anywhere close." She poked him in the ribs, and for the sake of the guards, Marcus kept his grunt to himself. "Go back to your room." To her consternation, Rafaella saw that Delorio still held her panties crumpled in his right hand. Then his fingers released them. "Please," she prayed, "don't let Marcus see that. What's he doing here?" "He thought I was in trouble. That, or having a bad nightmare. He came to see if I was all right. Go along now, Delorio." Delorio tried for a bit of bravado, but it was difficult with that employee of his father's, Marcus, standing there, and knowing that he'd been thrown to the floor by a woman half his size, that she'd hurt him. He looked at Rafaella Holland. Rage surged through him, uncontrollable and dark. He wanted to hurt her, but he also wanted to pleasure her. He wanted to treat her just like he treated Paula. Paula liked it, craved it. So would... His mouth worked, but he didn't say anything, and he quickly left her room, closing the door very quickly and very quietly behind him. Next time, he'd know to be careful. Next time, he'd take care of her before he let her wake up. He could picture her with her arms pulled over her head, her wrists tied to the bedpost. Yeah, Paula really liked that game. Rafaella stood there in the middle of her bedroom in her sleep shirt and sighed. "I guess I should thank you for coming, but I wish you hadn't. And you really didn't do anything except push Delorio more than necessary. He's got a hair trigger on his temper. Since you came, that means other people might have heard the noise, and other people just might have seen Delorio going out of my room. Oh, damn. No one saw anything unless he or she was standing outside in the hall. I saw Coco there just a few minutes ago. My room is just around on the western side. Your balcony doors were open, as were mine. That's the only reason I heard anything. Stop worrying. He suddenly grinned, shaking his head. Poor Delorio, he hadn't a clue what he was getting himself into. Hey, what's this? He bent down and picked up the panties. His grin nearly split his face. Well, they were found. Dear Delorio, I presume. They're home, or very nearly, nice and dried out. She snatched them from his hand. Go away, Marcus. His humor vanished in the next moment. Y'all right, kiddo? Yes. If I couldn't have handled him, you'd better believe I would have yelled my head off for help. Why did you protect him? I couldn't begin to guess what Dominick would do. He might kick Delorio off the compound, or he might kick me off. He does love his son, no matter how he treats him sometimes. He's afraid of his son. Dominick feels he has to control him completely, or Delorio just might turn on him. I hope you're wrong. Perhaps that's part of it, but he still loves him. Marcus just shrugged. This book is so very important to you? It was dawn, with only ghostly gray highlighting the darkness. It's more important than anything. More important than staying alive? No, of course not, but I can't leave. Not yet. I have to finish what I've started. Why is the book so important? He saw too much. Even in the early morning, when there was no real light, he saw far too much. None of your business. Ah, that's like pleading the fifth, you know. It's a tacit admission that there's far more to things than you let on. Are you here under false colors, Miss Holland? No more so than you are, Mr. Devlin, or whatever your name is. Shush, keep your voice down. I don't relish being caught in your bedroom either. I manage the resort, Miss Holland, and very well, as you know. Plus, I work in other areas for Mr. Giovanni. Do you now? Illegal things? I wonder about you, Marcus, whatever your name is. I've already told you that you just aren't the kind of man to work for another, even if the money is spectacular. You're a loner, a man who's his own boss. No, you don't make a great deal of sense. And no, I don't believe you. Rafaella, he began, then caught himself and yawned. She was really quite good. She'd neatly turned his attack and put him soundly on the defensive. And he'd wanted to tell her the truth, tell her he wasn't a criminal, tell her, but he couldn't. He had to wait, to be patient. It was an impossible situation for both of them, and she wasn't leveling with him either. Since your room seems to be clear of young Don John's, I'll take myself back to my lonely mattress. Or would you like me to check under your bed? If you do, you'll have to bend over. I wouldn't even consider that if I were you. He cocked a black eyebrow at her. Are you saying you'd kick my rear? Be quiet and get out of here. The way you came in, if you please. He gave her a little salute and walked toward the balcony. Suddenly, he strode back to her, grabbed her, and kissed her, running his knuckles along her jaw. I'll go deep-sea fishing with you, all right? Then we'll fry the fish over a wonderful fire that I'll build, I was a Boy Scout, on our own private beach, and then we'll sit by the fire. Do you play the guitar? No? Well, we'll sing love songs to each other, a cappella. She nodded. Yes, I'd like that. I play the flute a bit. He kissed her again and said, The flute? Well, I'm pretty hot on the harmonica. Good night, you damned pain. Oh, and, Rafaella, I'm not that much of a loner. And he was gone. She stood there, staring toward the balcony, wishing more than anything that things could be different. But they weren't. She slept soundly until 8 o'clock. It was Coco who woke her, bearing a tray with a cup of coffee and a croissant. What is this? Breakfast in bed, Coco? Have I got the plague and just don't know it yet? I figured you'd need it. Sit up and let me get the tray settled. As Rafaella ate her croissant, Coco sat in the chair facing her. She was beautifully dressed, as usual, in white cotton walking shorts, dark blue tube top, and a red and white checked blouse artfully tied at the waist. Her legs were long and smooth and tanned. Her hair was long and very blonde. Rafaella gave her a dirty look. How can you look so beautiful this early in the morning? I have to, Coco said matter-of-factly. When I was your age, I never minded if someone flitted into my room to wake me up, because I knew that I looked gorgeous even with on-end hair and no makeup. But now, well, it's a very different thing now. I don't believe it, Rafaella said. and drank down half the cup of coffee. Anyway, not for you. You'll be gorgeous when you're 80. It's the bones. They're perfect. Coco wasn't immune, and she smiled, straightening her shoulders just a bit. She waited until Rafaella had another mouthful of croissant, then said suddenly, "What happened early this morning? I saw Delorio coming out of your room in his undershorts. I wish you hadn't seen him. Please, Coco, don't tell Dominick. I don't know what he'd do. I just set Delorio straight, that's all. He won't try anything again. If you say so. Will you be meeting with Dominick today?" At Rafaella's nod, she rose and said, "Well then, I'll see you at lunch." Marcus spoke quietly to Savage, telling him about Marseille and Jack Bertrand. When he finished, John Savage said, "Okay, buddy, that's it. Hurley would agree. You're out of there, Marcus. There's no reason to get yourself killed when Giovanni's the target. You were lucky once. Hell, twice. No more. We'll cut a deal about Uncle Morty. Come home." It was tempting, very tempting, but Marcus shook his head even as he said, "No, not yet, Savage. We'll never get a thing on him until this Bathsheba thing is destroyed, resolved, whatever. Giovanni's effectively out of business until it is." He paused, sighing. "Another thing, there's more to it now than just Giovanni. The reporter. Yes, and don't try to sell me on the notion that you're a fatalist or, worse, a psychic." And he told Savage about the boa constrictor. There was a whistle on the other end of the line. "This is becoming more complicated than our country's foreign policy with Central America. What are you going to do?" "I've been thinking about it," Marcus said. "I think Miss Holland and I are going on a Bathsheba hunt." Once it's resolved, Giovanni will doubtless pull a big deal to prove his back on top where he should be, a very big and daring deal to impress all the competition, and, well, get him. He smiled as the very suave John Savage sputtered on the other end of the line. 5 minutes later, Marcus was in the gym, headed for the men's locker room. "Hiya, boss. How's tricks?" Marcus smiled at Punk, who sported a lime green streak in her bleached blonde hair today. He had missed her, and he liked the blonde hair and its lime green stripe. He realized as well that he'd miss Callie and most of the other people who worked for him when he eventually left here. "Trix is just fine. How you doing with the stud from San Diego?" "Oh, him." Punk shrugged and whipped her gym towel with a loud thwack against a Nautilus machine. "Yesterday's news. You were right. He was more interested in watching himself come than being with me. I'm off men now, I swear it." Marcus looked around the gym, stopping when he spotted a new man doing bench presses. "Who's that, Punk? That man with the dark brown hair, the flat gut, and the all-over tan?" She turned to the direction he was pointing and stared. "How about that?" she said, smiled up at Marcus, then turned to saunter over to the newcomer, hips swaying, long legs sleek in pink tights, the lime green stripe radiant as a beacon. "Good luck," he mouthed after her. He worked out for 45 minutes, then he returned to his office, only to be collared immediately by Callie, who had a sheaf of papers for his signature. "Now, boss," she said, and followed him into his office. "Think of yourself as my captive, please." She didn't let him out of her sight for 2 hours. Then there was the gardener, who'd gotten drunk and made a pass at a female guest, who was now yelling for the guy's head. There was a professional gambler who'd gotten into the resort under false pretenses. Abramowitz, Marcus's chief security man in the casino, had spotted him within an hour. He had been hustled out before he could make a dent in the bank. Marcus himself put the man on a helicopter bound for the airport at St. John's. Marcus was making his rounds in the casino that evening, wishing he was at the compound, worrying, despite himself, about that damned female irritant, when he was charmingly accosted by 3 women from New York. He was stuck. It was all he could do not to hurt any feelings when he went to his own villa alone at 2 o'clock in the morning. The worst part of it was, he was hornier than he could ever remember. But the strange thing was, he was only a tad interested in any of the 3 women, not enough to take any one of them to bed. He'd prefer Rafaella on his front lawn, truth be told, or in any mode possible. He was still stewing things over the next morning when the kicker arrived. It was a special delivery envelope waiting for him, marked "Personal" in heavy black marker. Callie handed it to him silently, her expression faintly puzzled. He smiled at her and took the envelope into his office, closing the door. There was a single folded sheet of paper inside, and its message, in hand-blocked black letters, was short. "There's no escape for you, Giovanni. Bathsheba is very near now. You're a dead man." It was bloody melodramatic, stupidly and childishly melodramatic, and effective. A messenger from Bathsheba was on the island, and no one had any idea which of the guests it was. If it was a guest, it could be someone on the compound. It could even be Rafaella. Marcus cursed in frustration. He left the resort and took one of the motor scooters over the middle ridge to the compound. He arrived around lunchtime and was shown into Dominick's library, where he and Rafaella were seated, her notebook open on her lap, her pen poised. There was a cape recorder on Dominick's desk. Was it Rafaella's idea, or was it Giovanni's vanity? When Marcus came in, Rafaella looked up, briefly met his eyes, and was aware of a rush of pleasure for a man who was very likely a criminal, though she prayed she wasn't. But it didn't matter, because she was falling for him. For the first time in her adult life, she was in love with a man. How to save him from himself? How to get him out of here, away from Dominick Giovanni, without getting either of them maimed or killed? That brought up another thing. What did Marcus want? "Hello, Marcus," Dominick said easily. He hesitated only fractionally, then continued just as easily to Rafaella. "Why don't you take a break, my dear girl? I've been talking your ear off. I'll see you a bit later." He leaned forward and pushed the off button on the tape recorder. She'd been dismissed. Rafaella only nodded to Marcus on her way out. She wanted to remain by the door and listen, but Merkel, ever present, was there, and he smiled at her, shook his head, and pointed her toward the living room, where Coco sat with Paula, who'd just arrived a few hours earlier. Paula was the last person Rafaella wanted to see. All her attention, the source of all her wasp angst, was still back in the library. What had happened now? She felt a frisson of concern, and began planning how she'd worm it out of Marcus later. "Well," this from Paula, who was drinking a martini. "Hello," Rafaella said absently. "No booze for me, Jiggs. Just iced tea, thank you." Jiggs smiled at her. "Just plain, Miss Rafaella?" At her nod, he took himself out of the living room. "Well, is my dear father-in-law quite through with you yet?" Rafaella didn't take the bait on that innuendo. How was Miami? Hot but exciting, not boring like it is here. There are shops and shows and people I don't know, people to talk to, interesting people. "Island fever," Coco said. "You should have stayed away a bit longer, Paula." "I wanted to. Dominick called me this morning and ordered me back, like I was a teenager or something." And Rafaella thought, oh dear, he's guessed. That or Coco told him about Delorio. "And Deloria wasn't very happy to see me," Paula added. "Did he give you back your panties?" Rafaella smiled. "Why, yes, he did. They were a favorite pair." Paula jumped up from her chair, her face suddenly pale with anger. "Oh, for heaven's sake, do can it, Paula. Sit down. I don't want your husband. Stop being dramatic. It's too hot. I hope you die," Paula said, and left the room. "How old did you tell me she was, Coco?" 24 going on 8. Sounds about right. What did Marcus want? Link said he'd just gotten here. He wasn't expected until this evening. Yes, he's here, and I don't know what's going on. Dominick dismissed me before I could find out anything. "I suspect you'll get it out of one or the other of them," Coco said mildly. "Do you like this shade of peach polish? It's called Caribbean Sunset." In the library, Marcus said after a long stretch of silence, "Well, Dominick, what do you think? Our absent villains are no longer absent. You know about Bathsheba in the Bible. She was Solomon's mother, the wife of King David. You remember how David married her after he'd sent her husband to his death in a battle?" Marcus nodded, vaguely. "My mother was always one for reading from the Old Testament on Monday evenings." He was standing by the open windows, and the prospect was incredibly lovely. The mixture of colors, all the bright oranges and purples and reds, so beautiful, like a hothouse full of lush, nearly overripe blooms and scents and colors. An Eden, but now there seemed to be danger everywhere, here, very close. Who had written the threat? Marcus wondered suddenly if he'd acted on an insane impulse to volunteer his life to get Giovanni. And had it become some sort of macho power trip now? He just didn't know. He hoped not. He turned back to Dominick. "What's your point?" Dominick shrugged. "Nothing, I suppose. That's the story from the Bible."
Are you telling me that it's possible someone thinks you sent a man to his death so I could have his woman once he was dead? I don't know, Marcus. The whole thing's fantastic. Take Coco. She had this hefty, rather stupid boyfriend when I met her. I got rid of him easily enough because he was as poor as he was handsome. It cost me $10,000, but the guy was tame and uninterested in Coco, really. Chances are the name Bathsheba doesn't have any relevance to anything at all. I've thought about it, Dominick, and it's time we took direct action. I have a plan. Dominick listened. When Marcus was through, he said nothing for a very long time. Then, slowly, he nodded. It was late, nearly 10 o'clock, and Marcus was seated across from Rafaella on the swimming pool patio. He purposely kept the distance between them. He needed it. He wanted to deep six another pair of her panties in the pool. The more he thought about it, the more his fingers itched and his groin ached. "Let's go to the beach." She looked at him, faintly puzzled, but just for an instant. She ran her tongue over her lower lip. "Do the guards go down there?" "No." "All right. Shall I get my swimsuit?" He just shook his head. "Oh, would you like to tell me why?" "Because I'm leaving. I'm going after Bathsheba, which means tracking down Olivier, who's our main lead. I don't want you here alone. If Delorio doesn't get you, then whoever is trying to scare you will finally succeed at something. I don't want you on my conscience. I can't leave. I won't. I'm not afraid, nor am I a fool. You're not a lot of things, Miss Holland." 17, Long Island, New York, April 2001. Charles held her hand to his lips. Her skin felt dry, and he was irritated. The private nurses he'd hired weren't taking proper care of her. Annoyed beyond reason, Charles rummaged about in the drawer beside her bed until he found some hand cream. He gently massaged her forearms, her wrists, the backs of her hands, until the flesh was once again soft and supple. He spoke to her, his voice pitched low as he massaged. "Please, wake up. I need you, Margaret. I need you more than you can imagine. I saw that woman, the one who ran into you. I told you about her, honey. You remember? She's married to him, and I know he sent her to kill you. How could it have been an accident, a coincidence? I can't buy that. But then you were driving near her house. Why? Did you want to see her? And she looks a little like you, maybe close enough to be your older sister or a cousin. Maybe she tried to kill you because she found out that you had had an affair with her husband and a child, and she was jealous. What am I to do? Have her arrested? Have her face plastered next to yours in all the newspapers? No, no, that's impossible. What should I do, Margaret? I could keep the lid on what goes in my newspapers, but all the others? It would be more than just embarrassing. The reporters would camp out here at the hospital like bloody ghouls, waiting and asking everyone questions and more questions. Did they think you'd die? Did you ever mumble about your lovers? What did they think of me as your husband? You don't know, honey. You can't imagine. I'm so afraid they'd find out about you and that criminal, and then they'd go tooth and tongue after us. I found out one of the reporters for Rafaella's paper had stepped on a woman's foot so she couldn't get away from him, all because he wanted to know how she felt when she found out her son had died in a military plane crash. How I hate that bastard for what he did to you, what he's still doing to you. And you don't even know that I know. No one does. You're so certain that you've kept it from me. Remember when you flew to Palm Springs last August and I couldn't go with you? I found the journals then, by accident, I swear it to you. I read them, every last word in them. God, I hate him. Margaret moaned. Her lashes fluttered, her fingers closed over his, a light pressure, nothing more. She opened her mouth and said very clearly, "No, Dominick, no. Rafaella, please, you must understand. Margaret? Oh God, Margaret!"
He was shaking her now, babbling, lightly patting her cheeks, jerking at her hands. She'd said his name. Charles felt a surge of pain, pain so deep, so sharp, he nearly cried out with it. Dominick Giovanni. That criminal was Rafaella's father. Thank God she didn't know. And Margaret had said his name in the same breath with Rafaella's. Charles stared down at his wife's pale face. But Margaret's eyes were closing. No, no. Margaret was quiet, her hands limp, her head turned slightly away from him on the pillow. Charles jabbed the call button again and again. Then he sprinted to the door and yelled, "Come here! Hurry! She woke up!" Giovanni's Island, April 2001. Marcus lifted her, his fingers digging into her buttocks, and he smiled painfully at the feel of her panties, thin, but still a barrier. And he ripped them off her, jerking them down her legs. He was naked, and now she was too. He told her to wrap her legs around his hips, and he lifted her to help her. And she never stopped kissing him, his mouth, his nose, his ear. "Marcus," she said over and over. "Marcus, Marcus," and he loved the sound of his name when she said it. And when her legs were tight around him, he spread her with his fingers and brought her down over him and slid upward into her, moaning with the pleasure of it, and felt her body tighten around him, jerking and easing, then closing tighter and tighter, and it drove him crazy. "I've missed you too damned much," he said against her ear, then turned his face and took her tongue into his mouth. "It's just sex." He managed to laugh even as he worked her with his hands, lifting her, then bringing her down fully over him. He went deeper still, and when he felt his orgasm nearly upon him, he grabbed her hips in his hands, pressing her tightly against him, holding her still. "Don't move. Don't. I don't want to leave you." "No," she said into his mouth. "No, I won't move." But she did. Unconsciously, clenching her muscles, squeezing him, and he cried out, his hips thrusting upward, and he knew he was a goner, and he hadn't brought her to a climax. He tried to stop, but it was too late. When he'd quieted the deep hollowing breaths that made his chest heave, when his hands just cupped her buttocks, no longer working her, Rafaella laid her head against his shoulder, her face pressed against her neck, and felt her legs relax, felt the building tension ease just a bit. Slowly, Marcus let her slide down his body, but he hated coming out of her, and for a moment he held her there, his cock just inside her, until, with a sigh, he let her leave him. They were standing only ankle-deep in the warm Caribbean. It was as far as they'd gotten before he'd grabbed her and lifted her and brought her legs around his hips. "Rafaella? Her arms tightened about his waist. His chest hair was tickling her nose, so she kissed his chest, wetting his hair with her tongue. Even the feel of her tongue on his chest turned him on. He held her away just a bit. "Look, I'm sorry about being a male pig, but I'm over it now. And I've got plans for you that include having you on your back with your legs wide apart and me between them and you arching your back and pressing up against my mouth. Do you remember that first night when I had to put my hand over your mouth, you were crying out so loud?" She ran her hand down his stomach, and her fingers closed around him. He was still aroused, and he was wet with her and with himself. And her fingers moved, and she felt him swell and grow hotter against her palm. "Perhaps I've more plans for you, too, Marcus." Marcus knew about sand and where the gritty stuff ended up, so he forced himself to take the time to spread out his shirt for her to lie on. But he begrudged every second his mouth wasn't on her. "Lie down," he said, then tripped her up himself, catching her as she fell, and laid her out as he wished to see her. Rafaella was languid and cooperative and excited. "Bend your knees," he told her. Then came down between her legs and bent her knees himself. Then spread her thighs wide, then wider still, and she lifted her hips, unknowingly wanting, and he brought his mouth immediately down on her, his tongue searching through the soft folds of flesh to find her, and she imagined that she could hold back for a while, but it was impossible, and her body tensed, her legs' muscles tightened and flexed, and she cried out, and this time he let her, and listened to her while he probed her body with his tongue, scraped her flesh lightly with his teeth. When she came, he lifted her hips with his hands, and her fingers were winding in his hair, pressing his face closer against her. When she'd quieted just a bit, Marcus slid into her, deeply, as he covered her. "Rafaella? It's nice," she said with great inadequacy. He pushed deeper, and she smiled and lifted her hips. "Why don't you come with me this time? You up to it?" She started to shake her head, to say that she was exhausted and there was nothing left in her, but it wasn't true. She was more than able to come with him. She'd always considered herself quite healthy in her responses, but 2 orgasms she'd never before considered as all that healthy or normal. Yet it was happening again, and when his fingers worked her, his belly pressing against his hand and her, she felt the ache deepen and widen through her lower body and grow stronger, and she cried very softly against his shoulder, her body tensing incredibly with pleasure. And he kissed her, his tongue in her mouth when he reached his own climax. "That's it. I'm a goner." He lay on top of her, his full weight, and she didn't mind it at all. "I've also got sand in my parts." She laughed at that and felt him easing out of her. He came up on his elbows and looked down at her, studying her face. It was a dear face now, and it made him intensely uncomfortable because he didn't want this, not now. Because if he let himself care, he'd have to worry. But that was stupid, because he already did worry about her, had worried, in fact, for so very long now. So he decided, knowing he was a fool, it was just too late for him now, and to hell with it. What to do? He knew, even as the words hovered on his tongue, that she wouldn't leave Dominick's compound. She saw herself as here to stay, and nothing he could say would budge her. Stubborn and bullheaded and committed. But committed to what? It drove him mad. It wasn't just the damned biography, it was something more. He also knew that he didn't particularly want her with him to hunt out Bathsheba, but given that those were the only 2 choices, he had to take the latter. He kept his mouth closed. He knew now what he had to do, and even though it wasn't remotely honorable, it was the only sure way. "It's just sex," she said, her first words, and he wanted to throttle her. "Really, Miss Holland? Yes, that's all it is. And because you're pretty good, you make me care about things that are detrimental to my own well-being." Her words so paralleled his own thoughts that he was momentarily surprised into silence, even though he knew she didn't feel about him the way he felt about her. However that was. "What things?" "You. I now find I worry about you. I nearly went crazy when I found out that awful man had tried to kill you in Marseille. You did go crazy. You kung-fu'd me flat on my back. You did the same thing to me." In the next breath, she added, "And it was just sex. You're a wonderful diversion, but nothing more. You can't be. I agree completely. You're keeping things from me. You're doing the same thing. No, don't go. Come back. I like you where you were. Sorry, but my arms are tired." He lay on his side beside her, his palm on her stomach. "You ain't exactly an affliction yourself, at least at the moment." And at that moment, she wanted to tell him so badly, "Look, Marcus, you're a criminal. More than that, you work for Dominick, and I want nothing more than to destroy him. I can't let you anywhere near me." Instead, she asked, "You're not a murderer, are you?" "No. If I had killed that woman, Talbot would have been self-defense, just as it was with Jack Bertrand." She sighed and leaned up, kissed his chest. He liked her to kiss him, but he didn't want to tell her that, so he just leaned down and kissed her nose. "You won't tell me anything? I can whine until cows swim the Atlantic, and you still won't tell me?" "Please spare me," he said. "And no, I can't, won't tell you anything. Not yet. Be patient. It's just sex." "Yeah, sure. And Saddam always invites the Kurds for Thanksgiving dinner. Really, Marcus, let's leave it at sex. It can't be anything more. Surely you understand that." "Yeah," he said again. And he did, to ball. "Let's get back." He helped her up. Link turned back to the beach to check that they were all right. They were standing, dressing, speaking in low voices. He sighed and turned away to hide himself in the dense foliage of the jungle until they passed him. Things were getting more complicated by the minute. He didn't like it, and he couldn't begin to predict what would happen now. Rafaella jerked up in bed at the knock on her bedroom door. "Yes?" It was Marcus who opened her door, and he said abruptly, "Pick up your phone. It's the Pine Hill Hospital on Long Island. They routed the call from the resort over here." She went cold. She picked up the phone, vaguely realizing that it too felt cold, and said, "Yes?" "This is Dr. Bentley. I'm sorry to have to call you, but Mr. Rutledge asked me to. He didn't want to leave your mother for even a moment. She's worse, Miss Holland. We think you should come here as quickly as possible." "But what happened? What's changed? I just spoke to my stepfather yesterday." And Dr. Bentley reeled off words and phrases that made little sense except the, "She's deeper in coma, sinking." "I'll be there right away," Rafaella said, and hung up. She stared blindly toward Marcus, who still stood in the doorway. "It's my mother." He hated the numbed pain in her voice and said, "I'm leaving in just a little while for Miami. You want to come with me?" "Oh, yes," she said, and was dressed, packed, and downstairs in 10 minutes. To the gathered family in the living room, she said simply, "My mother's condition has gotten worse. I'm leaving right away with Marcus." And to Dominick, "I'll be back when I can, sir. You can count on me." He stood up and walked over to her. He looked down at her for a long time, gently touched his fingertips to her cheek, and said, "I understand. You'll be back when you can. If you need anything at all, you will call me, all right? Good. Now off with you. Marcus will see to everything. Good luck, my dear." Coco hugged her, and even Paula wished her luck. Deloria was nowhere to be seen. Rafaella and Marcus reached Miami at 11 o'clock in the morning. Marcus said, "I've booked you on a flight to New York that leaves in an hour. Come have a cup of coffee with me." She nodded, still numb with fear. He ordered her coffee in the small airport snack shop and set it in front of her. "Drink up." She did, then set her cup down and smiled painfully at him. Odd, but he was still standing there beside her, just standing, saying nothing. "Thank you, Marcus. You've been more than kind. I really appreciate your being here for me. Funny that it should end this way, isn't it? This isn't an end, Miss Holland. Now, come with me. I'll take you to your gate." He led her through security, and when she weaved slightly, it felt natural for his arm to go around her waist. And when she fell asleep in the waiting room chair just outside Gate 93, it was natural that her head fall on his shoulder. And when she finally woke up, it was natural that Marcus' face was the first one she saw. Only it wasn't natural. He shouldn't be there. Something was wrong, very wrong. She couldn't seem to think straight. She smiled at him. It felt natural to do so. "Are you going to New York with me? Are we in the air?" "No, and yes."
"How do you feel?" She yawned, stretched, and rubbed her eyes. There was lots of room. They were in the first-class cabin. Boy, I didn't realize I was so tired. How long did I sleep? About an hour and a half. You were upset. I'm sorry for that, Rafaella. You're very kind. I really was out for that long? Goodness, you checked me in and dragged me onto the plane? Yes. He lifted his left hand and pushed her hair out of her face. He smiled. Do you know that it's dangerous to do any kind of martial arts on an airplane that's 33,000 feet in the air? I guess so. So you wouldn't? No. Unless there was a hijacker or something. That's a crazy question. Why do you ask me that? The bottom line is, Miss Holland, I outfoxed you. What? That phone call was a fake. I'm sorry about scaring you like that, but I couldn't think of anything else to make you move off that damned island. My mother isn't dying. No. I talked Dr. Hames, our resort physician, into scamming you. He wanted me to apologize to you for doing it. Your mother's fine. In fact, she woke up for a few seconds yesterday. Her mother wasn't dying. She'd been so afraid, felt so guilty, because she'd been off tilting at windmills when her mother was lying in that wretched bed, in that wretched hospital, and she hadn't been there beside her. And now, to find out it had all been a lie? A rotten lie, because Marcus had wanted her off the island. She no longer felt numb from sleep. She no longer felt numb from guilt. What did you put in my coffee? The proverbial Mickey. You're very responsive to the stuff. Of course, since I've known you, you've always been responsive. Oh, by the way, we're going to London, not New York.
It was always better to keep one's mouth shut until one understood the situation fully. That's what Al Holbein had always preached to his reporters. Rafaella tried. She truly did, but it was harder than she imagined. "Tell me why," she managed, her mouth dry with relief that her mother was okay, drier with fury at what he'd done. "Tell me now, or I'll send you through that 6 by 12-inch window." "I love it when you talk tough and mean." Marcus: "All right, are you feeling sharp enough, or do you want some untampered-with coffee?" Before she could tell him what she really wanted, a flight attendant, a chirpy, grandmotherly woman, sharp in her British Airways uniform, said, "You're awake. Your husband said you'd had a hard night. One of your children was ill?" "Yes," Marcus said. "Little Jennifer. An earache." "Oh, earaches are the dickens, aren't they? My 2 boys were plagued with them until they were nearly in the 1st grade. Your little girl's all right now?" Marcus said easily and quickly, "She's just fine, and with her grandmother, as well as Rory and David, her brothers. It sounds like you have a wonderful family. Would you like something to drink? Champagne? Juice?" Rafaella ordered a huge glass of water for her dry mouth. She just waited, saying nothing to the man beside her until she had her water. It was tempting to throw it in his face, but she drank it instead. "Your eyes look positively vicious. Little Jennifer? Rory? David? For heaven's sake, I'm only 26, and just barely that. You're precocious, as was I, of course. That 6 by 12-inch window is looking like the best idea I've had in a very long time. Good. You're much better now. Are you ready to listen? Here's what's going to happen, Miss Holland. My name is Rafaella, and if you call me Miss Holland in that snide, patronizing voice again, I'll knee you until you're singing soprano at St. Pat's. Talk about cutting off your nose to spite your... Don't finish that thought. Sex, I can live without, and that's all you are, a sexual diversion. I told you once, I don't trust good-looking men. My gut was accurate as usual. All right, tell me what you've gotten me into." "But you keep interrupting. Sometimes it's difficult to get in a word edgewise with the noisy children. And of course, Jennifer and David and Rory are little devils. One forgets when they're not around. I won't say another word. I had to leave the island, but I didn't want you to be there without me. It's too dangerous. No, keep quiet. You promised. I decided I had to go Bathsheba hunting. No choice now. I wanted you gone, but I knew you wouldn't leave because you're obstinate, inflexible as hell, and you have this thing about writing Dominick's biography that I don't understand. I knew I couldn't trust you not to get into more trouble if I left you on the island. So here you are." "Here I am," she repeated slowly. "You took this all upon yourself. You decided to make all the decisions? Okay, serious now." And he was, all amusement gone from his face. "Yes, I've made these decisions. You're coming with me. I figure this is dangerous, but not as dangerous as leaving you by yourself on the compound, at the mercy of an unidentified maniac. We're going to find the man or the organization behind the assassination attempt on Dominick. Right? I've got to. Dominick can't resume his business activities until it's all over and done with. He's got to resume it, you know, and I can't afford to wait any longer. One way or the other." "Exactly. That sounds suspiciously mysterious." "What do you mean, exactly?" "Nothing. Just I know. Be patient." "Trust you? Trust the man who faked a call from my mother, scaring the wits out of me? Trust the man who spiked my coffee and put me on a plane to London, of all places? Why London? Good, the reporter's back. London because that's where Roddy Olivier is at present. Isn't this a kick? His middle name is Masada. Anyway, he's our only lead. Jack Bertrand was working for him at the time of his untimely demise in Marseille. Olivier's very civilized. He knows everything that's going on in the international community, and he's not just amoral like Dominick. He's very dangerous, and he's evil, flat out evil. We have to be very careful. I've been careful before, in tough situations. I know. That's the only reason I thought I could pull this off. But one thing, Rafaella, there can be only one boss here, and it's me. Anything happens, anything comes up, and you do what I tell you, immediately. None of your infernal questioning. You got that? What makes you think I won't take the first flight back to Miami from Heathrow? He'd considered that. She could tell by his expression. Part worry, part weary resignation. Don't. You weren't really worried about Delorio and his clumsy attempts to get in your panties. Well, Rafaella, worry about Dominick. He saw you as nothing more than a bright girl who seemed like she could be put to good use. His vanity is enormous, and what more could he ask for than a lovely female wanting to write his biography? Actually, writing what he tells her to write. But face and accept this as well. He wants you in his bed, no matter your other uses to him. The thought of her father attempting seduction? She'd considered it before, Delorio had said it, but not all that seriously. And it was strange in the extreme to hear it from Marcus. You still don't believe me. All right, I remember asking him, wasn't he worried that you could be hurt? This was after that assassination attempt. He told me you were only a woman after all, so who cared when it came right down to it? Women are expendable to him. I wish you'd believe me. I believe you. Just like that? He looked as if he couldn't take it in, that she'd capitulated so quickly. Hardly just like that. I believe you, she said again. All right, I'll stay with you for a while. Marcus wondered what "for a while" meant. You said Dominick's vanity is enormous. It's also obvious that you don't like him. In fact, I'd say you're close to feeling like he's scum and dirt. Why then are you risking everything to find the group who tried to kill him? Still trying to kill him, for that matter. Good question. You got an answer? Marcus's agile brain failed him. He just looked at her.
Her lipstick was long gone. Her mascara had smeared beneath her eyes. Her hair was hanging over her right eye, and he was so afraid she might not be safe with him that it made him mute. I know, she said, poking him in the ribs. Trust you. Have patience. Make love to you in the swimming pool, ankle deep in the Caribbean, on your front lawn. I wasn't all involved that time, if you'll recall. Rafaella looked out the small window. Do you think we've reached our cruising altitude yet? Usually it's over 40,000 feet to Europe. It's a long way down. You know, you might consider quality rather than quantity. For example, just the other night. She held up her hand. You win. I'm retreating. And since I have no choice but to trust you, I'll pretend that I do. The truth, you know, Marcus, might not be too bad. Sometimes the truth is the very devil. When he was right, Rafaella thought. She fell asleep 3 minutes later, and the grandmotherly flight attendant just clucked as she viewed the beautiful, rare sirloin steak that had to go back to the galley. 18 Giovanni's Island, April 2001. Dominick let out a yell, and Merkel, terrified, dashed into the library, coming to a stunned halt. Dominick was seated behind his desk, and in his hand he was still holding the phone. It was buzzing loudly. He let out another whoop for Merkel's benefit, then waved him to a chair. I can't bloody well believe it, Dominick said. And Merkel wondered for a moment if the strain had been too much and Mr. Giovanni had gone berserk. No, it's the best news I've had in more years than I can count. He beamed at Merkel. Merkel was dying to ask what had made Mr. Giovanni so happy, but he knew better. Mr. Giovanni never liked to be questioned. Merkel waited. Dominick clapped his hands, threw back his head, and laughed deeply, showing a molar that needed to be capped. Pour each of us some champagne, Merkel. Don't stint. Get the best stuff we've got. We've got some celebrating to do. My dear father-in-law, that interfering old bastard, Carlo Carlucci, is dead. He's finally dead. Dead. In his bed. Of heart failure. I hope he rots in hell. You can't imagine, Merkel. You can't believe. I was beginning to think he'd live forever. Then Dominick laughed yet again, a deep, rich laugh that made Merkel smile, even though his skin crawled at the same time. Dead. The old fool's dead. Dead. Get the champagne.
When Merkel returned to the library carrying a silver tray with champagne and fine crystal flutes, Dominick was standing by the wide French windows, looking out. "Here, sir." Dominick turned slowly, and the look in his pale blue eyes was frightening as hell itself. "I'm free now, Merkel, or I soon will be," he said very softly. "Free. After all these years, I'll be free of my drunken, unfaithful wife." Merkel carefully poured the champagne and handed the flute to Dominick. "Pour yourself a glass, Merkel. Quickly, man." After they'd drunk 2 glasses, Dominick said, "Send Lacey to me. Tell him I've got a wonderful job for him." That evening at dinner, Dominick announced that he and Lacey were flying to Chicago on Thursday to attend his father-in-law's funeral. "I wouldn't miss it for anything," Dominick said. "Besides, I think my wonderful wife just might be there as well. It's been years since I've had the pleasure of seeing her." "Mother would be at the funeral," Delorio said thoughtfully. "I think I'll come as well, Father. I haven't seen her for a long, long time." Dominick looked startled, then smiled, shaking his head. "No, my boy, you're needed here on the compound. Both heads can't leave the body, Delorio. No, you stay here, and I'll attend to this unpleasant business." He paused a moment and smiled toward Paula. "You keep Coco company, my dear girl. You understand?" The threat hung implicit in the silence. Merkel knew the threat was very real, and he hoped that Paula realized it too. She did. She was alarmingly pale. Deloria was frowning at his father, and Merkel didn't like the look on his very young face that didn't look young at all at times. "How long will you be gone?" Delorio asked. "Just 3 or 4 days." "You must be careful," Coco said, leaning forward, her hand on his forearm. "It's dangerous for you away from the island." "I know. Lacey will be with me, won't you, Frank? He'll keep any bad guys at a goodly distance." Dominick laughed again, and continued laughing, even as he dipped some lobster in hot butter and chewed on it. Late that night, just as the downstairs grandfather clock struck 12 times, Dominick was saying very slowly to his son, "No drugs, Delorio. I've told you this more times than I care to count. No drugs. I won't get involved with the Colombians or the Cubans or the trash from Miami. Never. I'd have to do more than burn your money if you tried it again. You got that, kid? I don't see the difference. Death by illegal weapons or death by drugs. The suckers are dead either way. No drugs. Since when do I have to explain things to you? You'll obey me and forget about this. Trust me, Delorio. The money, there's so much money. And the damned DEA, they don't have enough people to check even a tiny fraction of incoming boats and planes. It's so easy. And I've already been contacted. In fact, I've already no drugs. You try anything. You try going against me, kid, and I'll cut your balls off." Deloria stared at him, mute. Dominick ruffled his son's hair. "You're a good boy, Delorio. You're not like your mother. Don't blow it." Hicksville, New York, April 2001. Sylvia Carlucci Giovanni wasn't drunk. She hadn't had a drink since that awful night when her beautiful young Tommy Ibsen had been high on cocaine and had struck that woman, that poor woman who was still in a coma in the hospital. She could still see Tommy's white face as he told her what he'd done, how he'd been singing as he drove, and he'd been feeling so wild, so powerful. And then suddenly there was this BMW driving just down the road, and he'd hit it, straight into the driver's side. He could still see the woman's face, her surprise, her utter astonishment, her terror. And he'd thought somehow that she'd known him, but he didn't recognize her at all. The woman had known she was going to be hit hard. It was as if, as she'd stared at him, she'd somehow accepted the fact that she would die. Sylvia shook it off. It was over. The woman would live. She had to. Sylvia had found out that it was a Margaret Rutledge, the wife of a very wealthy newspaper magnate, Charles Rutledge. She had the best medical care. She'd live. Sylvia was safe. Tommy was safe. The cops didn't know a thing. Sylvia looked down at her 2-year-old hybrid roses. She'd tended them faithfully, sung opera to them, mostly an aria from Madama Butterfly. And yet they weren't as deeply red, their petals as velvety soft as she'd wanted. Of course, it was still very early in the year, But the promise she'd held for them, the awards she'd dreamed of winning at the Long Island Flower Festival, all seemed for naught now. She looked up to see her Taiwanese houseboy, Oyster Lee, approach, a frown puckering his ageless forehead. It was a phone call, very urgent, Oyster told her. And when she, her own forehead puckered with a frown, took the call as she was stripping off her gardening gloves, she turned white as a sheet. "Oh, God," she said, and fainted. The Bennington Hotel, London, England, April 2001. The call went through immediately. "Hello, Merkel? It's Marcus. I need to speak to Dominick. It's important." "What? You're kidding. Don't let him off the island." "No, I know you can't do a bloody thing. All right, get him. I'll try to talk some sense into him." Rafaella was making hand signs at him, and he covered the mouthpiece of the phone and said, "Carlucci died, and Dominick's going to the funeral in Chicago. There's also his wife Sylvia, who—" "Hello, Dominick? Marcus. You're in London?" "Yes, and there are 2 things I need to talk to you about. The first is that I've got Miss Holland with me."
Rafaella strained, but of course, she couldn't hear what Dominick was saying. Marcus's face remained expressionless. Curse him. "If you'd just hold it a minute, I'll tell you," Marcus broke in. "Listen, her mother is fine. It was an overreaction. I talked her into taking a bit of time away from the island and the book, and I'll provide her with some background information. Sorry you don't approve, but there it is. She's staying with me for the time being." "Yes, Dominick, with me." Dominick stared into the phone, wishing he could see Marcus's face, and knowing, even without seeing him, what his expression would be. Determination in that hard jawline, the usual faint amusement in his eyes. Damn him, he'd taken Rafaella. He was sleeping with her, he'd freely admitted it. And Dominick had plans for her. The moment she returned from Long Island, he'd fully intended to take her to bed. If that had gone as well as he had guessed it would, well, then he'd planned to marry her, just like that. Once Sylvia was dead, once he was a widower, he could marry again. Coco was too old. He was sorry about that, but she was. Her years of use were nearly over. Soon he'd send her on her way. He remembered the abortion she'd had some 3.5 years ago, but it had been a girl. What else could he have made her do? And she hadn't seemed to mind. She hadn't said much about it. Rafaella was the perfect age. Even if she had a girl child first, she was young enough to bear him a battalion of boys. Now she was with Marcus, sleeping with Marcus, and there was possible danger if she stayed with Marcus. He thought of Roddy Olivier and blanched. The man was a treacherous snake. There was nothing to be done about it, and he hated to feel powerless. He jerked back at the sound of Marcus's smooth voice. "You what? Say that again, Marcus." "I said, Dominick, that I think you're crazy to leave the island. Wait until I catch the man or men behind the assassination attempt, behind Bathsheba. There's no way Lacey can guard you completely, no way at all. And you're talking Chicago here. Who cares about Carlucci? You hated his guts for the threat he made, but now you can just—" Marcus broke off as he realized Dominick's motive. The man was insane, certifiable, if he thought he could get away with it. Dominick would do it. He'd lived on the island too long. He was king there, the feudal lord, the entire justice system rolled into one. He'd forgotten how very vulnerable one could be off that wretched little island. Marcus said very mildly, "You plan to see Sylvia in Chicago. Will you ask her for a divorce?" Dominick laughed. "Marcus, you never cease to amaze me. See Sylvia? More than likely. That is, if my little wife isn't afraid to come to Chicago. If she doesn't show, well then, we'll see, won't we?" Marcus felt helpless. He rang off, knowing Dominick Giovanni would do precisely as he wanted. He also knew that Dominick was enraged with him for taking Rafaella. He turned to face her now. Well? She still wasn't very happy with him, and after adding a goodly dose of jet lag, she looked ready to tear him to shreds. Her hair was limp, her clothes a wrinkled mess, but he smiled. He couldn't help himself. It was nice to outsmart someone like her every once in a while. "Well, Dominick didn't tell me to send you his love. He is, to put it bluntly, pissed.
With me, not you. Like the true macho man I am, I shouldered all the blame, not even hinting that you were the one who continually seduced me. Dominick realized there was nothing he could do about it. Marcus stopped, running his hair through his hair, making it stand on end. Rafaella chuckled. It was so unexpected that Marcus just stared at her. "You're a mess, and now you're even more of one. Go take a look in the mirror yourself." "I already did. You should get me a large paper bag." Now, this other thing. What is it about Dominick leaving the island? Marcus told her. He's always hated the old man. He's responsible for Dominick still being married to Sylvia. I know all of that. He told me. Maybe you don't know this. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now that Carlucci's dead, Sylvia's not far behind. Rafaella just looked at him. You think he'd kill her? That's absurd. He could just divorce her. You're losing it, Marcus. It's jet lag. But of course she knew he was perfectly right. She looked around the smallish room. You really know how to pick hotels. The lobby is infinitesimal. The staircase is really quite beautiful, to be fair about it. But this room, Marcus? Marcus said easily, "Forget the Savoy, Miss Holland. I want us out of sight, the essence of discretion. Just consider yourself in the enemy camp. You don't want to be out front doing the dance of the 7 veils." "I couldn't even manage 1 veil right now," she sighed. "Sorry I jumped on you. You're tired. We both are. You want to sack out for a while?" "With you, I suppose. I'm too tired at the moment to do more than twitch, which wouldn't get me very far at all. All right, I'm going to take a quick shower." He thought of her naked in the shower and did more than twitch. He stretched out on the bed, waiting for her to come out of the bathroom. When she did, 10 minutes later, he was snoring. Rafaella looked down at him and shook her head. Dead to the world. Dead as Sylvia would be. Rafaella shook her head. No, Dominick couldn't be that corrupt. Besides, it wasn't logical to kill his wife. But what did that matter? Dominick would do whatever took his fancy, and there were years of resentment and hate for Sylvia. Yes, he would kill her, without blinking. She pulled the covers over Marcus, then slipped in beside him. She was asleep within minutes. Chicago, Illinois, April 2001. April in Chicago could have been beautiful, the air fresh with spring, flowers bursting with scent and color. But it wasn't. It was gray and cold and drizzling. The service was held at Fairlawn, at Graveside. There were some 75 people there, mainly old men, and at least 3 Chicago cops. Come, Dominick thought, to wish the old man a speedy trip to hell. Dominick kept his head down while the priest intoned an epitaph that sounded far more suited to a man like Father Sebastiani than a villain like Carlo Carlucci. Carlucci's buddies had probably paid the priest to extol the obscene old fool. The rain suddenly thickened, thudding loudly and obscenely on the coffin lid. Scores of black umbrellas snapped open. Faces disappeared. A convention of crows, Dominick thought, all come to pay respects to Carlucci's rotted carcass. Where was Sylvia? His wife had probably been too afraid of him to come. He saw a flash of blonde hair and tensed up. The woman turned her head suddenly and looked straight at him, and he saw that she was young, not more than 30, and ugly as sin. But her hair was pretty, like Sylvia's used to be, like the other women's used to be, soft blonde, like Coco's used to be, until she'd started fooling with it. It was too light, too white, not a soft enough blonde. She'd told him she was beginning to look faded. Where was Sylvia? Frank Lacey sneezed beside him. Dominick smiled at his henchman. A man with Lacey's credentials shouldn't have something as paltry as a cold, but he did. Leaving the warm island in the Caribbean and coming to cold, dank Chicago had done it to Lacey. But it didn't matter. For what Lacey had to do, he could be sneezing his head off, and it wouldn't affect anything. The priest was finally drawing to a close. A woman, heavily veiled in black, stepped forward and tossed a singularly beautiful red rose with petals as soft-looking as velvet on the coffin. Then a man scooped a shovelful of dirt onto the coffin lid. Then the priest blessed the assembled company, rain dripping off his fingers as he made the sign of the cross. It was over. The woman turned on her high heels, then made the mistake of looking furtively back toward Dominick. He smiled at her. It was Sylvia. He had her now. He waved at her, and she scurried away toward a big black limousine.
As for Frank Lacey, after checking around, he was on a flight to Los Angeles. His cold would improve in the warmth of Southern California. The Bennington Hotel, London, England, April 2001. Rafaella spoke quietly into the phone. Marcus was still sound asleep, sprawled fully clothed on his back. She didn't want him to hear what she was saying. She said to her stepfather, unable to keep the excitement from her voice, "She really woke up? She really said something? What did she say?" Charles stared at the phone. Well, there wasn't any reason not to tell her the truth now. When he'd gone to get the final journal the previous night, it wasn't in Margaret's desk, nor were any of the others. Rafaella must have taken them. There was no one else. So now she knew about her real father, knew all her mother's pain and obsession. He said harshly, "She called out his name, and then yours, and then, no, that was about it." It was Rafaella's turn to stare at the phone. So Charles had read the journals too. Her mother certainly hadn't confided in him. He'd found the journals and read them, and now he realized that Rafaella had read them too, because some were missing. "How long have you known about Dominick Giovanni? And about me and my ancestors?" "A long time," Charles said. "A year, but it seems like forever. I might as well tell you something else, my dear. The person, the drunk, who hit your mother, was none other than Silvia Carlucci Giovanni. I hired a detective, and he discovered it was her car. Your mother was driving near where the woman lives. I can't figure out why." Rafaella absorbed the shock of it and shook her head, even as she said, "I can't either. Mother didn't think Silvia had had any contact with Dominick in years. I don't know why she would have been driving near there. I don't like it, Charles. You're right. Coincidences like that don't add up. You should come home, Rafaella, either here or back to Boston." He paused, then said deliberately, "I don't know exactly where you are right now. Al Holbein told me you'd gone to the Caribbean for a rest. I pray you aren't anywhere near that man's island. But if you are, you'll have to get out of there now. I want you to come home. It seems you know everything. I can't come home, Charles, not just yet. Dominick went to Chicago for the funeral. Now I'm in London, not on the island." There was a startled silence. "Why?" "I can't go into it, Charles. I'll be very careful. You can count on that. Giovanni can't hurt me here. That man could hurt the devil. I'll be very careful," she said again. "Please tell Mother I love her. I'll call again tomorrow." She paused a moment. "Charles, I'm sorry, very sorry, for all of us, but particularly for Mother." Rafaella rang off before Charles could say anything. "I knew you had a talented mouth," she said as she turned to face him. "Don't finish that, Marcus." She looked worried, so he didn't tease her anymore. "Did you get some sleep?" "Enough, I suppose. You're awake," she added, seeing that he hadn't moved, that he was still sprawled on his back. But he was alert. He was always alert. "How's your mother?" "As you'd told me, she woke up, then slid back into the coma. What you didn't know was that she spoke a few words before going back under." Rafaella stood up and pulled her robe belt tighter around her. "I'll call room service. What would you like?" He started to try out his morning wit, but decided against it. She looked on edge. A lot had happened in a very short time, things that had been beyond her control. So he kept his wit firmly under wraps and contemplated breakfast. "Oat bran, please. I care about my cholesterol level." She was momentarily distracted. "I can't insult your choice, since you look like you could run a marathon. I think I'll change and put on my face. Do you really play the harmonica, like a Western cowboy sitting cross-legged in front of a campfire?" "Yes, ma'am, I do. I've always dreamed of a flute accompaniment. I've always thought a harmonica would be nice to play along with." "Soon, Miss Holland." They were just staring at each other, and Marcus felt the urgency between them, but knew that there was just too much uncertainty in both their lives to allow for mutual trust. She said quickly, "Why don't you go shower?" Since there was little choice in the matter, Marcus agreed. After Rafaella called room service with their order, she changed as she listened to Marcus sing opera in the shower at the top of his lungs. He wasn't bad. He even knew the words in Italian. That was impressive. The opera was Don Giovanni.
When a knock sounded on the door, Rafaella had just finished brushing her hair. She looked toward the still-closed bathroom door, shrugged, and opened the door. A fresh-faced waiter rolled in a trolley with beat-up, covered silver trays on it. She signed the bill and tipped him $3. Marcus had changed some money at Heathrow, but she didn't want to go through his trousers. After the waiter had left, she sniffed at the domed platters for a whiff of the Eggs Benedict she'd ordered. Nothing. She lifted the lid on one of the trays. She yelled, then instinctively covered her mouth with her hand as she gagged. The silver tray banged against the table and thudded to the floor. Marcus burst through the bathroom door, wearing nothing but surprise on his face. What the hell? Then he saw, and winced. There was a large rat on the plate, mangy and gray, and still warm. It was quite dead. A folded piece of paper was sticking out from beneath it. 19. The Bennington Hotel, London, England, April 2001. Rafaella wanted to look away, but she couldn't. She just stared at that mangy gray thing. She couldn't think of a thing to say. She just stood there gagging. "Well," Marcus said, looking a bit green around the gills, "that's enough to make a grown man puke." He gingerly pulled the folded piece of paper out from under the rat, then picked up the cover and gently replaced it over the platter. He unfolded the paper and read the bold black lettering. What does it say? He handed it to her, and Rafaella read, "My dear Mr. Devlin, not unlike Jack Bertrand, my friend, the symbolism can't escape you. I will see you at my club. Tonight at 8. Do bring your lovely companion. Olivier, I presume? Yes, I guess so. Some sense of humor, huh? Although he's right about the symbolism." He sounded preoccupied, and Rafaella said, chuckling, "You're naked, Marcus. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. You came charging out of the bathroom every bit like St. George, sans armor." He looked down at himself. Not much of a dynamic stallion at the moment. What's the opposite? Oh, yes, a gelding. Just keep looking, and yours truly will soon rise to the occasion. If I get a robe, will you have breakfast with me? Rafaella looked at the covered platter and shivered. Move that thing out of here first. No, let's go out. They ate lunch near the British Museum, at the Running Fox Inn. He told her not to order beer, but she did, just to be contrary, then wished she'd listened to him. It was warm and heavy and flat. "You've got to ask for your Coke in a glass filled with ice," he said, and raised his hand to the waitress. Once they'd gotten their corned beef sandwiches, Rafaella said, "This Olivier person, how did he find out so quickly that we were here? You got me, kiddo. As I said, he's got spies everywhere. This club of his, it's called the Occidental Club. It's in Piccadilly, if I remember my notes correctly. Well, dress up, go see him, and you'll be my decoration, nothing more. You got that? Decoration? Kindly elaborate on that, please." "My lady, my companion, my mistress. Like Coco." Marcus looked startled, then said slowly, "Yeah, like Coco. You're to look expensive, beautiful, and must keep your mouth shut when the men talk business. I feel like a gun moll from the 30s. Shall I wear a pistol in my garter? If he knew you were a reporter, I doubt he'd invite us to his inner sanctum, and this is important. Think you can pull it off?" "Yeah, I can pull it off."
"I did well playing different roles as a reporter," she added thoughtfully as she took another bite of her sandwich. "I don't know why he doesn't know about me. He seems to know everything else." "Good question, but I guess he disregards women as a threat to him. Just hope he doesn't ever think you're more than my mull." That evening, they stood in front of the Occidental Club, a tall, narrow building just off St. James Street, a building discreet in the extreme to any passerby. For one of the hottest gambling clubs in London, it wasn't close to what Rafaella had expected. Had she really been naive enough to think it would be loud and garish with overdressed people dripping with jewels hanging out the windows? They were ushered in solemnly by a man garbed in black evening clothes. He had a very bald head and a Van Dyke beard. "Mr. Devlin," he said, nodded, turned, and walked through an arched doorway. The main salon was at least 30 feet by 70, the entire length and width of the building. Soft lighting from opulent crystal chandeliers radiated a pleasing glow on the men and women standing beneath them. No garish loud folk here, Rafaella saw, just very wealthy and discreet people winning and losing oodles of money. "I hear tell," Marcus said, just above her left ear, "that on a good night, Olivier hauls in almost 300,000 pounds. Incidentally, you look gorgeous. And expensive? And sexy? And kept? Yes, all of those wonderful things." She gave him a look that spelled out some kind of retribution, but he just kept smiling. He'd sent her that afternoon to forage on Fleet Street, where all the newspapers were housed, to find out about Olivier. She hadn't found much, because the man avoided publicity and Scotland Yard like the plague. But she had met a reporter for the London Times who'd wanted to help and also wanted a date with her. Marcus had disappeared, turning up late that afternoon back at their hotel room carrying several boutique boxes. At her raised brows, he'd said, "I needed a tux, and so did you." Her tux was a Halston white jersey gown that was incredibly simple and so suggestive that she just stared at it for several minutes. "It's indecently elegant," she said finally. She tried it on at Marcus's urging, and when she came out, wearing the gown and the matching white pumps, she looked, indeed, like a very rich man's very expensive lady. "The heels should be higher," Marcus said, rubbing his jaw judiciously. "But you never know when you'll have to sprint out of a tight spot." Then he just stared at her, walking around her, viewing her from every angle, telling her to straighten her shoulders. And she could read the look in his eyes with ease. She looked him straight in the eye. "You, Marcus, whatever your name is, kidnap me, drug me, lie about my mother, and scare me half to death, and then you expect me to fall into bed with you?" He sighed. "Yeah, it's true. But not really expect. Hope is more accurate. Behold a hopeful man who's never approached you properly in bed. And the fact is, Rafaella, now that I think about it, you're the one who's always been seducing me. Do you need help with that zipper?" She'd laughed. She couldn't help it, but she wanted him, and she knew that he knew that she did. But in the end, sex in the very late afternoon with Marcus wasn't to be, nor the possibility of talk between them. Not banter, but real talk, about each other. The phone rang. Marcus looked at it with both surprise and annoyance, but after a minute of silent debate, he answered it. He said nothing, absolutely nothing, merely listened, his eyes narrowing a bit, no other sign on his face that the call was good news or bad or neutral. It frustrated Rafaella to no end that he had such a poker face. Then he hung up and sighed deeply. "I've got to go out for a while. No big deal. Be ready to leave for Olivier's club when I get back." He gave her no time to say anything, just kissed her quick and hard, cupping her jersey-covered breasts and fondling them for just a moment, and he was gone. Rafaella walked to the phone and asked for the hotel operator. "Excuse me, this is room 927, and our caller forgot to leave his number. You do have a record, don't you?" Rafaella, who'd had no real hope, nearly whooped when the operator said, "Why, yes, your caller is Mr. Anton Rush in room 1020. Shall I ring him for you?" Rafaella quickly demurred. "I don't believe it," she said, then said it again, shaking her head in amazement. She quickly changed into jeans and a pale blue sweater and jogging shoes. Mr. Anton Rush, huh? What was he to Marcus? What was Marcus, anyway? Some kind of foreign agent? What nationality was the name Rush? It sounded Czech. Rafaella took the stairs to the 10th floor. She'd wondered with every step how she was going to get the truth out of Marcus. Truth serum? Then she thought of her own motives, but not for long. Her motives were personal. They had nothing to do with anyone but Dominick Giovanni, her father. Whereas Marcus, who was Marcus Devlin? Room 1020 was just another brown door near the end of the brown carpeted hallway, which was, thankfully, empty. She pressed her ear to the door. Nothing. She went down to her knees, but could see only empty room through the keyhole. Marcus had evidently gone somewhere outside the hotel to meet this Rush fellow. She'd wandered into the small coffee shop just off the lobby, but Marcus wasn't there. Then she'd returned to their room and brooded.
To deal with Marcus, one needed finesse. She must have enough of that somewhere. His voice suddenly sounded through her thoughts. Well, you've been staring off into space for quite long enough. What do you think of this place? Decadent enough for your rich trust fund tastes? Rafaella jumped at the sound of his voice, then quickly brought herself back to the Occidental Club. She smiled up at Marcus, trying for a mysterious sort of smile that looked, in truth, more like Betty Boop playing vamp, but Marcus appreciated her efforts. She wished she could just spit it out and demand to know who the hell this Roche was, but she knew better. Marcus was fast on his feet, nimble-tongued, and too slippery to be caught like that. No, she needed finesse, and here in Olivier's den wasn't the place to try it. Yes, it's plenty decadent enough, she said finally. She looked around. Shall I go lose my mistress allowance at the baccarat table? Marcus started to flip out a suitably light-hearted answer when he saw their bald Van Dyked escort wending his way through the guests toward them. Well, here goes, he said. King Olivier will see us, evidently. Remember, Rafe, keep your mouth shut, be a good mistress, nothing more. Act sweet, stupid, and suitably deferential to the men. And I've got the picture, Marcus. How's this? He grinned at the vacuous expression. Quite fine, but a bit more sultriness in the eyes, I think. Don't push it, Devlin. They followed their escort out of the main salon, through a dark door marked private, down a wide hallway. Rafaella was reeling from his calling her Rafe. Only Al Holbein, her Boston editor, had ever called her that. It had come off Marcus' tongue so easily. She felt his hand cupping her elbow. Ah, she liked the sound of Rafe when he said it. Do you think you could manage to swing your rear end just a bit? Rafaella calmly eased her arm out of his hold and reached down. She lightly stroked her fingertips over him. He sucked in his breath, and she grinned evilly. She felt him springing to life, and was well aware that several people, probably employees, coming toward them down the corridor, saw what she was doing. She gave him the sexiest look she could dredge up, then walked a bit in front of him, swinging her rear end outrageously. She heard him say behind her, "I'll get you for that, Miss Holland. You can count on it." She waited for him when their escort stopped in front of a double set of thick oak doors. The man knocked. Then, after nodding to them, opened the doors and eased in, shutting the doors behind him. You calm again, Devlin. You really like to live dangerously, don't you, Fifi? Fifi? Yeah, I think that's a good name for my mistress. Roddy Olivier's office was an opulent oak-paneled affair that reeked of turn-of-the-century wealth and privilege. The man himself sat behind a dark and heavy Spanish desk. For a man of 60 or thereabouts, he was in remarkable shape. He looked much better than the couple of grainy newspaper photos Rafaella had seen of him. He had a full head of stark white hair, a very pale, long face, a very clever face, and the coldest gray eyes Rafaella could imagine. He wasn't smiling, he wasn't doing anything, just reposing and taking in everything about them. Then, after nodding to Marcus, he turned those nearly colorless eyes on Rafaella. He looked her over slowly and thoroughly and with complete indifference. So much for her sexy Halston. Roddy Olivier lifted a very thin, bearinged hand. "Devlin," he said in a low, soft voice, "do sit down. The lady will sit over there. Bufford, do bring us drinks. Whiskey for Mr. Devlin and myself, and ginger ale for the lady." "That will be fine," Marcus said, even though Olivier hadn't asked for their preferences. Olivier said nothing more until they were both seated, Marcus in a soft leather chair opposite his desk, and Rafaella on a chaise against the far wall. Here sits the high-class tart, she thought, forced to hold herself very straight because there was no back to the chaise. She crossed her legs and tried to look like a high-priced tart. Olivier wasn't looking at her as he said to Marcus, waving a hand in her direction, "Very nice. Yes. Is she worth what you pay for her?" "So far. I haven't had her long. If you tire of her, I would consider taking her over. I'll think about it." "You took out Bertrand," Olivier said then, softly, easily. He steepled his thin fingers together, tapping the tips. "I had no choice in the matter." Did he come after me on your orders? No. Unlike Bertrand, I wouldn't have underestimated you, Mr. Devlin, and if I'd wanted you out, you'd not be here now. No, Jack had ambitions of his own, I fear. You saved Dominick's life in that first attempt. You have amazing sources. Of course, not many men could have managed that. Not many men would have even wanted to try to save Giovanni's hide. I do wonder why you did it. You were shot, were you not? Marcus merely nodded. Why did you come to London? To find out if I'm the man behind Bathsheba? That's about it. You see, Bertrand spoke of Bathsheba. At that moment, Bufford came back into the office, carrying a silver tray. He silently offered whiskey to Olivier, then Marcus, and last he walked to where Rafaella sat and handed her a glass of ginger ale. Olivier nodded to the man, and he left again. One should always pick one's tools wisely, he said. One wonders if Giovanni has forgotten this simple truism. Bufford, for example, is faithful as a hound. He raised his whiskey glass. Mistresses should also be faithful, don't you agree? Certainly you do. It's odd, isn't it, about mistresses? Well, to your quest for Bathsheba, Mr. Devlin. Yes, Marcus said, and sipped his whiskey. It was Glenfiddich, and slid smoothly to his belly. What, he was wondering, had Olivier meant by those cryptic words? Rafaella, who wouldn't touch ginger ale unless she were thirsting to death, sipped at the rim of the glass, but didn't take the stuff into her mouth. She felt the power of Olivier, the absolute belief in himself, and in his ability to accomplish whatever he pleased. She'd met other men who had the same aura about them, but they hadn't also given this unmistakable impression of almost eager ruthlessness. He was a very scary man. All her movements were slow and discreet. She didn't want his attention to shift to her again. What was Marcus thinking? She had never before in her life felt so distinctly out of her league. It was frightening. Bertrand knew about Bathsheba. At least he spoke as if he did. I assumed you would be able to tell me something about it, or them, or him, or whatever it is. If you wish to, of course. I would be a fool to tell you anything. Whoever it is wants Giovanni dead. I wouldn't mind seeing him nailed. He's arrogant, a thorn in my flesh. He thinks he's all-powerful, a proper little god. He's also effectively out of business for as long as this Bathsheba threat exists. But just to add some sport, I will tell you this much, Mr. Devlin. You know about the Dutchman and the woman, Tulp, of course. Tulp shot you. She was tops in her profession until she took this job. She went to New York. So, whoever or whatever it is you're looking for is likely there, in New York. I'll bet you also wondered, Mr. Devlin, why the Dutchmen killed themselves. Where did they get the poison? And did they take it themselves? But that's another question for you to answer, and it's not to this point. The name Bathsheba is odd, isn't it? What do you think its genesis is? Bathsheba from the Bible? David's consort? Yes, that's a good guess. It could make sense symbolically, with some men. But there's something more immediate, more of our time, at least closer than biblical days. Are you an art lover, Mr. Devlin? No, I can see by your blank look that you're not. Well, sir, become one, and I think things might get clearer. Now, you may leave. I expect you to be shortly gone from London. I imagine you will be traveling south. Will you leave your lady here? No, she goes with me. A pity. Olivier didn't rise. He merely nodded to Marcus. If you decide to leave Giovanni, I could use you in my organization. Good night, Mr. Devlin. I won't be seeing you again. Neither Rafaella nor Marcus said a word until they were in a taxi bound for the Bennington Hotel. Rafaella had never felt so very cold in her life. Los Angeles, California, April 2001. Sylvia checked into a small hotel off Wilshire Boulevard. It was cheap and looked reasonably clean. Her head ached like the devil, her mouth felt dry, and her stomach wasn't happy. She had a hangover, and she hated herself. She'd seen the looks the first-class cabin flight attendants had given her. Pity, disgust. Never, ever again. Never would she touch booze again. She had no luggage, but she still had a credit card with an exquisitely high limit on it. She drank 3 glasses of water, all the while looking at herself in the small bathroom mirror, and decided she needed to treat herself. She needed to feel good about herself. She didn't want to feel like a drunken sot. No, certainly not. She ordered a taxi and had it drop her at the line of boutiques on Rodeo Drive. This was what she needed, a pick-me-up, some pretty clothes, but no more booze. She thought of Tommy Ibsen, but with no regrets. It was hot, nearly 90 degrees, and she hurried into the first boutique, a dress shop. Sylvia immediately felt right at home. The salespeople knew it too. They were at her side within moments, offering her champagne, offering to have their models show her whatever dresses she chose to see. Sylvia felt the balm of their goodwill flow over her. Because her stomach was still rebelling from her indulgences on the airplane, she did drink 1 champagne. She selected 4 dresses, 3 pairs of slacks, tops and silk blouses and blazers, nodding at the deferential saleswomen, pleased when they offered to go next door and select shoes to go with the various outfits. Saks, Adolfo, Blas, Paris, Chanel, Ricciol, lovely names she knew well. Yes, oh yes, that Saint Laurent cashmere coat would look wonderful on her. The woman was perfectly right. White was her color, and the very long coat, more cream than the stark white of the slacks and blouse, was electric. That was the exact word she was thinking. And the matching hat? Delicious. Sylvia was very happy at that moment. This was where she belonged. She wouldn't think about her situation just now. Not when all these exquisite clothes belonged to her. Not when she could dress up in that beautiful De La Renta satin-faced red organza and visit the Inn place for lunch. Was it still the Polo Lounge? Men would ask her out. Women would want her secrets. Oh yes, life would be grand. Sylvia handed the woman her beautiful gold credit card. She smiled at the models and watched the assistants lovingly fold her new clothes or hang them on the elegant padded hangers. And they were asking her if she wished them delivered to her home. But the woman who owned the boutique was frowning toward Sylvia. Then another look took over her face, a look of embarrassed uncertainty. She was coming toward Sylvia, and in that instant, Sylvia knew what was wrong. She knew. She cried out, covering her mouth with her hand. "No," she said, and rose, staring toward the huge pile of clothing that should be hers, but wasn't because her credit card had been canceled. "No," she said again, and grabbed her purse and ran out of the boutique. She heard the woman calling after her, but she didn't turn back. She dashed out onto Rodeo Drive. The sun was hot, and there were cars, so many convertibles, and they were honking at her, but she didn't notice. Then there was a dark blue sedan, and it was right there, and it hadn't honked, nor had it slowed down. Sylvia saw Frank Lacey, saw him clearly, knew his intent, and she whimpered just before the car struck her and flung her back over the hood onto the sidewalk, nearly at the feet of the woman who held Sylvia's gold credit card in her hand. The woman screamed, and the credit card fell from her hand. It was 10 minutes later that she was telling Sergeant Grimes about the woman. Sylvia Carlucci Giovanni is what is printed on the credit card, as you can see, Sergeant. I went to ask her for ID, since the credit card shows a New York address. She looked very strange, and she cried out and turned quite pale and ran out of the store. I hurried after her and saw the car strike her. I didn't see the driver. I think it was a man, but I can't be sure. I guess it was an accident, and the guy just panicked. It was awful. Sergeant Grimes didn't know what to think. One of the older men on the force had mentioned that an ancient gangster, Carlo Carlucci, had just died in Chicago. Was this dead woman his daughter? If so, had it really been an accident? I don't know what to do with all these clothes. Nearly $30,000 worth. Of course, she hadn't signed for them yet. Oh dear, oh dear. The woman sighed as Sergeant Grimes took himself off to question possible witnesses. Reporters and TV cameras started arriving, but the coroner had already taken the body away. Carlton Hotel, Miami, Florida, April 2001. Dominick heard the news in Miami from Frank Lacey. He had some business to conduct with a very old friend, Mario Calpas, and planned to return to the island in the morning. But that evening he would celebrate. Mario provided a lovely young woman for him, and Dominick treated her to a wonderful dinner and a diamond bracelet, because he felt so good about Sylvia's death, and the future, and what it would bring. Rafaella. He would have her, despite her fling with Marcus. She was young and malleable, and bright, he supposed, for a woman, which boded well for the intelligence of their children. Poor Delorio hadn't had a chance with Sylvia for a mother, much less with that old mobster Carlucci for a grandfather. But Delorio had improved, he had. It was just the problem with all this money. He stopped his thinking and his planning. Melinda was very talented, and at the moment she was on her knees in front of him. He was seated in a big armchair in his suite at the Carlton. She was good. He sighed and closed his eyes. It was wonderful, and he felt his climax drawing close. But he didn't want to come in her mouth. He wanted to come inside her. He gently tugged her hair, and she raised her head, her eyes questioning. Her mouth glistened with her own saliva and him. He nodded toward the kingside bed. "Stand up," he told her. "I want to really see you." Melinda was naked, and she had the longest legs and a very nice rear end. Her breasts were small, but Dominick didn't mind. The bush of hair at her crotch was a rich, deep brown, at odds with the platinum blonde of her head. He quite liked the contrast. He told her to lie down on her back on the bed. She did as she was told, with no hesitation. Dominick looked at her for a very long time, appreciating the newness of her body. Then, slowly, he began unbuttoning his shirt. He was on the third button when he heard a key turning in the suite's door. Such a soft sound, a whisper of sound, that a man wouldn't hear if he were plunging into a woman's body. Immediately, he looked down at the young woman and saw it in her eyes, fear and knowledge. He grabbed her, hauling her off the bed and in front of him as the front door opened and a man jumped into the room, his gun up. He fired from reflex when he saw Dominick, and the bullet struck the woman. Dominick felt the impact of it as her body jerked back against him. He dropped her and had his own pistol in his hand in an instant. The assassin saw what happened, saw Giovanni's pistol, and was out of the room, all within a second of time. It was silent, dead silent. Nothing, not a sound. Melinda was on her side, dead, and there was a small pool of blood collecting on the carpet, dripping from the hole in her chest. Dominick was on a privately chartered helicopter in less than an hour, headed back to Giovanni's island. 20. Long Island, New York, April 2001. She was so still and pale. Charles wanted to shout to her to wake up, to come back to him, but she didn't move. She remained away, remote. On some deep level he could never reach. She was thinking about Giovanni. She'd come to so briefly. To him? Charles shook his head violently. He couldn't bear to think about it. "Wake up, Margaret, wake up." But nothing happened. Charles waited for the nurse to finish her checklist and leave the room, then turned on the TV. It was Dan Rather with the national news. Charles really didn't pay much attention until he heard Rather say, "Sylvia Carlucci Giovanni, 51-year-old daughter of crime boss Carlo Carlucci, who died on Monday in his bed, age 75, was killed today by a hit-and-run driver, not 24 hours after her father's funeral. She was struck while crossing the famed Rodeo Drive in Los Angeles. The identity of the driver is unknown." There was a bit more, but Charles wasn't listening. Rather then turned to the Middle East. Dead. That horrible drunken woman was dead. There was such a thing as divine justice. Sylvia had been killed by a hit-and-run driver, just as she'd hit Margaret and raced away. And her estranged husband, Dominick Giovanni, had ordered her killed. No doubt about that. The cops probably knew, but were keeping it under wraps for the moment. They needed proof. Well, he, Charles, didn't. He looked over at his wife. "She's dead, Margaret. Wake up, Margaret. She's dead." Margaret didn't move. Charles was too keyed up to sit there and talk to Margaret, as was his usual habit. Besides, how could she care about what he'd done when he'd been at Andover and all of 16 years old? He'd already told her about it before, if he remembered aright, and she wouldn't want his voice anyway. No, Giovanni was there, deep in her mind, where Charles couldn't get. The Bennington Hotel, London, England, April 2001. Marcus locked the hotel room door and fastened the chain. He turned to face Rafaella. She said without preamble, "I want to take a very long, very hot shower. I'm cold and I feel incredibly dirty. Throw out the dress. That should help." She looked startled at that, then smiled at him. It just might. He could only imagine. He nodded and she disappeared into the bathroom. He called room service and ordered up bottles of whiskey and soda. He stripped down to his shorts and sat in the chair by the window. There was a small park across the street, but he hadn't noted its name. It would be nice once spring had come to England and turned everything green again. He thought of Coco. Not Coco the woman he'd come to like and respect, but Coco, Dominick's mistress, his property, his possession. It wasn't right. Olivier had spoken as though Rafaella hadn't been present, as if she were a commodity, and as a mistress, that's how he'd seen her, and that's how Dominick viewed Coco as well. Marcus wondered what Coco thought about it, if she'd accepted it, or if, deep down, it was a wound that wouldn't heal. Marcus rose and began pacing the room. So Olivier wanted to be sporting about Giovanni, did he? Well, good thing he did. It just might give Marcus time to find this Bathsheba person, or organization, and neutralize it. Art, Olivier had said. Art? Marcus knew next to nothing about art. What did art have to do with this mess? And what did Olivier mean by go south? Marcus shook his head. He hoped Rafaella would have some ideas about that. He heard the shower turn on and imagined her stepping into the stall, naked and shivering, and feeling dirty because of the way Olivier had looked at her and spoken of her. He didn't blame her a bit. Olivier scared him to death. Marcus wondered why this was so, and decided it was because the man felt deeply about absolutely nothing at all. He was devoid of humanity, and it showed. After room service left, Marcus quickly poured himself a whiskey, neat, and drank it down. He poured another and drank it. He felt the warmth curling in his belly. He began to relax. He heard the shower spray. He rose and walked into the bathroom. He kicked off his shorts and opened the shower door, quickly stepping inside. Rafaella was staring at him, her wet hair plastered to her head and face. "Come here," he said, and pulled her against him. He buried his face against her throat. "I'm so sorry about all this, Rafaella. So sorry, love. I didn't realize it would be that bad." Rafaella burrowed against him. He was wet and warm, and he was now very hard and pressing against her stomach. But his hold on her wasn't the least bit sexual. It was comforting, soothing. He was offering her consolation. She pressed closer. "It was horrible, Marcus, so horrible." "I know," he said, and kissed her forehead. "Let's get bathed and go to bed, all right?" He felt her nod against his shoulder. Marcus didn't bathe her. He didn't trust himself to. The last thing she needed was sex, or any kind of reinforcement of the idea that sex was all she was good for. Once in bed, Marcus arranged her against his side, her head on his shoulder. He said, his breath warm against her temple, "I like you there, Miss Holland, very much. It feels right." She was silent for a long moment, then just nodded again against his shoulder. "It would help you, you know, if you'd spit out how you'd like to roast Olivier on a barbecue. Righteous anger's good, better than wallowing in this show of debasement." That got to her, as he'd guessed it would. She reared up in his arms and stared down into his face. "What do you mean, debasement? I have nothing to feel debased about. Are you sure about that? Of course. Olivier's the one who's debased. He's a depraved monster. She leaned down and bit his shoulder. "Yes, he is. And was that a love bite?" She just looked at him, saying nothing, just looked, and slowly she smiled. It was a sweet smile, one that held relief and comprehension and love. "You really do belong here, you know," he said, pressing her head back to his shoulder. "Maybe." He reached over and turned off the lamp beside the bed. "Go to sleep." Very soon her breathing evened, and she relaxed against him. He didn't sleep. He was too wound up. There were too many unknowns, too many things happening he didn't understand. Anton Roche hadn't been much help either. He was here on Hurley's order to keep an eye on Marcus, to try to keep him safe, just in case Olivier tried anything nasty. Marcus liked and trusted Roche, a man who knew the dens and denizens of England and Europe as well as Marcus knew Giovanni's island. Marcus sighed and tried counting rabbits. That didn't work either. He wasn't really surprised when Rafaella said quietly, after about 20 minutes, "Are you asleep, Marcus, whatever your name is?" "Nah, I'm a real man. I don't sleep, I don't drink milk, and I don't wash my own underwear." He'd hoped for a chuckle, but wasn't too disappointed when he got nothing. She was still too raw, but at least now she was talking. "Tonight was awful. I've never felt so out of my depth before in my life, so on display. I thought it would be fun, amusing, to role-play a tart, but it wasn't. It was disgusting, repellent. It was a killer for the soul, Marcus. Olivier, he's a very creepy man. True. Have you barbecued the bastard in your mind? You're firmly off the debasement kick? You're back to being superior and obnoxious? Almost. I still don't even have the slightest wish to throw you or stomp on you, though. I want to stay right here where it feels safe. You feel safe with me?" "Yes." She fell silent a moment, then added, her voice puzzled, "I've never even thought about that before. Being safe with someone. We're still in a mess, Marcus." "Yeah. Now, are you feeling smart right now?" "Just nod. That's right. Okay. What could he have meant about art? About going south? And the main thing, he knew that Tulp had gone to New York, which means it's probable that Bathsheba is in New York. Does that make sense?" Rafaella shivered. She couldn't help it. She was still thinking about Olivier and feeling his eyes on her and hearing his voice, so soft and cultured. She realized she hadn't been able to focus on anything else, except for the comfort Marcus gave her. Earth calling Rafaella Holland. Anyone home? She scratched her fingernails over his belly. She felt the shudder go through him and drew back her hand. No more of that. Now, I just remembered that real men don't beg women to listen to them. Either you soak up my brilliant words, or I'll just shut up and go to sleep. She laughed and hugged her arm over his chest. "I like you, Marcus. That is, you're okay when you're not being a jerk. I fried divine fish. I'll even make you hush puppies, Southern style, with lots of honey and butter oozing over the sides. I like the thought of that. What do you know about art? I took a couple of classes in schools, some medieval courses and Renaissance." Suddenly, Rafaella jerked upright in bed. "Oh my God," she said, staring off into the darkness. "Dear heavens, no, no, I've got to be wrong. It couldn't be. What are you talking about? What's wrong?" He sat up, hugging her to him, shaking her. Her damp hair slapped his face when she whirled her head about. "Nothing, at least not yet. We need to go to Paris tomorrow, Marcus, all right? We've got to see if something's still where it should be, and if it isn't, then maybe, just maybe, we'll know." "Know what?" "No, not yet. I don't want to say anything yet. It's just too crazy. Now look, Rafaella, you're supposed to be my partner in all this, not go herring off on your own." But she kept shaking her head. "Trust me, damn it." Rafaella wanted to pour it all out. She wanted more than anything to trust him. But the dam held, and she shook her head. If it were only her, it would be different. But it was no longer just her. "I can't. Not yet. Please, not yet." "And what about you, you clam?" They were back to their familiar impasse. Finally, so frustrated he wanted to yell, he drank another finger of whiskey, gave her a very sour look, rolled over on his side, his back to her, and pretended sleep. Trust was just too dangerous for both of them. It was damnable, but it was true. They were going south. Giovanni's Island, April 2001. Coco stared at him. "What did you say? Someone tried to kill you in Miami? Mario Kalpa set you up?" Dominick waved away Merkel and Link. He shook his head, saying nothing.
Reaction had set in, and he was at once very tired and feeling limp from the terror of that moment. Every movement of Melinda's, every movement the man had made when he'd come into the suite, all of it was printed right before Dominick's eyes. Who had set him up? Was it Mario? But why? Mario couldn't have anything to do with Bathsheba, could he? And it was Bathsheba. Dominick knew it. "No," he said to Coco. "Mario didn't set me up. Someone else did. Bathsheba did." Coco got him a drink, telling him curtly, "Drink it, you need it, then we'll go to bed. But first, tell me what happened." He drank, then said easily to his mistress, "I was with a very beautiful young woman, about Rafaella's age. I thought Mario had set her up for me. Now I'm not so sure. She was sucking me off, and then I wanted her in bed. And when she was naked and lying there, I heard a key turn in the front door of the suite. I looked at her and knew that she knew what was going to happen. Before she could get away, I grabbed her and pulled her in front of me. The assassin panicked and shot her. She's quite dead." Coco was suddenly very pale. "You were with another woman? She's dead? Right." He paused, staring off into space. "She was good, Coco. She was very good." He paused a moment. "I guess you heard that Sylvia is dead?" "Yes, there was a mention of it on the news. You didn't have anything to do with it, did you? It was an accident, wasn't it? Of course." Coco looked at him closely, then said, "What did you do with the girl's body, Melinda?" "I called Mario and told him to get rid of it. An efficient man, our Mario. He was scared out of his wits. It was his permanent suite, you know, at the Carlton Hotel. I'm sure he took care of everything just right." Coco waited. "And now?" she said finally, searching his face. "Now what?" He was irritated because he was tired, and now Coco was asking cryptic questions. She placed her hand on his forearm. She looked down at the perfectly manicured nails, the soft peach polish. "Now, what about us, Dominick? What are your plans for us? You're free, finally." "Yes," he said, but he still didn't look at her. He was looking out the front windows and saw Delorio in conversation with Merkel. Delorio was gesticulating wildly with his hands. He'd heard about his mother. Or was he upset about his father's near demise? Probably not. But he'd wanted to go to his grandfather's funeral and perhaps see her. Why? Dominick had to think. He had to figure out how he would explain things to the boy. The fact that Dominick Giovanni was now a very wealthy 25-year-old kid with a hair-trigger temper and the judgment of a pubescent teenager. Old man Carlucci must have hated her too, Dominick thought. He'd cut her off without a dime. For a moment, he regretted killing her. It would have been wonderful to know she was broke and alone. No more sexy young studs for poor Sylvia. He should have let her go about her business, watched her turn into a slovenly sow. She probably would have drunk herself to death within the year. Well, it was done. Dominick had always made it a practice, a personal philosophy really, not to worry about the past, to keep it back there, out of mind and sight, never to delve, to pick, to regret. What was done, and there was nothing that could change it. Why think about it? He turned to Coco, trying to remember what she'd said. Oh, yes, she was pushing him, but she was too old now, and he'd have to tell her soon. But not tonight. Yes, at last I'm free. Come with me. I'd like you to get me off before I go to sleep. Coco did get him off, and soon he was snoring lightly, his head against her breasts. She was on the point of getting out of their bed when he moaned, then started thrashing around. She stroked him and caressed him and crooned soft words to him, telling him it was just a nightmare, and she would take care of him. And finally, he quieted and held on to her tightly. The Louvre, Paris, France, April 2001. They stood in front of the painting, and Rafaella read slowly, Bathsheba by Rembrandt, 1654. Marcus just shook his head. A painting? It is Bathsheba, of course, but I didn't even know Rembrandt had painted her. He looked more closely at the canvas, frowning. She's fat, our Bathsheba. Do you think she was this hefty before David sent her husband off to battle? Rafaella remained silent. She didn't know what to think.
Here was the painting, right where it was supposed to be. Perhaps she'd been wrong. What with all that had happened, it was possible she was remembering something else. Another painting, one that looked something like this one, but not this one. Just another stout woman, naked, in the classical pose. It was certainly common enough. Yes, she'd been wrong. She sighed with relief. Relief that she'd kept her mouth shut and hadn't told Marcus. But the room in her stepfather's house was kept locked and monitored to keep the temperature constant, and she hadn't been meant to see it at all, but she had, by accident, returning from a date before she was supposed to, and seeing her stepfather there, in that room, looking at the paintings that lined the walls. And she'd realized that here was something that wasn't any of her business, so she'd kept quiet about it and crept quietly to her room. She'd never mentioned that room to either her mother or her stepfather, not in the 10 succeeding years. Now she had to make Marcus forget all her admittedly weird behavior. But the painting was named Bathsheba. How to explain that? Oh, rats, she said, adding as she turned to Marcus. Fat? Hefty? Aren't you ever serious? For heaven's sake, Marcus, this isn't a joke. Don't you realize what this means? She was suddenly terrified that she knew exactly what it meant. I've never been more serious in my life, and no, I don't know what this means. We have here a painting of Bathsheba. A painting, not just a Bible story. So what? So it's 17th century, and not BC, before the Greeks. So what's the significance? So Tulp used 2 Dutchmen as her backups, and Rembrandt was also Dutch. What is the profound significance of that? I'm angry, Rafaella. You can't begin to imagine just how much. You act mysterious. You drag me over to Paris, to the Louvre of all places, to stare up at this painting of a fat woman named Bathsheba. And you won't tell me anything. You won't tell me why you're so upset. Tulp is a Dutch name too. Very likely, but she lived in Germany. How did you know that? Dominick might live on an island, but he does manage to learn some things. Old Tulp operated out of Mannheim. Could that be what Olivier meant by going south? Should we go to Mannheim? No. Why won't you tell me what you realized, or remembered, or whatever? Why can't you trust me? She looked away from him. Rafaella! He grabbed her arm and jerked her around to face him. One of the guards took a step forward, then, at the frown from Marcus, quickly retreated. Several tourists, whispering among themselves, detoured a goodly distance away from the Rembrandt. Trust you? Okay, here's trust. Who is Anton Roche? That got him good. He stared at her, then exploded. Ah, so now you eavesdrop on my phone calls. No, I was just smart enough to call the operator after you took yourself off, and she told me it was this man Roche, and what his room number was in the hotel. So you just scampered upstairs to spy on me? You're making a scene. Who is Roche? Some foreign agent? What does he have to do with you? Are you a foreign agent? Forget Roche. He's not important at the moment. And don't be a fool. Of course he's not a foreign agent. Why won't you trust me? He shook her. You do know something. And it's something close to home, isn't it? It's something you'd know that I couldn't possibly know. He saw it in her eyes. Yeah, something real personal. What is it, Rafaella? She struggled with herself. She drew a deep breath, her decision made. Let's find an expert. Let's have this painting authenticated. He stared at her, then up at that painting. It looked authentic to him. Who are you, Miss Rafaella?
Holland? I'm just what you see, almost. But stop doing that. Stop putting me on the defensive. You've got more secrets than a pig in a spacesuit. Don't try to explain that one. You want an expert? Okay, let's find one. Do you think the officials here at the Louvre, one of the most respected and famous museums in the entire world, are just going to nod and say, "Why, certainly, Miss R. Holland"? You think this wonderful picture is a fake? Let's find out. Get serious, Rafaella. I don't know if I can get them to go along with it. All we can do is try. The name of Charles Winston Rutledge III did help in the end. The art expert, a Monsieur André Flambeau of Galerie de la Roche, was allowed the following morning to examine the Rembrandt. Monsieur Didier, one of the assistant directors of the Louvre, hovered over him, alternatively frowning, pursing his thin lips, and looking vastly worried.
He kept reminding all of them, "Of course it's genuine, certainement, c'est ridicule, vraiment ridicule." He talked of the painting's papers, its provenance, all provable and quite authentic, of course. On and on. Hours passed. Testing continued into the late afternoon. Monsieur Flambeau requested the assistance of another expert associated with the Sorbonne. He arrived, all agog, and the two men closeted themselves from the Louvre officials. Testing continued well into the night. Finally, near to midnight, Flambeau raised his head and stared off into space. Monsieur Didier was dancing about with impatience. His nails, Rafaella saw, nearly bitten to the quick. He looked ready to explode. Flambeau said slowly, in very precise English, looking directly at Rafaella and Marcus, "I don't know how you guessed, how you amateurs could possibly tell, but you were quite right. It's one of the finest forgeries I've ever encountered in all my career, but a forgery it is." All hell broke loose the following day in Paris when the announcement was made to the international press. Giovanni's Island, April 2001. Dominick stared down at the newspaper with the grainy photo of Rembrandt's Bathsheba. Well into the article, it was said that two Americans, their names were withheld, had brought the possibility of forgery to the officials at the Louvre. Was it Marcus and Rafaella? Dominick was sure it was. Deep down, he knew. Odd how the painting simply hadn't occurred to him. It hadn't occurred to anyone, except Rafaella. Stupid, really. He, of course, should have guessed right away. He was an art lover, something of an expert, yet the painting just hadn't come into his conscious mind. Further, he'd had no idea at all that the painting was a fake. Since it was a fake, it shouldn't be difficult for him to discover who'd bought it. He'd email Ammon Savita, a broker in stolen art from Amsterdam. If Ammon hadn't done the actual procuring, he would know who had. An hour later, Dominick sat back in his chair. Bathsheba was a forgery, replacing the original in the Louvre at least 10 years before. Ivan Ducrot's had done the job. Ammon Savita handled the painting. Now Dominick knew who had bought it, who had to keep it hidden for all time because it couldn't be insured. Dominick felt the sour taste of betrayal fill his mouth. Oh yes, he knew, and he would now take the necessary steps. The man who had bought Bathsheba was Charles Winston Rutledge III, Rafaella Holland's wealthy and powerful stepfather. For the moment, Dominick didn't wonder about Rutledge's motives. They didn't matter for the present. He just thought of revenge. Sweet, very tough, exquisitely thorough revenge. He thought for 2 hours, and then he reached for his phone. 21, Paris, France, April 2001. They were questioned until the French officials literally threw up their hands, shook their heads, and let Rafaella and Marcus go. They had no choice. There was no proof of complicity, of motive, of anything. Rafaella had seen enough interviews with the cops to know their methods, although she had to admit that the suave French gendarmes had a bit more flair. One gendarme had the plummiest voice imaginable and was all sympathy. Another growled, and yet another cursed with majestic originality. Certainly, their threats to the Americans were more colorfully gruesome in their detail and far more bloody. The guillotine, outlawed nearly 100 years before, was mentioned in frustrated, sour voices. Rafaella held firm. She was polite and consistent and soft-spoken, respectful Boston at its best. There was nothing she could tell them, nothing. She knew art. What else could she say? And there had been something about the painting. No, she couldn't be more specific. It was an elusive feeling she hadn't been able to ignore. She'd been drawn to it, drawn to examine it closely. Certainly they understood that. This perception, this awareness that all wasn't right, yes, she could see that Monsieur Labisse understood. Such depths he appeared to have, such sensitivity. Monsieur Labisse thought this perception, this awareness business sounded like merde, but he was a smart man, and he was politically astute. The young lady's stepfather was the powerful Charles Rutledge III, a close friend of the Minister of Assistance. No, Monsieur Labisse wasn't stupid. Whatever was going on, he would discover it soon enough, and if this young lady was involved, well, what could he do? For the moment, he'd go very carefully, very discreetly. As for Marcus, he quickly perfected an elegant Gallic shrug and a wonderful look of bewilderment. He was good, Rafaella thought many times during those long hours at the police station. He hadn't a drop of sensitivity about the painting, he said over and over in a forthright, guileless voice. He was just along for the ride. Very good indeed. Again, she found herself wondering just who he really was. They weren't released until nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, bedraggled, so tired they could scarcely think. But it was over, until they got outside the station. There were media people clustered there, and like media people from all over the world, which indeed they were ready to do anything to get a sensational story. "No comment," Marcus shouted in English. He looked at Rafaella's pale face and said, "Come on, kiddo, we can get away from them. You've just got to move. Come on." "Rafaella?" Marcus came to a sudden halt, whirled about to see Rafaella stopped dead in her tracks, slightly bent over, clutching her stomach. "What's the matter? Rafaella?" He was at her side, holding her up, seeing the paparazzi closing in, and not knowing for a moment what to do. "The hospital? What's wrong? Your stomach? Do you have cramps? Appendicitis?" Rafaella didn't move any part of her body for at least 10 seconds. She saw the photographers and reporters closing fast, seeing that something was wrong, but she couldn't be bothered. She felt Marcus's arm around her. She felt dizzy, lightheaded, then cramps ripping through her belly. The cramps worsened, and because she didn't understand why, it was all the more terrifying. Then, suddenly, the pain stopped. Just plain stopped. Slowly, very slowly, she straightened. "Nothing now. I don't know what happened," she said, all businesslike again, and Marcus just stared down at her, not knowing what to say, what to do. "Let's get back to the hotel, unless you'd like to go to a doctor right now." No, let's go back to the hotel. I'm okay now. It must have been something I ate. I ate the same thing you did, a rubbery pizza with long dead pepperoni. That must have been it. You're so macho, and therefore don't get food poisoning. Quick, Marcus, the vultures are closing fast." Marcus hailed a taxi, and when they were on their way, he said, "Is this all an act, just to postpone telling me what's really going on?" No act. For a while there, I really felt bad. But there's nothing now, so forget it. Actually, she'd felt periods of pain occasionally during all those long hours at the Louvre, and then at the police station. But now, thank God. "And as for the other, not yet, Marcus. Please, just not yet. It's fantastic, and even I can't believe it yet. It involves others, not just me, so I've got to—" He cut her off with a slash of his hand. "So you're not going to tell me anything? I'm like the gendarmes, and you're going to lie to me, treat me like a blithering fool, like the enemy? It's not like that. Please, Marcus, if it were just me, it would be different. But enough. I'm tired of it, too tired to argue with you any more about it. So much for your trust, so much for us, and any future." He tapped the taxi driver on the shoulder. "Arrêtez, laissez-moi descendre." He took one last look at Rafaella and said, "You're right, it's just lust." Rafaella didn't say a word. How could he be so bloody obtuse? Let him go off and sulk, the stupid jerk. Even though she didn't feel any pain, she wrapped her arms around her stomach. She motioned the driver to go on. He gave her a look, then a Gallic shrug. Typically male, she thought. Of course it was all her fault. She was a shrew, kicking her poor man out of the cab. Marcus realized he'd been a fool within 10 minutes. He was walking down the Rue Carrefour, head bent, hands stuffed in his pockets. He was furious with her. He didn't understand what she was hiding, and he wanted to tell her she'd better begin trusting him soon, since he was going to be her husband. Her husband. He came to an instant stop, bumping into a very fat woman who dexterously held a baguette under her bare armpit. He apologized profusely, in fractured German, not remembering where he was, and kept walking. Oh yes, he wanted to marry her, the damned irritant. He stopped in front of a jewelry store and stared at the array of wedding rings. He was on the point of going in, then remembered their situation and the fact that Rafaella just might be sick. Where was his sense, his brain? He felt strangely suspended, out of time, and he supposed it was the confusion of a strange city, the bewilderment of spending too many hours being grilled by men who had to make their threats through translators. Oh no, he hadn't been about to let them know he spoke French moderately well. The confusion of realizing he was in love with a woman for the first time since poor Kathleen. He'd accused her of keeping things from him, but he was blacker than either the pot or the kettle. Marcus walked into their hotel room a half-hour later. He called out her name and saw her coming out of the bathroom, bent like before, clutching her stomach. Only this time there was blood running down her legs, staining her wrinkled light blue skirt, puddling on the carpet between her feet. And in that instant, he knew what was wrong. Rafaella looked up at him, her eyes dumb with pain and confusion. "Help me, Marcus. Please help me." He didn't know much about miscarriages, but he knew about hemorrhage and knew he had to get the bleeding stopped. He was at her side in an instant, scooping her up in his arms and laying her flat on her back on the bed. He quickly got towels, all 4 heavy white cotton ones that were in the bathroom. "It's going to be all right, Rafaella. Just hold on. Let's get the bleeding stopped." He pulled her back onto her back and pulled a pillow under her hips. He worked her skirt up to her waist, then pulled off her bloody pantyhose and panties, saying over and over, "It'll be all right. Let's get you elevated. Try to stay this way, love. Just hang in there. Just another minute. That's right. Oh, sweetheart, I'm sorry. So very sorry about this. You'll be okay. Just hang in there with me. Don't forget about our date on the beach, you with your flute." She felt the rhythm, the cadence of his voice, not particularly his words, and it calmed her, took away the numbing fear. But the pain was worse now, and she cried out, unable to keep it in, and tried to bring her knees up to her chest. But he was sitting beside her, holding her down, and finally her belly felt like it was twisting over onto itself, and she felt a rush, and it was warm and liquid, and it was her blood and that of the fetus. Marcus saw it was over. He bathed her again, stuffed the smaller hand towels against her, and quickly covered her with every blanket in the room. "Just lie quietly now. Don't try to move." He added unnecessarily, "You've had a miscarriage. You'll be okay now." So much blood, he thought, gathering up the sodden red towels. Too much blood. When he came back to the bed, he saw that she was asleep, and he was relieved. Exhaustion, he supposed, that and worry, had brought about the miscarriage. He felt her pulse, and it was steady. Her color was better. Still, he knew he should get her to the hospital. He wasn't certain about the blood loss, and if she needed a transfusion, that and whatever else should be done following a miscarriage. He opted for a taxi, not an ambulance. They didn't need any more publicity. He wrapped her in blankets and held her close until the taxi pulled up at the emergency entrance of St. Catherine's Hospital. He calmly told the reception people he was her husband and should suffered a miscarriage on a holiday. He prayed none of them would recognize the 2 Americans who just turned the art world on its ear. They weren't recognized. Marcus used his real name, Marcus Ryan O'Sullivan. He thought, as he signed their names, that Rafaella Holland O'Sullivan had a very nice ring to it. Too, it did provide a bit of cover, and he prayed, as he thought it, prayed for a future for them. 2 hours later, he was allowed into her room, a private one that he'd paid cash for. There was no point in taking any chances with another patient recognizing her. She was awake, pale-faced, her eyes shadowed, but she was back with him, thank God. "Hi, Miss Holland, or rather Mrs. O'Sullivan." He sat beside her on the bed and took her hand. He kissed each of her fingers. "Thanks, Marcus. I didn't realize what was happening. I can't believe I was just standing there like an idiot, playing the helpless routine. Sometimes you're entitled. I shouldn't have ever gotten in a snit and left you. I knew you hadn't been feeling well, but I still had to go off and sulk." Rafaella ignored that. "The doctor told me to assure my husband that the miscarriage hadn't caused any damage. He also called me Mrs. O'Sullivan in a very charming accent, just like you did. Is that your real name by any chance?" "Yes. I hope you don't mind, but I wanted to give us a bit of cover. Now, would you please listen to me? I'm sorry about this, Rafaella. But I don't understand. You're on the pill." "Yes, I am. Remember after our bout in the swimming pool, I asked you when your period was due, and you told me any day?" She looked frighteningly pale. "I didn't have a period," she said slowly. "I didn't even think about it. There was so much happening. I didn't even realize that I hadn't had a period. And now this." She was crying, not making a sound, but tears were seeping from the corners of her eyes, streaking down her cheeks. Marcus gathered her against him, kissing her hair, stroking his hands down her back, saying over and over, "It's all right, sweetheart. Really, it's all right. You'll be all right now, I swear it. Shush, you'll make yourself ill. Damnation, you're supposed to be safe with me." Rafaella sniffed loudly, accepted a French rendition of a Kleenex from him. It was about as soft as the French idea of toilet paper, and blew her nose. She was falling apart, and it wasn't just because of the miscarriage. No, it was the other. She knew he was frightened and concerned, and so she forced a smile and pulled back, out of his arms, and said, "You're macho, remember? Macho men can overcome anything, including impregnating supposedly impregnable ladies. You are, evidently, frighteningly virile and potent. I like the sound of that, but not what happened." He plowed his fingers through his hair. "Oh, Rafaella, I'm sorry about this. It's not your fault. Stop with the mea culpas, all right? Really, Marcus, it just isn't you. And I am safe with you."
You mean you got pregnant that first time in the deep end? It would seem so. Get that look off your face. Men are the strangest creatures, she added, still smiling at him. Marcus O'Sullivan. I like the sound of that. Very, very Irish. Your hair is standing on end. You're tired, he said, abruptly rising. Please rest, and I'll be back this evening. What are you going to do? I'm going to do some checking around and see if I can't find out who bought Bathsheba on the black market. There are a couple of people here in Paris who might know. He saw it in her face. Knowledge, pain, deep uncertainty about what she should do. He raised his hand, knowing excuses would come out if she chose to speak at all. No, you don't have to tell me a thing, ever, if that's what you decide. But if you can't give me the answers, I've simply got to go out and try to find them myself. You do understand that, don't you, love? She nodded, splaying her fingers over her stomach, so flat-looking beneath the stark white sheet. I'm sorry, but I just can't. Not yet. I have to... He leaned down and kissed her, then was gone. Rafaella lay there staring a moment at the closed door. He was a good man, and his real name was O'Sullivan. She liked it. What am I going to do? There was no answer, no sound at all in her room. I just had a miscarriage, she thought blankly, and to her surprise, she felt the tears welling up again. Giovanni's Island, April 2001. Delorio couldn't believe it. He was a millionaire. Nothing had changed except an old man he'd rarely seen in his life had died, and now he was filthy rich. He just stood there grinning like a fool. He couldn't believe it. He was free. At last, he was out from under his old man's thumb. His old man had tried to be cool about it, to play it down, but Delorio wasn't stupid. He knew what was what now. There would be new rules to the game, and he'd be the one to write them, no one else. His old man had done more than play down his inheritance. He'd tried to make it seem like a dung pile. But Delorio had an idea of his grandfather's worth. It was a lot, more than his old man had, he'd wager. And there wasn't any more money to be spent on his mother. Not that he would have minded, of course, if she'd been willing to cut back her expenses. His old man was stupid. He was too old to know what was good for the family, what family there was left. Just the two of them now. His father had told him, looking him straight in the eyes, that he was sorry Sylvia had been in that accident. And Delorio had said, "Did you have her killed?" Dominick had smiled sadly and replied, "Of course not. She was your mother. She was once my wife. It was an accident, a terrible tragedy. Shocking." No more would his old man tell him he couldn't go into drugs. He had no more power over Dominick Giovanni. Delorio was the man of the future. Dominick Giovanni was a relic of the past. He might as well hang it up. Delorio was ready to take over. It wouldn't be long now. He had the money, he had the brains, and he had the connections in Cartagena and in Miami. The old man didn't know it, but Mario Calapas respected him, Delorio. He believed in him, believed that the old man was over the hill. But Mario hadn't ordered the hit on him. No, that was Bathsheba.
Maybe if his old man asked him real nice, he'd try his hand at wiping out the assassins. That smug-mouthed Irish jerk, Marcus Devlin, was a useless imbecile. He'd done nothing, not a damned thing. The fact that he'd saved the old man's life, well, that was just the luck of the draw. All Marcus was interested in was screwing Rafaella Holland. Delorio's hands fisted. Then, slowly, he relaxed, splaying his fingers, smiling. He shouldn't let little things get to him anymore. Things were looking up now. He was in control. In the hallway, Merkel took a call from Callie at the resort. She wondered if he could tell her Marcus's plans. There were decisions that had to be made, and besides, everyone was asking for him. A popular guy was Marcus, Merkel thought, and told Callie that he'd have to get back to her. Marcus was off on business for Mr. Giovanni, somewhere in Europe. Callie rang off, telling him that he should come over to the resort and see Punk's new hairdo. It was called Big Hair, and it was still very blonde, and had a gorgeous purple stripe running from the cowlick down to her neck. Merkel said he'd do that. Punk was a hoot. Then he went to see Mr. Giovanni, who was alone in the library, and didn't look pleased to admit Merkel. That made Merkel nervous and uneasy. "I wanted to ask you about Marcus, Mr. Giovanni. Callie called from the resort, asking about him and his plans. I told her I'd ask you." "Maybe you should be asking me what my plans are for Marcus." Mr. Giovanni was using his soft, smooth as honey voice that made Merkel's flesh crawl. Merkel didn't understand that, and he wasn't certain, all of a sudden, if he ever wanted to. "I've just discovered who our Bathsheba is, Merkel. Aren't you interested in knowing?" "Yes, sir, Mr. Giovanni. Certainly, sir." "It's our dear Rafaella's stepfather, Charles Winston Rutledge III. What do you think of that, Merkel?" "Speechless, I see." I must admit that I was speechless as well, in a manner of speaking. It does make me wonder about Rafaella and her motives, doesn't it, you? Sure it does. And now our Marcus is compromised, shall we say. He's in Miss Holling's company, in her bed, and in all probability he's in her confidence. Oh yes, Marcus is definitely compromised. It was more than Merkel could take in. It sounded incredible, yet somehow... He shook his head and said, "Is there anything I can do, Mr. Giovanni?" Dominick shook his head. "No, just stand ready, Merkel. I can trust you, can't I?" "Mr. Giovanni, sir! Yes, certainly." "You are my man, my creature, as a character of Shakespeare's would say. Yes, my dear creature, stand ready." Paris, France, April 2001. Marcus held her hand. He didn't want to let it go, even though she was asleep. Her flesh was soft, firm, pale as her face was still. A nurse had brushed her hair back from her face. It was lank and dull, but that didn't matter. She was all right, thank God. And no thanks to him, Marcus, the horny bandit. He still couldn't believe he'd gotten her pregnant when she'd been on the pill. In the future, they'd have to be very careful, since it appeared that his sperm was happily at home in her womb and quite ready to stake claim. The future. It didn't give him pause now. He'd discovered over the past couple of days that all the insanity that had defined his life for the past 2.5 years, all the deceptions, the damnable assignments, Dominick Giovanni himself and his devious, quite ruthless mind, the danger, all of it was out of the limelight of his mind. No, his priorities had definitely shifted, and now he viewed all the other as simply things to be taken care of before he and Rafaella could get on with their lives. She'd feel the same way, at least should better. When she was feeling back to normal, he'd tell her the truth. Maybe if she were open, she would be also. Actually, as soon as she cracked her eyes open, he'd start talking. He'd been a fool not to prove his trust of her sooner. "You're looking awfully serious. For a change, I should say. How are you, Mr. Marcus O'Sullivan?" "I'm tired and worried and skinny because I haven't eaten forever and lonesome as hell. I am not, however, horny. Those days are long over." Rafaella smiled and squeezed his fingers. "You're not, huh? I wonder how long that will last." "Probably until we're married." He looked thoughtful. "I'll plan a real kinky wedding night, though. One that will sizzle you so that you make all those cute little noises deep down in your throat." She had no answer to that, just stared at him as if he had a loose bolt somewhere in her brain. Finally, she said, "There's so much happening, so much that has happened in the past, and all of it touches me, and it's a mess. I don't know what to do, Marcus." "It'll stay a mess until you tell me all about it."
No, don't start shaking your head at me. I decided you needed an example set for you. A good example, from a good man. Here goes. My real name is Marcus Ryan O'Sullivan, and my home is Chicago. I'm a partner in It's true, I swear, in a munitions factory that earns its livelihood from government contracts. For example, we provide parts for the F-15 fighter. Also, we develop high-density mines that the government pays us a bundle for. We sell to the NATO countries, but we've never, ever in our professional lives sold to any countries not specifically approved by the State Department. My partner's name is John Savage, and I keep in touch with him, and through him, with a man named Ross Hurley, my contact with the U.S. Customs Service. You're not making this up, are you? No. Why? To get me to spill my guts to you? Oh, no, I take that back. She sighed, then said, "You're not, are you, Marcus? Oh, no, you're as honest as my great-aunt Mildred, who wouldn't lie to the postman about including a letter inside a package and paying more postage. I always knew you couldn't be a criminal. It just didn't fit. But your association with Giovanni, well, tell me the rest of it and I'll believe everything you say." "It's not just sex," she giggled. It was a wonderful sound, and Marcus laughed, his first laugh in more days than he could count. He leaned down and kissed her mouth. "You can keep your maiden name. I don't mind. I'm macho. We've proved that countless times, but sensitive macho. Besides, you make lots of money, and I'm not stupid. Yeah, I like it. Rafaella Holland O'Sullivan. It has a ring. All the newspapers in the country are going to want that byline. You're crazy. Get back to your tale." He kissed her again. "A hard woman. You'll like John Savage, my partner. We drew straws, and I won, or lost, depending on your viewpoint. Here's what happened nearly 3 years ago. Our business was just taking off in a big way. We had credibility with all the bigwigs in the Defense Department, with all the other feds too, even Congress. We kept to our bids, and we rarely ran over our target dates or upped our initial bids. Now here's the fly in the ointment. John and I are first cousins, and our Uncle Morty, my mother's older brother, was on our payroll. Come to find out, we were under investigation by the U.S. Customs Service, and they accused Uncle Morty of selling goodies to foreign agents, notably guys selling stuff to Iran. Not a particularly wonderful thing to have happen to a relatively new company that could use all the credibility it could get. Neither John nor I believed Uncle Morty guilty, but there was evidence, and the bottom line was that good old Uncle Morty had been netted by a very gorgeous woman. He's about the most benign guy you can imagine, short, bald, and tubby. But the truth is, he's just plain naive, incredibly so in this case, and he did whatever this woman told him to do. She, unlike Uncle Morty, was one smart cookie, and she was long gone before everything cracked wide open. But we ended up making a deal with Hurley of the Customs Service. One of us would go undercover and nail this very elusive fellow whose name was Dominick Giovanni. When he was safely under wraps, that is, when the feds had gotten him, Uncle Morty would be off the hook. Understand, Uncle Morty was looking at life imprisonment, and we couldn't find that woman or any of the middle guys who'd done all the circuitous routing of the F-15 parts to Iraq. He's been in protective custody ever since, free but not really, not completely. He'll be really free the day Dominick isn't. And that, my dear Miss Holland, is the truth. What do you think? I'm overwhelmed. But why would they offer that deal to you, two businessmen? Both John and I had been field agents in Europe. We were well trained and were really very good. We stayed in the CIA for 5 years, then started up our own arms company.
That's why I speak some French and a smattering of German. It seemed a good idea, and we'd met a lot of people in the Defense Department and made good impressions. I wonder if you guys were set up, she said thoughtfully. Nah, but I'd like to believe it if I could. No, Uncle Morty had been played for a fool. The funny thing is, you will like him when you finally meet him. Rafaella suddenly grabbed his hand and shook it. But the danger, Marcus. If Dominick ever found out, he'd blow my head off. I'd be history. No wonder you couldn't tell me anything. I can't get over the fact that both of us are here pretending to be what we aren't. Only I really am a writer, and I really did write that biography of Louis Rameau, and I did truly intend to write a biography of Dominick Giovanni. It's just that it wouldn't have been written the way he expected it to be. I'm beginning to see. You want to nail him too? Yes, nail him but good. I wanted to write a book that Ella took the 4 capsules. The nurse was taking her blood pressure, speaking softly to her. She lay back, almost instantly feeling the drowsiness pull at her. The nurse finished with the blood pressure and was straightening to stand beside her bed. Rafaella heard her say to Marcus, "Now, Mr. O'Sullivan, it's your turn. No, sir, don't move. You recognize a silencer, I'm sure. A gun." "No," Rafaella whispered, and tried to pull herself upright in bed. But she couldn't move. She felt heavy and strangely numb, and the room was turning dark. "Who are you? Another tulp?" Marcus's voice, low and calm and furious. "Let's not waste time, Mr. O'Sullivan. Now listen very carefully. Your little tart here will shortly be quite unconscious. I've got 2 men dressed as orderlies outside with a gurney. We're all leaving here shortly. You try anything, and I'll kill her. Do believe me. Then I'll kill you, and maybe some of the hospital staff. And then I'd get away. I've got the gun and the element of surprise. Now, will you cooperate?" Marcus took stock, weighed his options, all in under 2 seconds. "Who sent you?" he asked, his eye on her gun. "Who are you working for?" "You'll know soon enough." "Good, she's out. Don't move, Mr. O'Sullivan. You wouldn't look particularly sexy as a corpse." Marcus watched her walk to the door, open it just a crack, and motion to someone outside. In a moment, 2 men wheeling a gurney came into the room. "Don't underestimate me because I'm a woman, Mr. O'Sullivan." She watched impassively as the men lifted Rafaella off the bed and onto the gurney. They smoothed the covers over her, a very professional-looking job with neatly tucked-in corners, then nodded to the woman. "I believe we're ready to leave this place. Don't forget, Mr. O'Sullivan." She lowered the gun under the cover, and he could make out its outline, the muzzle pressing against Rafaella's left breast. "I won't forget," he said, and meant it. He wanted to go after her, but he knew the chances were slim indeed, that he'd disarm her without being hurt himself, or Rafaella being shot. He walked beside the gurney into the hospital corridor. His chance would come. Who had sent the woman? 2 choices, only 2, Bathsheba or Dominick. No, there was Olivier as well. But Rafaella's stepfather had threatened his own stepdaughter? And how could Bathsheba be her stepfather? How could he try to kill Dominick, knowing she was there on the island? None of it made any sense. Marcus couldn't seem to take his eyes off the gun muzzle against Rafaella's breast. He kept cool and kept walking. There would be other opportunities. The 2 men, dressed in their white jackets, looked slightly bored, like orderlies anywhere. The woman's face was impassive. She reminded him a bit of Tulp, hard, tough eyes as mean as nails. Where would they be taken? "Monsieur O'Sullivan, un moment, s'il vous plaît." It was a young, fresh-faced nurse who was calling to him, and she was trotting down the corridor toward them, waving a sheet of paper. Marcus saw the gun jerk, felt the alarm of the 2 men. The young nurse was smiling at him, unsuspecting, waving the piece of paper. 22, Long Island, New York, April 2001. Charles Rutledge left Pine Hill Hospital just after 10 o'clock at night. It was cold, only 46 degrees, and thick leaden clouds obscured the quarter moon. He shivered in his cashmere coat and pulled on his soft York leather driving gloves. The hospital parking lot was well lit, but there weren't many cars at this time of night. Charles was bone-tired and depressed. Life, once a Garden of Eden, created especially for him from a beneficent fate, now seemed pallid and cold and emptied as a desert, and he hated it. It was like purgatory, the uncertainty of each hour, not knowing when it would end and what the ending would be, the paleness of Margaret's face, the damnable doctors just nodding and trying to pretend optimism. He'd noticed today how Margaret's hair seemed duller than just the day before, and it scared him. Was it a sign that she was failing? He couldn't bear to go home, to hear his own footsteps on the Italian marble tiles in the vast entrance hall, to know he would be alone. The house was shadowed with memories, yet empty of any present, and even the Rutledge housekeeper, Nora May, who'd been with him for 22 years, was silent, reproachful, as if he, Charles, were somehow responsible for what had happened. And even when he was with Margaret, he was alone, because that one time his wife had regained consciousness should set his name. Charles shook his head. Just for now, for the next hour or so, he'd forget Dominick Giovanni, forget his plots, forget his plans, forget his failures. It was like a canker, and it would kill him if he let it. He was fast taking over Margaret's obsession. He was already obsessed, had been for months before the accident. Charles drove his BMW to Claudia's apartment, stopping first at a 7-Eleven to call her and ask her if he could come. She sounded pleased to hear his voice, and he hoped it was true. He was becoming a cynic. Claudia liked him. She really did. At least she had before he'd broken things off with her. It wasn't sex he wanted from her tonight. No, he never wanted sex from her again. He just needed someone he could trust, someone who knew him, someone he could talk to, someone he knew would listen and commiserate and be patient and kind. Claudia met him at the front door. She helped him off with his coat and scarf, gently pulled off his gloves. She led him into the living room, which was all soft pastels and creams. He sat on a pale peach silk sofa opposite the fireplace. She told him to relax and raised his legs, placing his feet on a squat hassock. She brought him a brandy, then sat on the floor beside him. She simply looked up at him and waited. No recriminations, no sulking, no guilt. He sipped at his brandy and began to talk. She didn't interrupt him, just listened intently, watching his face. "Claudia," he said, pausing a moment, "do you know, it feels good being here, just as a friend, knowing that you'll bear with me, knowing that you'll expect nothing more from me." "Perhaps I still expect something more," she said, "but not now. Yes, I'm your friend, though it isn't what I'm used to." Some minutes later, she was sitting beside him, a glass of Burgundy in her hand, and he continued to talk. It was late when he stopped, but Claudia merely smiled at him and said, "Why don't you stay the night? You're so tired, Charles." Charles shook his head, even though he felt so tired, so very enervated, that he could fall asleep where he sat. "No, I can't, but thank you for caring, Claudia." "I worry about you," she said, lacing her fingers through his. "I truly do, Charles. Your wife will be all right. I know it." He nodded, saying nothing, and looked toward the fireplace. There were no flames now, no sparks shooting upward, just warm embers, glowing orange. And he felt old and tired and terrified of what tomorrow might bring. He turned suddenly to Claudia and said, "Did I tell you that he murdered Silvia Carlucci Giovanni?" Claudia frowned. "I remember hearing that name on the news. Wasn't she some Chicago gangster's daughter? You knew her, Charles." "Yes. Not really knew her personally, but she was the drunk who struck Margaret's car. It's complicated." Charles cursed himself for cutting loose to Claudia, and quickly rose to his feet. "Forgive me for carrying on, Claudia. Forget what I said. Thank you for letting me talk my head off. Will I see you again? Perhaps, if you wish, but as a person, a friend." She grinned at him. "I suppose that's possible, but a pity, Charles, a great pity." He placed her fingertips over her lips. "I must go now. Good night." He left her. He felt the frigid air slap him hard, and hunched forward, jerking his coat collar up, quickening his pace to his car. The wind had come up and was blowing cold and hard. He nearly yelled aloud at the shock of it when he heard the soft voice say from behind him, "Mr. Rutledge, do as I tell you, and everything will be all right. I've got a gun pointed at your spine. We're going to leave your car here. You're coming with me. No, sir, don't turn around, don't say anything. Just walk, that's it, to your right. But who are you? Charles whispered, his heart pounding so hard it hurt to breathe. Please, what is this about? Do you want money? No, sir, no money. Be quiet, or I'll have to hurt you. Hurry now. I don't want us to be seen. Charles speeded up, and his heart pounded wildly because he was afraid he was going to die, that this was finally the end for him. He was frightened beyond words. Maybe it was a kidnapping. What would happen? Margaret. What would happen to Margaret? He couldn't leave Margaret, not the way she was, in that frightening limbo. He felt lightheaded with fear, and the man behind him, as if sensing it, said in that same calm voice, "You're doing just fine, Mr. Rutledge. Now here's my car. You just get in here and slide across the seat." Charles did as he was told. There was a gear between the two front seats, and he had difficulty, but the man said nothing, merely waited for him to settle into the passenger seat. He was terrified to look at the man's face. He wasn't wearing a mask, Charles knew that. He was terrified to look because he'd heard that terrorists, if their hostages saw their faces, killed them, saying they had no choice because they couldn't leave witnesses. But Charles had heard they didn't wear masks on purpose because they wanted to kill. They wanted to see a victim's terror before they killed him. No, he wouldn't look. But the man was in the car now, turning the key in the ignition. "Where are we going?" The man turned on the heater, adjusted the rearview mirror, then said, turning to face Charles, "To a beautiful place, actually. Right now, to the airport. Just hold still, Mr. Rutledge." Before Charles could react, he felt a needle sink into his upper arm, sharp and cold, having penetrated easily through his thick cashmere coat, his jacket and shirt, and buried itself deeply into his flesh, and he gasped with the knowledge of it and the horror of it, and tried to jerk away, but it was too late. The man had smashed his thumb against the plunger, and then the man was saying, "It's just something to make you sleep, Mr. Rutledge. That's all. Just sleep. Just a minute now." "No," said Charles, and even though his single word wasn't slurred, his mind was already becoming clouded, and he turned and stared at the man full face. The man looked benign, a kindly father who was too thin, his features sharp and gaunt. And Charles said, his voice now slurred, "What's your name?" "Frank Lacey." "All right," Charles said. The man was real. He had a name, and had said it aloud, and it made Charles feel better. He slowly fell over on the seat, his head lightly hitting the car window. "Paris, France, April 2001. Marcus turned and smiled pleasantly at the young nurse, who was flushed and bright-eyed, her fresh lipstick very red. He said in French, "Yes, what is it you have there?" And she dashed up to him, not noticing anything at all odd about the trio beside him, because she was clearly infatuated with him and had not a thought for anything or anyone else. Marcus saw it as she moved closer to him, and wanted to pray that it would continue. Her infatuation just might save her life as well as his and Rafaella's. He gave her the sexiest smile he could drudge up. "What have you got?" he asked again, and she handed him a single sheet of paper, smiling shyly up at him, her very red lips parting a bit, her eyes never leaving his face even as he looked down and read. It was an insurance form. He said to her, "I've already paid everything in cash. I don't have insurance here in France." She looked blank. Then her face flooded with color, and he knew at that moment that she knew, and that it had been only an excuse to talk to him. She backed up and looked squarely into the woman's face. Marcus held his breath. The woman looked cold and hard, and the nurse said, flushing even more, "I'm sorry, truly, so very sorry." He smiled as he handed the paper back to her. "Thank you, but it isn't necessary. I'll see you later." She turned and he heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes immediately going to the gun beneath the cover, pressed against Rafaella's left breast. "Well done, Mr. O'Sullivan. You seem to collect little tarts, don't you? Are you next? Me? Sleep with you? A stupid, egotistical Irishman? The only thing on your brain is your cock. Now, just as soon as that little slut is through staring at your crotch, we'll get out of here." He nearly lost it. He wanted so badly to smash his face in her face. His fingers flexed spasmodically. No, no, he had to keep his mouth shut. Monique took one last furtive look at the American she thought so handsome. It occurred to her now to wonder why they were moving Mr. O'Sullivan's wife to another hospital. It didn't make any sense. Mrs. O'Sullivan would be able to leave the hospital tomorrow. Ah, what a lucky woman she was to have Mr. O'Sullivan for her husband. She frowned. It was strange. She saw Mr. O'Sullivan speaking to the woman, and he seemed tense. They both seemed angry. A doctor? Monique didn't recognize her. She probably wouldn't ever see him again. She suddenly saw the woman's arm jerk. Her hand was under the cover, touching Mrs. O'Sullivan. How very odd it looked. And Mr. O'Sullivan had said he'd see her later. Did he mean he'd call her? Monique wasn't even sure he knew her name. Over the Atlantic, April 2001. The private jet was spacious, with seats and tables along the right side of the cabin, several small sofas along the left side, and enough room for Rafaella to lie on her back, her legs stretched out comfortably. There was a bedroom in the rear of the plane, but Marcus had been told to put Rafaella on the floor near the bulkhead. He supposed their captors didn't want them out of their sight. Rafaella was still unconscious from the drugs the woman had given her. Marcus held her, his hand unconsciously rubbing up and down her arm. He wanted her to open her eyes. He was frightened, not for himself, oddly enough, nor for what awaited them, but for now, right this minute, because Rafaella continued so still and so deeply unconscious. Marcus leaned back against the bulkhead and gently laid her head on his thighs. He kept her well covered. He watched one of the men serve himself a drink at the bar on the left side of the cabin. The other man was sitting on one of the sofas reading one of those Soldier of Fortune magazines. The woman sat close in a chair opposite them, the gun in her hand. It was a .38. He remembered Tolp's 9mm and felt a slight ache in his shoulder. The ride from the hospital to a small private airfield just to the north of Paris outside Neuilly had been amazingly routine. The two men had simply lifted Rafaella off the gurney outside the hospital in the parking lot, given her to Marcus, and left the gurney and their white orderly coats there in an empty parking space. They didn't care that anyone would notice, would wonder, would question. They obviously didn't care, because they'd be out of the country very shortly. And then, of course, they'd driven to a private airfield, not more than 30 miles north, driven directly onto the tarmac, and Marcus had carried Rafaella onto the private jet. He realized now who had given the orders, who'd done the planning, who'd settled on the personnel. It had all the meticulous earmarks of a Giovanni operation. Smooth, flawless in execution, quiet, not a whisper of fanfare, so very discreet. Dominick had obviously found out about the painting being stolen since the media had announced it worldwide, and he'd probably known who to call to find out that it had been Charles Rutledge who'd bought it 10 years ago. And then he deduced that Rafaella must somehow be involved, and thus Marcus, because he was with her and sleeping with her. They were undoubtedly being flown back to the Caribbean, to face whatever brand of music Dominick had decided they deserved. Marcus looked down at Rafaella. He wanted her to wake up. He wanted to tell her he loved her, to tell her that they would have a future together, that they would never again have lies between them. He wanted to hold her, feel her warmth and her giving. Rafaella was aware of a soft rumbling sound, a deep vibration that was continuous and soothing, and she sighed, hearing things more loudly now, but not wanting to wake up. Somewhere in her subconscious, she knew she wouldn't like it when she opened her eyes. She felt fingers on her arm, gently smoothing over her flesh, and she knew it was Marcus, and she knew she had to come around soon, or he would be worried about her. She opened her eyes suddenly and stared up at his chin. He needed to shave. "Hi," she said, and was surprised at the hoarse quality of her voice. "Hi yourself," Marcus said, and looked down at her. His relief was palpable. "I'm okay, Marcus, really. Tell me, are you sure you want to know? Might as well." She paused a moment, then said, "We're in a plane?" He nodded, then told her what had happened, concisely, quietly. "We've probably got another 8 hours or so until we get to Miami. I suppose we'll refuel there, but who knows? Maybe we'll just go directly to St. John's. You sure you feel all right?" In that moment, she knew she had a problem. She wanted to shake her head because she was so embarrassed, so humiliated. She saw the woman who'd faked being a nurse, and she was just sitting there, looking toward them, her face impassive, ugly, and cold. "I'm bleeding." Marcus automatically lifted the covers and looked down.
He winced at the sight of the bright red blood smeared on the white sheet, soaked through her hospital nightgown. Is it normal bleeding, or do you feel it rushing like a hemorrhage? Normal, I think. Okay, do you want me to help you to the bathroom? How weak do you feel? I'm okay. I'd like to bathe and dress, too. Marcus rose and leaned down to lift her up. The woman straightened suddenly, raised her .38, and aimed it directly at Rafaella. I can't miss from this distance, Mr. O'Sullivan. What are you planning to do with her? She needs to use the bathroom. The woman looked at Rafaella's face a moment, then said, Her suitcase is in the bedroom. I'll watch her while you get it and put it in the bathroom. Put her on the floor. Marcus moved quickly. When he returned, he pulled Rafaella to her feet. You sure you'll be okay? The woman said, She's bleeding on the white carpet. Get her to the bathroom. And when they walked past her, she added, It would serve her right to bleed to death, stupid girl. Marcus just stared at her. The bathroom was a marvel. It was equipped with a shower, a bidet, a toilet, and a pink marble basin, and there was adequate space, with hooks to hang things on, and a rod that warmed the towels. Marcus left her at the door, his brows drawn together, not moving until the woman ordered him back. He still didn't move until he heard the sound of the shower. He was getting worried. 15 minutes had passed. The shower had stopped 8 minutes ago. Not that he was looking at his watch every second. He sat on the floor, his back to the bulkhead, his knees bent, and his arms wrapped around them. What to do? The first thing, he supposed, was to hear what Rafaella had to say. When she came out of the bathroom, he stared at her, then broke into a wide smile. It was his Rafaella, healthy-looking and standing tall, her hair nearly dry and pulled back from her face and held with clips. You look great, he said, and patted the spot beside him. Don't tell me this outfit put you out $800. This is some of my old working woman stuff, actually part of my bright young graduate student persona. With a pencil tucked behind my ear, it's perfect. The woman said nothing, just pointed the pistol at them. The men were quiet too. They just watched, drinks in their hands, not guns. Rafaella fell quiet. When Marcus asked for lunch, it was provided quickly by one of the men. Drink all the orange juice, he told Rafaella. I remember reading someplace it was good for anything that ailed you. They ate the ham and cheese sandwiches. The low hum of the jets drowned out the noise from their 3 captors. They could have been alone, but they weren't, of course. Marcus held her hand, his eyes searching her face for fatigue, for pain, but he saw none. He said, Did I tell you that I haven't had a single nightmare since you took over things? What do you mean, took over things? Well, since you took over me, inside and out. I like the sound of that, kind of like I'm the boss. What nightmare? He told her about his father, Chomper O'Sullivan, a pallid man with fanatic eyes, whose only weapon was a powerful pen. A father who couldn't toss a football, but could quote famous remarks from all different sorts of professional athletes. And how all he wanted all his life was justice and fairness, and how he'd been murdered when Marcus had been 11, and his murderer was probably Carlo Carlucci, but he'd been too powerful, too protected, to be brought to justice. He was killed in front of me and my mom, shot 3 times. And he told her how the dream had started then, and sharpened, adding exquisite terror over the years, and it had stayed with him until now. He smiled at her and said, Anyway, Rafe, for what it's worth, that nightmare is dead and buried. You've got a mom? He grinned and told her about Molly. One tough broad, my mom, and the biggest heart, almost as big as her biceps, big mouth, all full of advice. He gave her more orange juice and another sandwich, and watched her eyes begin to close. What she had to tell him about her stepfather and Bathsheba could wait. They had plenty of time. They weren't going anywhere for the moment. He wanted her strong again. While she slept, Marcus did too. He wanted both of them to be as close to the top of their form as possible. He awoke tonight, and the woman said to him, You were stupid, Mr. O'Sullivan. So she'd gotten bored with her 2 stooges and herself, and she wanted to talk. How long had she been savoring that line? Could be, he said mildly. Being the brain of the Western world ain't all that easy. You shouldn't have screwed Mr. Giovanni. That's interesting. I don't suppose you'd know why he thinks I screwed him?
She shook her head, but he could tell that she was angry because she hadn't been told what he'd done. She was a hired gun, nothing more. He wondered if she was freelance. Whatever, she'd accomplished her assignment. Dominick had moved with incredible speed. It was impressive, but Marcus didn't like being on the other end of all that impressiveness. He wondered who owned the jet. It wasn't Dominick's. Then he remembered Mario Coppice. He owned a jet, probably this one. Obviously, it's got something to do with her. The 38 waved in Rafaella's direction. He was very clear that he didn't want her killed. I guess he wants to do it. Was she his mistress first? Nope, she's his biographer. The woman snorted, a very unattractive sound. She wasn't a pleasant sort. It was after midnight. Marcus wished she'd just go to sleep, so she'd had orders not to kill Rafaella. But Marcus knew that if it had come down to it, the woman would have killed Rafaella without a blink, both of them in fact, and any other person who got in her way. She's a very good writer, he said. Bull. She wouldn't be lying there bleeding if she'd been writing. She's multi-talented. The woman snorted again. I don't suppose you had a sister who lived in Mannheim named Pulp? No. Oh, well, you look a bit like her. She didn't tell her name, which was just fine with Marcus. No, she held her tongue and turned to stare into the dark night from the window at her elbow. When Rafaella woke, she had to go to the bathroom. You swear you're okay? Yes, she said, and he believed her. He helped her up, aware that the woman was watching every move. Didn't she ever sleep? He waited outside the bathroom door. He fetched them more food. When Rafaella came out of the washroom, he knew her well enough to realize that she was ready for business, any business. She'd nearly gotten it together again. Rafaella drank down more orange juice. When she finished, she felt almost ready to take on the woman, who still sat there, holding the pistol at the ready, watching them. It was scary, that soulless stare of hers. Rafaella looked at Marcus, then leaned toward him, her nose practically touching his, and whispered, "Dominick Giovanni is my father." As a bombshell, it won highest marks. She'd never before seen him utterly speechless. In fact, she'd begun to believe that her suave, smooth-talking Marcus couldn't be caught off guard. But she'd gotten him this time. "My God," he said finally, and a black eyebrow shot up toward his hairline. "You've got to be making that up. My mother is married to Charles Winston Rutledge," just in case your brain hadn't leapt to make the connection. "My God," he said again, "Dominick doesn't even remember her. Her name is Mine Holland, but when he met her, Dominick knew her only as Margaret Pennington. She was, and still is, very rich, you see. Her aunt and uncle insisted that she use their name to keep away men who wanted heiresses. Your eyes, damnation, your eyes. I thought they were familiar. They're the same color as Dominick's. I hope that's all I inherited from my dear father. My mother is lying in a coma because she was hit by Silvia Carlucci Giovanni. That's what Charles was told." "I can't buy it myself. The coincidence goes too far." Marcus stared at her. "And here I thought my secrets would blow you out of the water. I'm not in your league. Just keep listening. It's hard even for me to believe it all. My mother wrote journals. I didn't know about them until after she'd been struck by Sylvia or whoever. Then I found them and read them all. That red book you saw beside me that first night on the beach, well, that was one of her journals. It's so sad, Marcus, so sad. Anyway, Charles found out about the journals and read them too, nearly a year ago. I guess he decided to murder Dominick, get him out of her life once and for all. The painting, Bathsheba, I suppose he saw a sort of irony in it. The king, himself, dispatching the man who had an incredible hold on the woman he, Charles, the king, loved. That explanation would probably make a shrink cringe, but it's the best I can do. I just happened to see the painting a very long time ago, by accident. I didn't recognize it at the time, but it made an impression that finally came back to me. And that was when I made the connection. I couldn't tell you then, Marcus. He's my stepfather, and I understand. Forget it. This is crazy, utterly crazy. But I still love you, and we'll get out of this somehow." Marcus took a deep breath. "Dominick will kill your stepfather. We must stop him." I hate to remind you, Miss Holland, but you and I are also prisoners, and our future isn't the brightest I would have planned for us. Dominick doubtless thinks you're in on the assassination attempts, but he doesn't know why, which is why he didn't want you killed. Well, think of something, Marcus. We've got to. Yeah, just not at the moment. I want you to tell me everything, Rafe. Don't leave anything out, not even a semicolon. But first, hug me and tell me you can't live without me. But it wasn't to be. Even as Rafaella put her arms around Marcus's waist, the woman said suddenly, her voice an odd mixture of envy and anger, "That's enough. Mr. O'Sullivan, move away from her. It isn't smart to let you two go on, because I can't hear what you're saying. If you want to tell her how cute she is, then do it in my hearing." Marcus gave her a long look, then moved away. "Go to sleep, sweetheart," he said. "Dream of solutions while you're at it, and no nightmares for you, okay?" 23. Giovanni's Island, April 2001. The two men stared at each other. Finally, Dominick said, "Welcome to my island, Mr. Rutledge. I have heard a lot about you, of course, particularly from your lovely stepdaughter. Do sit down, sir. Do you mind if I ask your age?" 56, Charles said, staring at the man who'd betrayed Margaret, the man who'd killed his own wife, the man who'd made Charles' life a mockery. Margaret had never been all his own, and he'd known it deep down even before he'd found and read her journals, known there was someone else, a man who haunted her. This man, Dominick Giovanni, had always lurked there in the shadows of her mind, always locking Charles out. Charles wanted to kill Giovanni with his bare hands. I'm 57. Somehow, that 1 year made Charles feel a bit better, which was, of course, ridiculous. "Why did you bring me here, Mr. Giovanni, and in such an unorthodox manner?" He looked over at Frank Lacey as he spoke. "I believe you know quite well the answer to that, Mr. Rutledge. However, if you wish to begin the game in an obtuse fashion, well, in just a little while I'll accommodate you." He stared for a few more moments at Charles Winston Rutledge III and said aloud, "You must, among other things, tell me why you chose the name Bathsheba." "What are you talking about?" "Pretending ignorance at this stage is truly unworthy of you, Mr. Rutledge. The game is mine. This final match is mine. I have won. Now, why don't you accompany Merkel here? He will take care of you." Merkel himself was still feeling tremors of shock. The man behind the assassination attempts, this educated Easterner, his voice clipped and aggressive. Why? It made no sense, none at all. Why did this man want Mr. Giovanni dead? Because he didn't like his name? Because Mr. Giovanni had stolen a painting he'd wanted? Merkel said nothing as he directed Mr. Rutledge to a guest room with an adjoining bath. He gave him fresh clothing, not telling him that the clothing belonged to Mr. Giovanni. The clothes would fit, except for the length of the trousers. Mr. Rutledge was the taller of the two. Merkel left him and returned to the library to report to Mr. Giovanni. He drew to a halt outside the door at the sound of Delorio's voice. "He's behind the assassination attempts? He's Bathsheba? That old man? But why? What did you do to him?" "That man is my age, Delorio. He isn't an old man. His name is Charles Rutledge, and he's a very wealthy American entrepreneur and newspaperman, and I don't know yet why he wants me dead." "We will discover the truth shortly." There was silence, and Merkel raised his hand to knock on the door, only to lower it again when Delorio said in a low, vicious voice, "You can't pretend anymore that grandfather gave me a pat on the head and 2 quarters. He left me millions, more than millions, all for me, and there's nothing you can do about it." "I called Goldstein in Chicago. Yes, I found his phone number in your private book. He told me everything. And you had my mother killed, didn't you? You lied to me." "Mr. Giovanni," his voice smooth and deadly, "listen to me, boy. Your mother died in an accident. I had nothing to do with it. I don't believe you. I'm your father. I rescued you from her. I also know about that girl you heard in New York." Merkel could practically see Delorio turn white. His voice was suddenly shrill and high and scared. He didn't sound like a millionaire anymore. She didn't die. I didn't really hurt her. She's fine now, not dead like my mother. No. Physical abuse and rape are frowned upon, you know, Delorio. Delorio's voice was even thinner now. Mother told me, she swore to me, she'd never tell. She took care of it, she told me she did, and she never lied to me. She paid off that girl's father, she's still paying him off, except she can't now because you killed her. No, Delorio, I told you, but I'll tell you again. Your mother's death was an accident. Merkel backed away. He didn't want to hear any more. He turned around and saw Link standing only 2 feet away. From the look on Link's face, Merkel knew he'd heard it all as well. I don't want to stay here, Merkel said, and turned on his heel. He wasn't surprised that Mr. Giovanni knew about a girl Delorio had brutalized in New York. Mr. Giovanni usually found out whatever he wanted to know. He'd found out all about Mr. Rutledge, hadn't he? Link didn't have a chance to escape because the library door burst open at that moment, and Delorio rushed out, his face gray, his eyes wild and dilated. He pushed Link aside, nearly knocking him down, and ran up the stairs. And Link thought, poor Paula. No fun and games this time, just uncontrolled rage. Come in, Link. Do come in. Link wanted to join Merkel, to get far away from the house, but he couldn't. He was a soldier, and this man was his colonel. He nodded and came into the library, shutting the door behind him. It would seem, Dominick said slowly, his brow puckered in thought, that dear Sylvia protected Delorio, had protected him for years. Did you know about that incident in New York? Link shook his head. He wasn't surprised. He wasn't surprised about anything anymore. He was as sure as could be that Frank Lacey had killed Sylvia on Mr. Giovanni's orders, although Frank hadn't said anything. Then again, Frank never said anything. Frank wouldn't hesitate to tell Delorio to his face that his mother had died in a tragic accident, nor would Link for that matter. It would appear that I misjudged Sylvia, at least in this instance. Link wanted to puke. He said nothing. I can't let the boy have all that money, Link. I can't begin to imagine what he'd do with it, the kind of twisted power he'd wield with it. It's my responsibility to control him, to direct his steps. I can see that now, more than before. He's still immature. He needs my guidance. He just doesn't understand how to operate yet, how to deal well with the men in this business. He'd get into drugs, the young fool. He still doesn't think beyond his next lay or his next easy dollar. Link knew well enough that it was the first thing Delorio would do. All Delorio saw in drug trafficking was the promise of quick and easy money, lots of it. Mr. Giovanni was right about that. As for sex, the kid had the sexual appetites of a healthy young bull. Like Merkel, Link wanted to leave the island, go far away, but he waited patiently to see what Mr. Giovanni wanted from him. Charles Rutledge, Dominick said, seeming to savor the man's name as he rubbed his hands together. Frank did a good job of fetching him here. The man's scared to death, I can tell. He thinks he's such a patrician, so cold and in control of himself, but he'll talk soon enough. He'll break. He has every reason to be scared, Link said. He'll tell me everything. I can't wait to have him face his stepdaughter. Ah, Rafaella. His face hardened. She betrayed me. Am I to be surrounded by traitors? And Marcus. I've given him everything, my trust, money, more freedom to do as he wished than one could imagine. And he disappointed me, failed me. You don't know that for certain yet, Mr. Giovanni. Maybe Miss Holland didn't know anything about Bathsheba, Marcus either. Oh, don't I, Link? He took Rafaella to London with him, didn't he? He slept with her, seduced her, as soon as she arrived at the resort. He was with her when they proved the Rembrandt painting to be a forgery. He was part of it. He had to be. That's true, sir, that he was there with her, but I don't understand why he and Miss Holland did it. If they were in on the Bathsheba thing, why would they want to announce it to the world? Why would Miss Holland want to tell the world that her stepfather was the man behind Bathsheba? Why would Marcus save your life? It doesn't make sense. Dominick frowned, then shook his head. There was simply too much happening, too many outside details for him to keep everything straight. It was a good question, one for which he had no answer. Perhaps Rafaella brought Marcus in on it after he took her to bed. They'll be arriving soon now. I'll ask them then. Coco knocked lightly on the library door, then entered. She smiled at Link and turned her attention to Dominick. Delorio left the house with Paula. She looked frightened, and Delorio looked deranged, out of control. This wasn't one of their games. I'm afraid he'll hurt her badly. Who cares? She's failed me too. He's got to be stopped, or he'll hurt her, maybe even kill her. What happened? What did you say to him? I said nothing. Link, ask Frank to bring him back in, both him and Paula. Tell Lacey to make sure Delorio doesn't hurt his wife. Link nodded and left the library. When he told Lacey what Mr. Giovanni wanted, Lacey merely said that he hoped the girl was still alive when he found them. Well, Coco, you've seen our guest, Mr. Charles Winston Rutledge III. No, you don't look pleased, Coco. He's Bathsheba, you know. Now he's mine. Frank took him so easily. You'd think the man would have taken precautions. Did he believe me stupid, unable to discover who it was who had bought the Rembrandt? He was visiting his little tart when Frank got him. He believes he's such a well-bred patrician, his damned noblesse oblige. Hell, like every other man, he has little tarts on the side. Dominick skirted his desk and poured a brandy from the crystal decanter on the sideboard. He isn't admitting a thing at the present, but I'm not worried. He'll come clean very soon. There are things I've got to know. Do you think Rafaella was in on the assassination attempts with him? That she was his inside plant, so to speak? Coco shrugged. First of all, you're not completely certain that Mr. Rutledge is behind Bathsheba, much less that his stepdaughter is helping him, nor that Marcus is helping her. There are a lot of ifs. Too many ifs. And coincidences, my dear Coco? All these parts and pieces, just coincidences? Happenstance? Shall we wallow in them and ignore that they will make a whole, a perfect and complete whole, once assembled properly? No, we won't ignore anything. But you will wait and ask Rafaella and Marcus. Yes, I'll wait. Where is Jiggs? I'd like some lemonade. While I wait, maybe I'll have him tell me some more stories about how things used to be on the island. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. The night was perfectly clear, the stars bright points of light overhead, the air sweet and fresh with the mingling flower scents and the salty tang of the Caribbean. The helicopter they'd changed over to in St. John's now hovered, then set down on the pad outside the house. 4 guards, heavily armed with Uzis, immediately surrounded the helicopter. Dominick emerged from the house, Coco with him. Dominick called out, "Well done, Marta, well done." Marta, Marcus thought. The woman's name was Marta. Marta the sadist. Tough as nails, stronger than a stevedore, mean as his mother's scarred tomcat Clancy. Marcus turned and lifted Rafaella down from the helicopter cabin. She looked tired, but not that weary, sick tired that had so worried him. He straightened and looked at Dominick. "Why did you do this?" he asked. "And where in the name of insanity did you find her?" Dominick came to within a foot of him and said, "You're a traitor. I brought you home to die a traitor's death, a firing squad." Dominick nodded to Marta, and she backed up to stand with the compound guards. Then he said, "You're a turncoat, Marcus. It pains me to have you shot, but I have no choice. No trial, no hearing of the charges, no marching out of the evidence against me?" Dominick just smiled. "We'll see, Marcus." He turned to Rafaella. "Hello, my dear. You've gravely disappointed me as well. And Coco, you've disappointed her too. Anyone else I've disappointed? How about your son? I'm to be shot too? Perhaps. Come inside." He turned to the woman and the 2 men. "Thank you, Marta. You did an excellent job. Give my thanks to Olivier. I owe him, and I don't forget my debts." Marcus stared at Dominick. Olivier? Had the man called Dominick just because Marcus had refused to give him Rafaella? Now Olivier was Dominick's confidant and helper? He glanced toward Marta. Olivier? Marcus supposed that he shouldn't be surprised by anything now. Merkel was standing in the front doorway. He nodded to Marcus, but said nothing. Marcus raised a brow, but Merkel just looked away, saying, Please come into the library, Marcus, Miss Holland. But Dominick was there before them, opening the door, smiling at them, then stepping aside for them to enter. Do allow the lady to go first, Marcus. Rafaella strode into the room, then stopped dead in her tracks. Her stepfather was standing there, dressed in one of Dominick's white linen suits, looking like a plantation owner whose trouser legs were too short. He didn't look afraid, but when his eyes met hers, she read suffering there. "Oh, no," she said, and with a small cry ran into her stepfather's arms. "Oh, Charles, what happened?" "He got you because I uncovered the Rembrandt fake. I'm sorry, so sorry. It never occurred to me that he'd know. It's my fault, dear God, I was so stupid." Charles just hugged her, but he was frowning over her head. "Who are you?" "My name is Marcus Devlin, sir, and—" "Don't you mean Marcus O'Sullivan?" Dominick interrupted smoothly. "It was stupid of you to use your real name in Paris. Marta told me you had. O'Sullivan, very Irish. It allowed me to do some checking, Marcus. I should be hearing back very soon now. I'll strip your cover away, and then we'll see how much of a traitor you really are." Marcus freely admitted to himself that he'd been a fool, a colossal fool. But he hadn't realized that there could be any danger. It had been a hospital registration, nothing more, done just to protect Rafaella from the vultures of the press, and look what had happened. "You'll be disappointed, Dominick," Marcus said. "There's not a thing to find out about me. I'm just a soldier, your soldier, and a damned good resort manager." He took Rafaella's hand and looked at her stepfather, in Dominick's clothes, complete with a pale blue silk handkerchief in the breast pocket of the white linen jacket. Even though the pants were too short, he still looked self-possessed and intelligent. "You're Mr. Rutledge?" "Yes." "Shall we all sit down?" Coco waved a hand toward the plush wicker furniture. Dominick frowning at his mistress. "Rafaella, you will sit here, beside me." "Why should she?" Dominick's eyes narrowed on his mistress's face. "Because I said so. Come here, Rafaella." Rafaella said nothing, merely sat beside him on the wicker love-seat. She felt suddenly weak. She hated her body for betraying her, and afraid. Oh yes, she was afraid. Dominick would kill all of them. And Charles, poor innocent Charles. She didn't care that he'd tried to kill Dominick. She didn't blame him for that for a moment. She just wished he'd succeeded. At the moment, he looked tightly controlled and oddly gallant. "Now," said Dominick, "I see that we're all here." "Where's Delorio?" Marcus asked. "I don't want him here. It's not necessary." "Why not?" This time Dominick openly frowned at Coco, who was sitting just across from him. "Why are you questioning me? You will be quiet, or you will go to your room. You have no right to question me, now or ever." Coco just looked at him and said patiently, "Of course I have every right. I've lived with you for over 3 years. I've slept with you for over 3 years. I've pandered to your every whim for over 3 years. I've listened to you expound on the stupidity, the selfishness, the immorality, and the cupidity of women for over 3 years, their general uselessness except as vessels for men's seed. I've been faithful to you for over 3 years. And when you insisted, I even aborted a child for you 3 years ago because it was a girl and you only wanted a boy." "Shut up, Coco." Coco smiled then, a cruel smile, vicious and frighteningly sad at the same time. It was, Rafaella thought, insight hitting her, as if the dam had burst, and at long last she was seeing this woman without her mask. Ah, yes, I forgot that women were also rapacious and self-indulgent. Also, you make certain I wouldn't ever get pregnant again. You pretended you didn't know, but I found out that you did. That butcher of a doctor you hired told me when I saw him 8 months ago. He told me that you'd told him to tie my tubes because you didn't want any more accidents, and I was getting too old for such risks. You couldn't take a chance that I'd produce a Down syndrome child. The doctor told me you'd acted so concerned, so loving, and you were just protecting my health. That's a lie. You will not speak of such things now. You will get out of my sight." Dominick jumped to his feet, yelling. He was beyond caring that everyone was listening, and seeing him not as the suave, civilized man, smooth and controlled, but as a man with anger-pale flesh, eyes dilated with rage. Coco was looking up at him, insolence and contempt obvious in the way she'd crossed her arms over her breasts. He said to her, his voice vicious, "I was going to tell you that I was through with you. Oh yes, just as soon as Frank told me Sylvia was out of the way, I was going to tell you to get out. That was my plan all along." Why? That bloody word again. Dominick's eyes glazed with fury. Blood pounded in his temples. He wanted to kill her, stuff his fist in her mouth. "Why?" she repeated. "You haven't already found a sweet young thing to replace me, have you? Tell me, Dominick, why?" "Because I plan to marry Rafaella. You're too old to give me children, to provide boys for my dynasty. And you can't anyway. Oh yes, I made sure of that. I didn't want any more whining from you, any more inconvenience. You were a mistress, nothing more. My mistress. You didn't have the right genetic makeup to make the kind of children I wanted." "Oh, you mean the kind of genes Sylvia had? The kind of genes that produced Delorio? Shut up, damn you. I suppose you'll have Frank kill me, just like you had him kill Sylvia? Get out." Coco didn't move. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then there was laughter. Stark, ugly laughter. It was frightening because it was so unexpected. It was Rafaella who was laughing, loud and raw, deep in her throat. Now she was throwing her head back and laughing harsher and deeper. Dominick felt out of control, and he couldn't allow it to continue. He yelled, "Stop that!" Rafaella looked at him, stopped, then hiccuped. She giggled. "Oh dear, it's so funny." "What's going on here? What's funny?" Dominick's question was aimed at no one, so he didn't really expect an answer. Then Rafaella said, "Sir, I wouldn't be your wife if you were the proverbial last man in creation. Marry you? That's a sick, very ugly joke." Dominick's face darkened with blood. He knocked a chair from his path and stumbled toward her. "Let's just see, Rafaella. Let's just see. You've been screwing Marcus, and now you'll try me out. I'm better than he is. He's just clumsy Irish scum. I'll make you love it, just like all my women have loved it." Rafaella felt Marcus tense, his body ready. She said easily, "That's what your son said. He said Marcus was nothing but a bungling bull compared to him. He said he was the world's greatest lover, that he'd teach me what pleasure was all about. That was before I kicked him in the groin, of course. Then he was a pathetic, whimpering little boy. Something else he has in common with his father, I'll bet." Marcus was ready to spring, quite ready to kill Dominick if he had to. Why was she pushing him like this? Why had Coco all of a sudden turned into a different woman, baiting him beyond his limits? Had the worm finally turned? He remembered the ugliness Rafaella had felt after the meeting with Olivier, her rage, her feeling of helplessness. Had Coco finally rebelled against being a possession, a thing? Merkel, Link, and 3 guards stood by the library door, their faces impassive, all except Merkel's. He looked both appalled and disgusted. What could Marcus do? The guards would mow him down in a second if he attacked Dominick. Their Uzi submachine guns were ready, stocks folded down. In slow motion, colors soft and blurred, and people's faces faded. All of it just like in his nightmare. Marcus saw Dominick reach out, so slowly, so precisely, to grab Rafaella's arm. Marcus said, his voice loud and cutting, "You can't sleep with your own daughter." Time stopped. Dominick froze, staring down into Rafaella's face, into her pale blue eyes, eyes that shaded toward gray when feelings ran deep and strong. Action teetered, spun out of control, speeded up. Colors became distinct and raw and far too real. "No," Dominick said, but he dropped Rafaella's arm. "No, Marcus, you're lying. She can't be my daughter. It's absurd. You're making it up." Charles Rutledge said quietly, "No, he's not lying. Rafaella is your daughter. More's the pity. Her mother is my wife, a beautiful woman whom you seduced and betrayed a very long time ago. Dominick suddenly straightened and walked to his desk. He kept his back to everyone. Then he said, not turning, "Just what is your mother's name, Rafaella?" "You knew her as Margaret Pennington. You met her 20 years ago, in 1975, in New Milford, Connecticut. You charmed her, wooed her, seduced her, lied to her, got her pregnant, and deserted her. Do you remember the $5,000 check you tossed on her hospital bed? After, of course, you discovered she'd given birth to a girl. And then you walked out and you never looked back. You miscalculated there. She was very rich, an heiress. That's why she didn't tell you her real name. Thank God, at least she didn't trust you all the way."
I don't believe she's ever realized that even if she'd had a boy, you still wouldn't have left your wife. There were no threats then from Carlucci as yet, but Sylvia was pregnant, wasn't she, with Delorio, and she was your legal wife, and Carlucci was rich and powerful beyond your wildest imaginings. Poor mother, you fooled her to the very end, perhaps even into eternity. Would you like to know something else ironic? Sylvia, your wife, your now very dead wife, was possibly the drunk who hit my mother. She could be the one responsible for my mother being in a coma in the hospital. You betray my mother, and your wife kills her. You're quite thorough, Dominick. Dominick turned finally to Charles. He was in control again, calm, his voice quiet. "This is why you've tried to have me killed. You created this assassination squad to come here to the island to kill me. You tried again in Miami. You hate me because of what I did to your wife, but I still don't understand why you painted the word Bathsheba on the helicopter. What meaning does it have?" Charles Winston Rutledge III looked from his stepdaughter to the man he wished dead. He looked at Coco, who slowly nodded at him, saying nothing now, but her eyes were clear and deep. Charles said slowly, his features expressionless, "I remember staring at that painting. It is one of the favorites in my collection, and thinking about Bathsheba, the woman. Who was she really? What was she really like? She was, of course, the seduced woman, powerless, manipulated, and used. But unlike Margaret, she hadn't been discarded. David had kept her, his obsession for her lasting an eternity. But you threw Margaret away, and it was she who became obsessed with you, a mirror image, a man, not whole, not complete. I liked the irony of it, I suppose. The man who'd had you killed was the man to gain Margaret's revenge for her, the man to free her from her obsession with you. I suppose that's why." Charles turned to smile at Rafaella. "My stepdaughter knew nothing about it. I was gravely concerned when I discovered she'd come here. She did it on her own, without consulting me. She acted on impulse. She's completely innocent." Charles shook his head, adding, "I didn't even know she'd ever seen the Rembrandt. I did see it once, a long time ago, in that special room you had, and then I finally remembered. I was stupid not to consider the consequences when I got the officials at the Louvre to have the painting authenticated. I'm sorry, Charles. Nor did I tell you about the biography. I didn't want you involved, you see." "Ah," Coco said, smiling ironically toward her lover. "The biography. The infamous biography. I told you, Rafaella, that this wasn't a good time for you to be on the island." "Biography?" Charles looked perplexed. Rafaella said quietly, "I didn't want you to know. I didn't want to worry you, to involve you in any way. I was going to write his biography. Oh, yes, Dominick, that was very true. It's just that I would have told the complete truth about you, not all that sugar-coated rubbish you were telling me. None of that garbage about you being such a philanthropist, running all those drug rehab programs. The world would have seen you as you truly are, a common criminal who sells guns to terrorists, a man who rivals Roddy Olivier in being dead inside." Dominick looked toward Marcus, and frighteningly, he was smiling. "Well, are there more concessions, more demonstrations of hatred? You wanted a trial, a hearing, my dear Marcus. Well, that's what has come to pass.
Everyone has spilled his or her guts, even my dear Coco. Would you care to add to it?" "No," Marcus said. "I remember now," Dominick said suddenly. "I remember Margaret. She was so very young, so vulnerable. Her parents had just been killed, you know. And she was so fresh and innocent. And yes, I wanted her. She looked a bit like Sylvia. Isn't that an amusing coincidence?" He shook his head and turned to stare out the French windows. Yes, so very beautiful she was. And she was ready to learn about life, about sex. And so I taught her. I didn't hurt her. I gave her a wonderful summer. You got her pregnant. True, Rafaella, with you. Surely that was a good thing from your point of view. I had to tell her then that I was married. And then Sylvia was pregnant with Delorio. It was complicated, until Margaret birthed you, my dear, a girl. But I was fond of her for a while. And perhaps you're right. Perhaps I wouldn't have married her even if she'd presented me with twin boys. My father-in-law was powerful, was wealthy beyond my wildest dreams at that time. I saw him above the law, as above God. Rafaella said, "I wish she could see you as you really are, right now, right here, surrounded by those you've hurt, by those you've used, by your mercenaries hired to keep you alive." Rafaella, that's a lovely name, my dear. Even if your mother had used Holland for her last name, I doubt I would have remembered her. One forgets, you know, particularly women. He paused a moment, then continued, his voice softer, more far away. "I wish I hadn't learned you were my daughter until after I'd made love to you. I fear I view incest in the same way I view drugs. I'm irrevocably against both. You're quite lovely, Rafaella. I'm drawn to you, of course, because you're so like me. And you are, you know. I see that now. I wonder if I had made love to you, whether Coco would have tried to kill you." "No, Dom, I wouldn't have killed Rafaella. I would have killed you, slit your throat." Dominick didn't rise to this bait. Indeed, he ignored Coco and said, still looking out the French windows, "Ah, look, here's Lacey, and he's got Deloria with him. It looks like Frank had to rough the boy up a bit. I'm sorry for that, but Delorio must learn to govern himself, must learn self-discipline." "Are you really sorry?" Rafaella said. "Delorio wants to be free of you, but you can't bear the thought. He's more like you than you think, Dominick, an ambitious little mobster." Dominick moved quickly, more quickly than Marcus could react. Dominick slapped Rafaella hard, sending her head snapping back on her neck. Then Marcus was on him, his hands around his throat, and he was tightening his grip, feeling the slack flesh of his neck crumple and wrinkle beneath the pressure of his fingers, and he could feel the flexing of Dominick's throat muscles, hear the ugly gurgling sounds. "Let him go, Marcus, let him go." Merkel was behind him, speaking softly, speaking slowly, trying to make him understand and stop, to get hold of himself. Marcus felt Merkel's .357 Magnum in the small of his back. Marcus understood finally, felt the blind rage recede. He didn't want to die for nothing, and that's what it would be at this moment in time. He wouldn't be saving anybody, certainly not himself, not Rafaella. He eased his hands from Dominick's throat. He pushed him back, sent him stumbling into his desk. He watched him clutch at his throat, gently massage the bruised flesh. There wasn't a sound in the room. Marcus turned to Rafaella. "Are you all right?" She nodded. Dominick's handprint was bright red on her cheek. Frank Lacey ushered Delorio past Merkel and Link into the library. They stood staring at Dominick, bent over his desk, his face blotched red, his throat muscles working convulsively. "Sir," Merkel said, striding toward him. Dominick waved him back. "I'm all right." His voice was a raw croak. Marcus smiled. Then Dominick raised his eyes to Marcus's face. "I really cared about you, Marcus O'Sullivan, was nearly ready to trust you completely. But you're nothing but rag-picking Irish scum. You'll die an exquisite death for this. Yes, you will." "Where's Paula?" Coco was on her feet now, facing Delorio, but she was speaking to Frank Lacey. "Where's Paula?" She fought me, Delorio said, his voice sulky, his face sullen, his lips puckered like a child's. She's hurt bad, Frank said. I brought her back. She needs a doctor. One of the men took her upstairs. No, doctor, Dominick said.
Link, you go shoot her up with morphine. That'll keep her quiet. Dominick then turned to Delorio. You were foolish, Delorio. You must learn to control your temper. You need my help, and you will need it for a long time. You must trust me. Who cares? Paul is just a stupid girl, a greedy little whiner. Coco's voice rang out, filled with cold laughter. Doesn't that sound familiar, Dom? Doesn't that sound just like a chip off the old block? Marcus, unable to stop himself, said to Rafaella's father, You taught him everything he knows. Just look at him. Dominick didn't say a word. He didn't even look at Marcus. As he lunged forward, he hissed, You've turned him against me, you bastard! But it wasn't Marcus he struck. His fist caught Rafaella hard against the jaw, and she crumpled. As her world was going black, she saw Marcus leap at Dominick, heard the yelling, saw the men dragging him off, saw those black submachine guns that could empty 32-round magazines in no time at all, saw so many of them, raised, ready. 24. Rafaella lay stunned on the floor, her breath hitching, her muscles throbbing from the fall. She heard the key turn in the lock, heard a guard's retreating footsteps. Slowly, she came up to her knees. Her head was still spinning from the blow. Dominick had caught her unawares, and his fist had cleanly struck her jaw, sending her reeling backward. She had been unconscious for only a moment, and the first thing she'd seen when she opened her eyes was Dominick fighting off Marcus. She had watched dumbly as Frank Lacey and 3 men dragged him off. Dominick had walked to him, pulled back his arm, and sent his fist as hard as he could into Marcus' stomach. And Rafaella had cried out, Hit me, you coward! I'm the one! Hit me, not him! Dominick had turned to her and said with a slight smile, You will get what you deserve, Rafaella. Rafaella decided against moving for a while. She was alone in her bedroom, locked in, to be kept from everyone else. For how long? She'd heard Dominick order that Marcus be taken to the tool shed. What would they do to him? Beat him? Kill him? What about the rest of them? Were they to be separated as well? Taken singly out to be shot? She shook her head again, but still didn't move. She prayed hard and fought off tears. When Dominick discovered Marcus was a government agent, what would he do? She heard a soft moan and realized it was from her. What to do? She was scared, so very scared. She heard a noise outside the French doors that gave onto the balcony, and froze. Heavy brocade drapes were drawn over the glass doors to keep out the harsh afternoon sun. She couldn't see a thing, or a person. Perhaps that was a shadow she saw, moving stealthily, furtively. Then she heard a key turn in the lock, and slowly, so slowly she thought she'd die of it, the door eased open, and the drapes fluttered toward her. Any second now, whoever it was would pull back the drapery. She jerked herself upright, preparing herself physically and mentally. She moved off to one side, out of the direct path of the doors. A man slipped through the doors into the room, making not a sound, and he was one of the guards on the compound, wearing the regulation fatigues, an AK-47 rifle slung over his shoulder, and several clips of ammunition in a wide belt around his waist. He was big and lanky and looked very strong. He was wearing a close-fitting cap, and his head was lowered. He looked much taller than most of the compound guards. She didn't immediately recognize him, but she wasn't about to underestimate the danger. Rafaella felt a moment of terror, then took a deep breath, cried out, and kicked. Dominick sat across from Charles Rutledge and Coco, an elegant Waterford crystal glass in his hand. He was calm, in control of himself and of the situation. He looked faintly interested as he said to Coco, "You've been working with him, haven't you, Coco?" She nodded, looking toward Charles Rutledge as she did so. He was smiling at her. She brought her eyes back to Dominick, telling him that she'd been behind Bathsheba, enjoying the pain on his face at her betrayal, seeing his incredulity that an irrational woman could plan such a thing. She prayed it would give her face some dignity.
It was well done of her, and despite her terror, she knew it was right. She said now, "I only wish Cavelli had killed you in Miami. But you intimidated him, did the unexpected, forced him to kill that poor girl." Then he panicked, totally. Coco paused a moment, then continued, her voice low and vibrant and bitter. "Damn Marcus, he should have minded his own business. Tulp would have had you that first time. It was so perfectly set up. If only Marcus hadn't—" "That's right, if only Marcus hadn't," Dominick said. "I also discovered just a short while ago that Mario Calpas was in on it with you. He wants me out of the way, the illiterate little fascist. He has visions of running the show, using Delorio as his front, his stooge. I've sent Frank to Miami to take care of him." Charles could only stare at the man who looked like an aristocrat to the manner born, a man who seemed to exude gentility and charm until he spoke of murder as though speaking of eliminating weeds in his garden. It was frightening, the calmness of it, the matter-of-factness of it. And those attempts on Rafaella's life? Those were just efforts to get her off the island, to keep her safe, while you killed me? "Yes," Coco said, looking quickly toward Charles. "I never wanted to hurt her. You know that, Charles. I knew Marcus would bring the helicopter down with no problem. I was the one who fired at them on the beach. As for the boa, well, my helper got a bit carried away. I was sorry that was so close. I wanted her to leave, that was all. I just wanted to keep her safe, as did Marcus. That's why he took her to London." The three of them fell silent. It was a tense silence that wasn't broken for a long time. Charles was nearly ready to yell when Giovanni said quietly, "Why, Coco? Why?" She looked at him oddly. Hadn't he believed her before? "What I told you before was the truth. You murdered our child. Because I was pregnant with a girl, you forced me to have an abortion. Then you had that butcher fix me, like I was a cat to be spayed. And you were unfaithful, endlessly unfaithful. You never cared about me. I was just your high-class mistress, your property, your tart, to be what you wanted, to do what you told me to do. And then I discovered what you'd ordered that doctor to do to me. When I met Mr. Rutledge at the resort some 7 months ago, we got close, and I learned what you'd done to his wife. We ended up sharing things. We ended up planning to kill you, to rid our little part of the planet of you. I was so happy that he'd come to the resort to find me. His poor wife had become obsessed with you, and she hated her obsession, and how it was weakening her and Charles and destroying what they could be together. And she hated you, and she simply couldn't bear it anymore. You tried to destroy his wife and me, and so much of it was because of this delusional dream of founding a dynasty of little male clones." Coco laughed suddenly, a deep, rich laugh. "And you ended up with Delorio, and you succeeded there. He's nearly a perfect copy of you, except for that sadistic streak in him that surfaces now and then. You've learned to control yours. Another thing, Delorio will never believe that you were innocent of his mother's murder. Never." To Charles' surprise, Dominick said nothing. He continued to look intently at his mistress, but he said nothing. Charles rose. "I want to call Pine Hill Hospital. I want to see how my wife is doing." Dominick looked at him as if surprised he was still there, and smiled. "As I recall, Margaret was very enthusiastic in bed, out of bed, on the ground, in my convertible, against a wall, wherever. It comes back to me now, our first time together. It was summer, and I took her virginity in a field of flowers." I'd scouted out the field earlier, of course. It was vastly romantic, particularly suited to an innocent and vulnerable girl. I taught her so many things. Her mouth was very well trained by the time I was through with her. At 20, she was as accomplished as a woman of Coco's age. Not as talented as Coco, but still, she was good. Charles wasn't used to violent emotion, and the rage that pulsed through him at Giovanni's words left him shaken, ready to throw himself at Giovanni and pound his face to a bloody pulp. "Ah, yes, her beautiful mouth," Dominick continued, his voice dreamy with memory, yet, at the same time, mocking. "Of all my women, she had the most inventive style. Does she still?" Charles stared at him, striving desperately for control. He was afraid that if he tried to speak, he'd leap on the man, just as Marcus had done. Or he'd say something and be struck down as Rafaella had been. So he held himself in check. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done in his life. He said again, his voice even and calm, "I would like to call my wife to see how she's doing." He saw the flash of annoyance in Giovanni's eyes. The man wasn't used to being ignored, wasn't used to having his baiting remarks disregarded. Charles waited now, his expression impassive. It was a bit easier this time. Dominick waved toward a phone, and his voice was peevish. "Call, who cares?" Charles dialed the number, waited for a good 2 minutes until the connection had gone through. Then he listened, and was told that nothing had changed. Margaret was still in a coma, still unresponsive, although the doctors had done another CAT scan and had seen some improvement. He told the nurse he would be detained for a while. No, he didn't know how long, and rang off. "Thank you," he said to Giovanni, and took his seat again. He wanted to relieve himself, but not badly enough yet to risk Giovanni's reaction to that. He'd noticed that the silent guard by the door had kept his rifle pointed at him during the entire phone conversation. "As odd as it may seem to you, Mr. Rutledge," Dominick said now, "I really am sorry to have to kill you. I understand why you wanted me dead. Some men feel deeply about a woman, very deeply indeed. I don't understand it, but there it is. But you've lost. You're an amateur. Of course you would lose. But that woman you hired, the first time, Tulp, she was good, very good. Did Coco help you find her?" And, as Coco said, Marcus did save my life. Of course, he didn't do it out of love for me, out of loyalty. Oh, no. As I figure it, Marcus saved me because he couldn't have me arrested for illegal gun sales unless he caught me doing it. He wanted me in jail, not dead. "So you found out about Marcus," Coco said. "It wasn't difficult. It required just one phone call, since I had his real name. He was working for the U.S. Customs Service. Were you in on it with him as well, Coco?" "No, I wish I had been, though. A pity. I had no idea what his real game was. Now, my dear, I would like to take you to bed one last time. Come, Coco, we'll go upstairs now, this moment. This talk of Margaret and her skills has left me lamentably horny, as the young people say so inelegantly, but accurately. Mr. Rutledge can remain here and contemplate what little future he has left." To Charles's surprise, Coco rose without hesitation. He wondered if she intended to try to kill him in bed. Would Giovanni have guards watching, even while he had sex, to protect him from his mistress? Dominick took Coco's arm, then turned at the door. "Oh yes, Mr. Rutledge, after you're gone, I promise you I'll keep checking on Margaret. And if she comes out of the coma, who knows? Perhaps I'll go back to her, see how she's matured, see if you've kept her in good form." He paused a moment, frowning. "You know, when I was younger, I wasn't as smooth with women as I am now. I didn't lie to them, tell them what they wanted to hear, except, of course, when I still wanted them. It was a game, a pursuit, a chase. Find the prey, an innocent in those days, and stalk her. Margaret was too easy. But when it was over, it was over. That was my philosophy then. Perhaps I was a bit rough with Margaret that last time I saw her. She was very young. I can't really remember whether or not I would have done something with her had she birthed a boy. Who knows? I imagine, though, that I did her a favor. The next man who tried to get her into bed probably had a good deal of difficulty. Yes, I did her a favor. I educated her well." Charles said nothing. He knew now that to show rage would only give Giovanni what he wanted. He pointedly ignored the man, watching his frustration, watching him leave, finally, his hand clutching Coco's arm. He was going to force her to have sex with him and then kill her? Charles shook his head. Such a man was beyond his comprehension. And what he'd said about Margaret. He remembered her journal so well, those first words she'd written. He was a wonderful liar, the best. Ah, but only at the beginning. At the end, he'd ripped her apart viciously. And such contempt he had for women. Jesus, half the human race. Another posture that was incomprehensible to Charles. But then he thought of Claudia, of how he'd used her and women before her to see to his pleasure. And he'd never questioned his right to use her, because, after all, he'd paid her well. Now it was too late. He'd never have the chance to heal himself, to try to fix what he'd broken, to make amends. He'd die on this miserable island. He'd never see Margaret again. He thought of Rafaella. She hadn't hurt anyone, and she would die too. At least, he'd done one good thing. Both he and Coco had done one very good thing. Only one. It would have to be enough. He lowered his face in his hands and wept. Rafaella went for the intruder's throat. She was fast. Fear made her very fast. She was right on target, her moves sharp. But at the last moment, the man lunged to his left, swung his arm out so fast it blurred, and struck her leg away. Rafaella felt the jarring pain as she twisted about to regain her balance. She cried out as the force of his blow sent her reeling back toward the bed. She tried to ignore the pain, tried to concentrate, reach deep inside herself. She whirled about, her hands in position, presented her side, and yelled, even as she leapt at him again. To her utter surprise, he did a side roll onto the floor, came up on his knees out of her reach, and said, "Damn it, don't kill me. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm trying to be a hero. I'm trying to save you." She heard his words, each one of them very distinctly, but she'd already set herself into motion, and her forward momentum carried her to her target, and it was again only his fast reaction that saved him from having his kidneys kicked. He grabbed her leg, twisted her, then came up quickly and pulled her against him, wrapping his udders around her chest. He sounded less like a hero this time as he hissed against her left ear, "Stop it! Believe me, I'm here to save you. I'm the bloody cavalry." Rafaella was breathing hard from pain and fear and weakness. How she hated the weakness. She could barely gasp out the words. "Who are you?" "I'm John Savage, and you, I imagine, are Rafaella Holland. The lady Marcus wants to—" He broke off. "Are you all right? You're shaking. Did I hurt you that last round?" "No, I'm all right. I had a miscarriage a couple of days ago. I'm still a little bit weak. Let me go now, all right? I believe you." Savage turned her around, even as he clasped her under the arms and hauled her to her feet. She was frayed around the edges, to put it euphemistically. Actually, there were circles beneath her eyes, her hair was a ratty mess, there was a purple bruise along her jaw, and her clothes were wrinkled. And dear heavens, she was so pale. "Sit down," he said abruptly. A miscarriage. He couldn't believe that Marcus would be so uncaring, so stupid as to get a woman pregnant. And here she was trying to take on a man single-handed. Rafaella sat.
She drew several deep breaths and said, "Marcus is in the tool shed, outside in the compound. It's used for tools, but its main purpose is as a jail for prisoners. What are you doing here? How did you get up here? You're Marcus' partner, aren't you? His first cousin?" "Yes, ma'am. It's a pleasure to meet you." Savage stuck out his hand and she took it. "We need to talk now. You need to tell me everything I should know to get us out of here whole hide. Mr. Savage, I was trying to figure a way out of this mess and not doing such a great job of coming up with ideas. You did say you were the cavalry." "Marcus said you were. Different," Savage said slowly. "He also said you were, well, never mind about that. Yes, I'm the cavalry, and my troops are just waiting for a signal to move in and try to clean this mess up. Sit down, sir. Let me tell you what's going on. Then we can figure out what to do." Marcus was sitting in muggy darkness, the smell of earth and manure and sweat strong in his nostrils, thinking so hard his brain was beginning to ache. He, of all people, knew the tool shed was escape-proof. One door, double-locked, a guard outside with a 9mm Uzi submachine gun ready to blast away at the least provocation, no windows, and thick, thick walls. There were even cuffs fastened to chains embedded in the walls, but Merkel had spared him that. What to do? Dominick probably knew everything about him now, everything about everybody. Marcus had realized quickly enough that it was Coco who'd been working on the inside against Dominick. Odd that he hadn't seriously considered her before. He wondered again why, all of a sudden, she'd turned so viciously and so vocally against Dominick, telling him everything. As for Charles Rutledge, Marcus was still surprised that that very well-educated man, that very civilized and law-abiding man, had planned to assassinate another. But the provocation was great. More than great, it was perhaps inevitable, preordained. It seemed that there was nothing more to be done now except stand in front of Dominick's firing squad and die with some sort of dignity. He shook his head violently. He was just too stupid to accept it. Too much a romantic, he supposed, to roll over and let himself tolerate being killed. He couldn't accept anything. He had somehow to save Rafaella, the woman he loved so much it almost hurt. It occurred to him that he might never see her again, and the pain was so great he nearly cried out. No, it couldn't end like that. He couldn't get her white face out of his mind, or the ugly bruise that was beginning to darken along her jaw where Dominick had struck. He knew if it hadn't been for Merkel that first time, he'd have been killed on the spot. And that second time, well, he rubbed his stomach, his muscles still sore from Dominick's blow. No, Dominick had decided he didn't want him dead just yet. Why? Marcus shook his head in the dark. It came to him then, quite unnecessarily, that Coco had poisoned the Dutchman, or maybe she had a henchman among the guards. The Dutchmen couldn't have had the poison on them. They had to have been body searched. Hadn't it occurred to Dominick that someone on the inside had killed them, had worked with Tulp to kill him? Of course it had occurred to Dominick. He was far from stupid. He was biding his time. For something. When Marcus heard the gentle thud of booted feet hit the ground outside the shed, he thought, Anton Rush. He finally got here, finally alerted Hurley. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get out of this mess. He wasn't all that sure, but at least something was happening. He crouched next to the door and waited, not making a sound. "I'm not quite that crazy yet," Dominick said, looking down at his handiwork. "No, I'm not crazy enough to leave you free to stick a knife in me. You look quite lovely, sprawled out like that, with your arms and legs tied. Very tempting." He sat down beside Coco and looked at her breasts. He lightly pinched a nipple, forcing it to tighten. He smiled as he saw her grimace, then slid his palm down over her flat belly to the dark pubic hair. He found her flesh cold, unresponsive, but he didn't care. He toyed with her a bit, watching her face all the while. She hated what he was doing, but she was helpless. Dominick rose and stood by the bed, looking down at her. She was waiting for him to rape her. He smiled. "Oh no, Coco, I don't want you, ever again. But I'm going to leave you here, my dear, all sprawled and open and tied down. My guards will enjoy you, and they'll be by, many of them, and they'll see you, and you'll see them. Perhaps you'll even smile at them and try to talk them into freeing you." He paused a moment, then spoke again, his voice shrill. "Damn you! I gave you everything a woman could want. Everything! Except for that baby. And you turned on me just for that. You were getting too old anyway. I did protect you by having the doctor fix you. I didn't want you pregnant again. I didn't want any illegitimate children, and Sylvia was so very much alive." He paused, then suddenly leaned down, kissed her hard on the mouth, and rose again. He said nothing more. He turned and left the bedroom, leaving the door wide open. Coco stared at the empty doorway. It would all be over in a short time now. She wouldn't have to suffer long. If she was lucky, maybe Hector would be one of the guards to come. He could free her or kill her, whatever her need was when he found her. She didn't cry. She'd fought hard, tried her best. She was sorry for the others, so very sorry. Dominick was told by Link that Delorio was waiting for him downstairs. He merely nodded and went to join his son. Things were getting out of hand. He felt it in his gut. There were just too many chess pieces, and he had to finish off the game once and for all.
He had to move quickly now, get out of here intact. It was time to draw things to a close. It was time to end it. It was time to move on. He felt a leap of excitement. He wasn't too old to begin again, and he wasn't exactly poor. He thought of the $80 million and change he had in the bank in the Caymans. No problem. He'd just set up elsewhere. He still had all his contacts. He knew now whom he could trust. And there was his son, his millionaire son, who would help his father get back in business. Deloria would obey him. He was a good boy. And all his betrayers, all his enemies, would soon be dead. He did want Merkel with him. He needed Merkel. He found him in the living room, watching Charles Rutledge. Just watching him, not saying a word. "It's time to go, Merkel." Merkel hesitated, and Dominick felt a frisson of dread. Merkel, too? No, it wasn't possible. "It's time, Merkel," he said again. "Past time. Everything's set. Let's go. Get Link. When Lacey is through with Kalpis in Miami, he'll contact us." Merkel looked at him, his clothes immaculate, his broad, ugly face twisted with uncertainty. "All of them, Mr. Giovanni? Marcus? Miss Holland? Copo? Paula? You needn't recite the list. Good God, Merkel. They're all our enemies. Think of them as foes, adversaries, to be gotten rid of, nothing more. It'll be fast, you know. It's not like we're going to line them up and shoot them in cold blood." Merkel nodded. Dominick went one direction, Merkel other. Soon now, Dominick thought, soon it would be over, and there would be no traces, nothing left. 25 found Coco naked on her bed, struggling to free herself. She looked, oddly, more furious than scared. She was muttering to herself, watching her wrists and ankles grow raw as she pulled and wrenched and twisted. "It's all right, Coco. It's going to be all right. Marcus' friend is here with backup." She kept talking. Nonsense now, as she untied Coco, rubbed feeling back into her wrists, and helped her dress. Coco finally interrupted her, her voice harsh. "I wanted to kill him, but he knew it, of course. And he did this. He hoped his guards would come by and finish me off. Thank you, Rafaella."
Now, there's something no one knows. I found out by accident a long time ago. There are enough explosives to blow this compound out of existence, and I'll just bet you that's what Dominick plans. Killing all of us in cold blood just isn't his style. No, this way would be cleaner. "Oh, God," Rafaella said. "He'd kill everyone? Even all his own men? Even his illegitimate daughter?" Rafaella wanted to laugh at herself. What did being his daughter matter? If I know him, and I do, he's probably in one of the helicopters right this minute. He's hoping, no doubt, to watch us all go up in a beautiful orange explosion. It's impersonal, it's clean. I'll also bet there aren't any more guards left in the house. Paula's in her room and she's unconscious. No one else up here. Savage went to free Marcus in the tool shed. Where's Charles? Locked in the living room, the last I saw him. No, Dominick has doubtless ordered all the men outside, Jiggs, all the servants, and given them guns with orders to cut us down if we try to escape. It was almost too much for Rafaella to take in. Let's get ourselves armed and find Marcus and Savage. When Rafaella heard the burst of submachine gun fire coming from outside, she froze. Then, absolute silence. How many bullets had been fired? Enough to kill 20 men? 30? "Marcus," Rafaella whispered, shouldered the Kalashnikov, and ran outside, forgetting about Dominick's guards. There were 4 men lying sprawled on the ground, covered with blood. Blood everywhere. Rafaella swallowed. Marcus shouted at her, his voice frantic. "Rafe, get back into the house." Coco stepped forward and called out in her clear, now very Midwestern voice, "Listen to me, all of you. Both Jiggs and Hector can tell you I'm not lying. Mr. Giovanni is going to blow up the compound. Maybe some of you remember when he had the explosives installed. He doesn't care about any of you. We're all loose ends to him, of no account at all. He just wants to get himself and Delorio out of here safely. There's no reason for any of us to do any more killing.
We've got to get out of here and now, or we'll all die, and it won't matter who's friend or enemy." Hector, a thin young man with thick black hair and a hairless face, stepped out of a side door. "She's right. Let's get the hell out of here, to the other side of the island, where it's safe." Silence. Then the low buzz of conversation as the guards argued. Rafaella heard Hector, his voice raised, telling them to stop wasting time, to stop everything. The bombs are ticking away. And then it was over. The guards, including Hector, just melted away into the jungle. "It was that easy," Marcus said under his breath as he stepped from behind a frangipani tree. He eyed the dead men who'd tried to kill him and Savage. "I don't believe it." John Savage said from behind him, "Where are the explosives?" Coco was already dashing into the house, yelling over her shoulder, "The swimming pool!" Savage sprinted after her. Marcus grabbed Rafaella, hugged her tightly, and whispered against her temple, "We'll make it, Miss Holland. I swear we'll make it. Then I plan for us to spend the next 50 years sharing a wonderfully boring life together." Rafaella started to say that was a fine idea, but obscenely loud gunfire cut her off. "That must be Savage's men. I guess they just got the guards. Good, but Giovanni and Deloria will get away." Marcus pointed. "Look!" There were 2 helicopters climbing slowly above the trees. Dominick had obviously had the wrecked helicopter repaired. Marcus wished he had one of the Soviet RPG-7 rocket launchers. It would easily blow a helicopter. The Czech Scorpion VZ-61 he'd taken off a dead guard was like an Israeli Uzi. It could take down 20 charging men, but no way did it have the range to bring down a helicopter. Giovanni would get away. Clean. To set up shop somewhere else in the world. Was Delorio in the other helicopter? Merkel? Link? He'd heard the guards outside the tool shed say that Frank Lacey had already been sent to Miami to take out Mario Kalpis. Marcus had failed, and it stuck raw and deep in his craw. His one and only big assignment, and he'd failed, blown it all to hell, just as they could all be blown to hell at any minute. He grabbed Rafaella's hand, and they ran through the house, out onto the veranda facing the Olympic swimming pool. Savage was on his knees, ripping up tiles near the diving board, Coco working frantically beside him. "Marcus, quick, I think the plastic is C4. You know more about how to deal with the stuff than I do. We haven't got all that long before the whole thing blows. Giovanni's got it on a timer." Marcus dropped to his knees beside Savage and studied the control unit. The wires, 4 different colors, all intertwined, as complicated as could be. Rafaella read the digital red numbers over Marcus's shoulder. There was a goodly number of minutes left, but the controls looked so complex and intricate. She felt Marcus's tension building and wondered if the minutes left really meant anything, if just touching the wrong wire, pulling at the wrong switch, would send them to oblivion. Marcus began talking. "Yeah, what we've got here is PETN mixed with an oily plasticizer. You see that, Savage? Yeah, nitrogen compounds. Very professional, and I'm not. And those wires? It's gotta be the green one. See? It's the one that's attached to the timer. You think that's right? I think that's the timer." Coco snarled in his ear. "Just do it, Marcus. Just do it." Savage didn't say a word, didn't move as he watched Marcus grip the wire firmly, wrap it around his fingers, then suddenly jerk it free. The 4 of them froze, waiting for the explosion, waiting for death. Nothing happened. They continued silent, frozen in place. Still nothing. Marcus looked up to see the helicopters still hovering, so Dominick was waiting too. Rage exploded inside him. Then he saw what Coco was clutching tightly against her chest, a SAM-7. The thing could bring down an airliner taking off. Marcus grabbed it from her, positioned himself on one knee, and quickly balanced the anti-aircraft missile on his right shoulder. It wasn't particularly heavy or difficult to handle, but it wasn't all that accurate either. It required skill or luck to inflict serious damage. If only the helicopter stayed low. If only they continued to hover and give him a stationary target. He had only one try. That was it. He shaded his eyes, staring at the helicopters, and hesitated. Suddenly, there was a burst of automatic fire, and the tiles around the swimming pool exploded, spewing shards everywhere. Marcus saw Rafaella grab her arm, saw Coco and Savage hit the ground, saw flower blossoms explode into bits of wild color. One of the helicopters was firing on them. Dominick must have realized that they'd neutralized the explosives. More fire blasted around them. Then there was answering fire from Hurley's men, now coming out of the trees surrounding the compound. Marcus saw Hurley go down. He had no choice now, not really. They were sitting ducks. Slowly, he balanced the missile again on his right shoulder, aiming carefully. Just one chance to bring them down. He saw Dominick clearly piloting the lower helicopter, the one spraying them with fire. And just as clearly, he saw Delorio hanging out the open cabin window, the automatic in his arms. He mowed down 2 men even as Marcus aimed the missile. Both father and son in the same helicopter. He didn't have to decide which one to take down. He prayed as he aimed the SAM, prayed that his luck was in, and he fired. He saw the disbelief on Delorio's young face just before the missile struck the helicopter, saw the automatic rifle fly out of his arms. He couldn't make out Dominick, just saw the wild jerk of his body as the missile struck. The helicopter exploded instantly into a ball of orange flame. It was an incredible sight, an awesome sight, and more terrifying than Marcus could have imagined. It had been years since he'd seen a helicopter explode. Long ago, in Western Austria.
The other helicopter was already out of range, veering off over the Caribbean, due west. Marcus thought he saw Merkel and Link in that one. Coco looked up and said dispassionately, "It's over, Charles. It's all right now. The bastard's dead. Delorio is dead. It's over for both you and Margaret." Rafaella turned and saw her stepfather watching the flaming helicopter parts as they hit the water, splashing up thick veils of water that steamed and hissed with the impact. She got to her feet and ran into his arms. Charles couldn't think of a thing to say. He hugged his stepdaughter. "I'm sorry, Rafaella." "Rafaella, we're alive," she said, pulling back to look at his face, "and Mother will be all right soon now. I know, no, it's just a scratch on my arm, don't worry." Marcus looked over at Hurley, his shoulder being attended by one of his men. He'd have to try to deal with Hurley somehow. He'd failed. He hadn't managed to bring Dominick Giovanni to justice, and that had been the agreement. But God, he'd brought the bastard down. He'd sent him straight to hell, him and that lunatic son of his. He thought of Uncle Morty. He'd best get to Hurley while he was still weak, and thankful that Marcus had brought Giovanni down before Hurley and more of his men had been killed. But not just yet. He looked at Rafaella and smiled. She walked right into his arms. Whatever happened with Hurley and the feds, she was his life. And life for both of them would be vastly different from now on. He was kissing her when he heard Anton Roche say to Ross Hurley, "He's Irish. The Irish always get the girl." Epilogue. Pine Hill Hospital, Long Island, New York, April 2001. I dreamed he came to me last night. He took my hand and leaned down close to my face and said, "Hello, Margaret." That was all he said for a very long time. I wasn't surprised to see him, even though I suppose I should have been. Things are easy to accept in dreams. I knew he was looking at me, and it seemed very odd that he would just stare without saying anything, until I realized that he hadn't seen me for 26 years. A very long time. Too long. But in my eyes, he hadn't changed, because I'd watched him over the years, so often studied his photographs, so that the years had come easily and altered him only gradually. He seemed untouched to me. And then he started speaking, his voice low and tender, and he told me he'd met our daughter, and how lovely she was. Odd that I didn't wonder how he could have met Rafaella, his daughter, but he had. Somehow I knew that was true. He was silent again, but he didn't release my hand. I wished I could speak to him, perhaps even tell him how very sorry I was. But I realized that I wasn't sorry. No, I'd thought about it all very carefully for a very long time. No, I wasn't sorry. I did wish I could say something to him, but it was the sort of dream that is so very real, but whose dreamer can't act, can't participate, can't speak. But I thought about what I'd say to him if I could speak. There were so many things, years upon years of things to say.
Then I realized that as soon as I thought of these things, formulated them in my mind, they lessened in their importance until they were nothing at all. It was odd, but it was so. And then he said, leaning down and kissing my mouth, "I must go, Margaret. I must leave now. Your life is yours again. It's over, finally over. It's time for you to wake up, Margaret. It's time for you to live." And then, just as suddenly as he'd appeared in the dream, he was gone. In the time it took me to draw a breath, it was over, and he had vanished. It was all blackness again, and I breathed slowly and deeply and wondered. This time, I knew he would be gone forever. The Branches, Long Island, New York, April 2001. Charles Rutledge raised his champagne flute. To Marcus and Rafaella O'Sullivan, may your lives be long and filled with joy. Just when does this joy part begin, anyway? Rafaella asked, poking her husband in the side. He gave her a look that her stepbrother Benji saw, and Benji laughed deeply, then whispered something to his wife. For a moment, Marcus buried his face in her hair. "I love you so much, it sometimes hurts deep down inside me. I thank God for you, Rafaella, and I for you, Marcus Ryan." Marcus thought of their wedding ceremony in the small church in Maplewood on Long Island, and how the minister had swelled with pride to see the overflowing pews. He'd beamed until he'd seen Punk, sporting a beautiful deep rose silk suit and matching deep rose stripe through her hair. But Coco, exquisite chic Coco, had smoothed it over, laying her white hand on the minister's black-sleeved arm, and he had nearly melted all over her. Charles had flown up many employees from Porto Bianco for the wedding, and it was a raucous group who wished Marcus and his new bride well. Ownership of the resort, and of the entire island for that matter, wasn't really in question. Dominick Giovanni was dead, as was his only heir, Delorio. But Delorio had a wife, and Paula would soon be a very wealthy young woman. Wealthy and wiser, Marcus hoped, silently wishing her luck. It was probable she would also eventually inherit all of Dominick's vast wealth as well. Marcus wondered if Paula would keep the resort and manage it herself. Marcus still wondered where Merkel and Link had ended up, probably as henchmen for another crook, since they didn't know anything else. Oddly enough, he wished them well, particularly Merkel. As for Lacey, he'd be an efficient assassin for another master. After the minister had finished the ceremony, Marcus had asked Punk what she thought of Rafaella, and Punk, thoughtful under her deep rose stripe, said judiciously, "We didn't know you had it in you, boss." Then, turning to Marcus' new bride, she'd said, "But you know, Rafaella, I'll just bet something could be done with your hair." Ross Hurley, his arm in a sling, had also attended the ceremony, but thus far, Marcus hadn't managed to cut a deal with him. Hurley would just look at him and say, "It doesn't change anything that you probably saved my life, Marcus. The bastard's dead, not in jail, which is what our deal was. Try again, O'Sullivan." But John Savage held out hope. Hurley would bend and mellow. Marcus would see. Besides, Hurley had just gotten a lead on the woman who'd led Uncle Morty into the paths of illegality. If they caught her, they'd forget all about Uncle Morty. And Charles tried his diplomatic best, plying Hurley with the best champagne from his cellars. Marcus thought now of all the endless details to be gotten through before he and Rafaella could take off for Montreal, her choice, for their honeymoon. She'd firmly vetoed the Caribbean, England, France, as being too far away from her mother. Always, always, there was Margaret, lying in the hospital, breathing calmly and smoothly, and not opening her eyes. Rafaella just wanted the reception to be over. The past week had been frenetic, with little time to just be, without the constant demands. She'd suggested to Charles initially that their wedding be small and the reception even smaller because of her mother. But he objected. "No, we'll celebrate in style, Rafaella. I've been telling your mother all about our preparations, all about your husband-to-be, all about your friends, and I've told her all about Punk's repertoire of colored hair stripes. They'd put on the dog, as her Aunt Josie was wont to say." Rafaella turned to watch Al Holben with Marcus Molly. The two of them were going at each other in fine style. In Rafaella's opinion, Al, for the first time in his adult life, didn't stand a chance. Rafaella turned to see John Savage, a man loyal to his toes, a fellow who played Marcus' straight man well and with such seriousness, except for that twinkle in his eye that Marcus never seemed to notice. a man so unlike Marcus, who charmed without trying. Yet the two of them were so closely attuned, they many times didn't need to exchange words to share what they thought, what they felt. It was a good thing, Rafaella thought, that she was so fond of John. She had a feeling he would be very much a part of her new life. She turned her attention back to her brand new husband, listening as he spoke to Charles about the merits of living in New York versus Boston versus Chicago. Rafaella held back from their conversation for a few minutes, then said blandly, "You know, I've decided I'd like to try for another Pulitzer, and since it's a fact that an investigative reporter really doesn't have a chance working for a big newspaper, I've applied to the Elk Point Daily News in South Dakota. What do you think, Marcus?" Before Charles could stop laughing, the Rutledge butler was at his side, speaking quietly. Pine Hill Hospital, Long Island, New York, April 2001. I watched Charles come into my room. He looked uncertain, yet hopeful, so full of life and vibrant, and full of love for me. I didn't really deserve it, but he didn't agree, and I wasn't about to argue with him now. And there was Rafaella, looking so beautiful in a dress I'd never seen before, a pale pink knit dress, unusual for her to wear something so outrageously designer. She was wearing heels, and her hair was beautifully arranged, long and curly to her shoulders, not pulled back with two clips. And there was a man beside her, a handsome man with a mobile face that was used to laughter. I could tell he was nice, and he wasn't so bad to look at either. It was her husband, Marcus. Charles had spoken of him throughout the past week. Suddenly, they were all speaking to me, and they were laughing and talking all at once, and Charles was kissing me, and Rafaella was hugging me, and the man was standing back, silent, but looking very pleased. And it was then that I realized that this was what life had to offer, a simple, straightforward reality, and it was wonderful. This was where I belonged. I've been given another chance, and Dominick Giovanni was gone forever. I'd known it when the dream had ended. He was gone because my dear friend Coco had followed through and managed to kill him. How Coco and I had talked, and she'd told me how she'd discovered that Dominick had had the doctor tie her tubes after the abortion. I saw her pain and knew it was nearly as great as mine. We planned and we'd come to trust each other. I had the money and she had the contacts. I knew she'd succeeded. Coco would always succeed in what she determined to do. And between us, we killed him, once and for all and forever. I thought about Bathsheba and my absurd serendipity. I'd loved that painting so, looking at it every day since Charles had obtained it for my wedding present 11 years ago. And when Coco and I had decided we would have Dominick assassinated, I wanted to use Bathsheba as our code, so I would never forget why I wanted Dominick to die. Bathsheba, that poor woman who'd been desired by a king and whose husband had been forced to his death by that king. Only the king hadn't betrayed Bathsheba, no, he'd kept her until his death. And I loved the irony of it, the simplicity of it. Perhaps Dominick was still a ghost, a phantom, but he was no longer of this earth, no longer to be part of my life. The future was mine alone, free and unfettered from the bitterness of the past. Words from a song in Les Miserables came into my mind. Something about loving another person is like seeing the face of God. There was something to that, a lot of something. Even that ridiculous accident no longer seemed important. I'd been driving near Sylvia's house. I couldn't seem to stay away from her. After all, she was a part of his life still, even though it was hatred that was their bond, hatred and marriage vows. And that night, her young lover, Tommy was his name, was high on coke as he spun out of her drive, and he was laughing and whooping to the moon and driving like a wild man, and he hit me, and I saw him clearly when he hit me, and I couldn't believe the irony of it. None of it is important any longer. I smile now at my husband. Such a beautiful man, and he's mine and loyal and steadfast, and he will never hurt me, and I will never hurt him, ever again. I know he's sensed there was another man, and he's felt helpless because he also knew this man was deep in my mind. That man is gone, and Charles will come to realize that. I'll make sure of it. And he's proved to me that I'm the only woman in his life. He'd broken off with his mistress, Claudia, many months before. And Margaret said, "Hello, Charles."